Thank you, Tim, for your help.
So do you need me to operate the spreadsheet or? Okay.
He was from Aberdeen. Yeah.
Hi, Christy, how are you?
Well,
So you're in snow, man, I might go down, I just saw it on Facebook.
Trying to get your name friend up. So,
talked
about in the
video this email.
How are you?
Yeah,
I know that.
I know, but I just want to remind everybody, we're live on YouTube and on the website right now.
And there was a professional photographer up there. And I got my. Alan hurt his foot. So in that.
Oh, yes.
I was sleeping by myself. And so people was like, so that's what that was. And then the elevation was. So
Well, you know,
everybody, I
all
think
this.
we'll kind of gather around and gather up. The base is 8,000 feet, which is the top of our microphones are live, just so you're aware. We are on YouTube, live streaming.
Just doing this.
Professional. So don't share any state secrets, you know? Don't talk about your bank numbers, your credit card numbers or anything right now.
Right.
See, do we have everybody?
That one's a little.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, we'll wait just another minute while that returns. Everybody can settle a little bit more, but good morning, Christy. Can we just test the audio with you and see how loudly we can hear you? Got it. Go ahead and speak. You look like you're unmuted, Christy. Did you just say something? What happens?
What did I miss for breakfast?
We hear you.
All kinds of good stuff.
Dang it.
Treats, bag of treats. And Bob, do you want to test your microphone too, please?
I have a mic.
Bob Long.
Oh, I wondered.
Bob Walker. Can we hear you, Bob Long?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. We might
Great.
turn it up just a little bit more. And then Julie, can we hear you this morning?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Great. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. We'll just do a quick roll call of the members, I think, so that we have it on the record of who's here. I'll just run down the list. Bob Long,
Yes, here.
Alice Santos,
Here.
Mark Smallman,
Yep.
Christy Drake,
Here.
Julie Riley.
Here.
Madeline Martin.
Here.
Mike Patterson,
Here.
Virginia Sullivan,
Here.
Bob Walker.
Here.
Brenda Moss. Present. Awesome. We have full attendance. Thank you, everyone, so much for all of the travel you put in to be here. Some of you not so much. Bob Walker. Some of you, though, came from Eureka and Big Fork this morning and last night. And let's see. Brenda, remind me where you drive from.
I live in Billings.
Okay, so, and then we have Julie joining us from Bullberg. And we have Bob Long in Polson. So quite a geographically diverse crew here as part of the State Trail Advisory Committee. Just for the record, I'm Hope Stockwell. I am the administrator of the new Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division at Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. You may have seen in the news that we've been undergoing a reorganization. And so we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through this morning and get started. But first, I'd like to just go around the table and through Zoom with our members and have everyone introduce themselves and give just a little bit of your background and what brought you to being interested in being on the stack and what your primary trail interests are and how you relate to the trail community. I think that would help everybody just get a sense of who's in the room and also remind everyone where you're from when you go around the horn. And we'll start there. And I think I'll just go clockwise here. So Beth,
Sure. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Really good to meet people in person and to be in person. My name is Beth Shoemate, and I am the assistant administrator within the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And I have been playing the role of the Trail Stewardship Program Manager to some degree in the last few weeks in light of Carissa Beckwith, who has since went to a position at the Forest Service. So congratulations to Carissa, and a great career opportunity for her. We're definitely going to miss her though. I'll let Hope provide some other announcements as far as staffing later on in the meeting, but welcome.
Hi, I'm Janice Richardson. I'm a federal grants manager at FWP, and I work under our newly created Financial Assistance and Compliance Bureau. And our bureau mainly oversees federal grant programs, so we'll be overseeing RTP and LWCF that were previously in the Parks Division.
I'm Mike Patterson. I'm from Butte. I'm a Montana State University graduate, recreation area management and engineering. I was a manager of the water company in Butte for 20 years, and I had a business for 28 years. I'm retired. I'm currently training for a marathon. So I like to run. I have a conventional bike and an e-bike, a snowmobile and an ATV. So I kind of do it all. And that's what got me interested in this, was to see if I could provide some support to recreation in Montana, because I love the outdoors like all of you do.
I'm Mark Smolin. I'm from Big Fork. Been in Montana now for about 8 years, and I'm originally a cheesehead. So, see?
You have two
All right.
Evidently.
And, so I snowmobile, I mountain bike, I hike, I fish a lot. So I've got on the stack originally because I was active with our snowmobile club up in the Kalispell area. And I've found it really rewarding to be part of this process.
I'm Alice Santos, and I am from Helena, and I represent the non-motorized part of the committee. And I hike, I bike, mountain bike, but I also do some motorized around the state. So I have a place in Anaconda, and we have snowmobile and a side-by-side that we take out on the trails there. So I also do pretty much everything, but I'd say primarily in the Helena area, I'm a hiker, biker. I am a commercial and residential broker. That is my job, is to sell real estate. And so I also get around the state and get to look at a lot of commercial projects around the state. But yeah, I'm pretty excited every year. I'm pretty excited just to be here and to be able to look at all these great programs, and actually to try a lot of these trails that around the state. So I sort of make it my goal in between reviews to go out and give these trails a try and, kind of love on the state of Montana.
I'm Jason Cool. I oversee our hunter access programs, actually now in the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division, also within the bureau that manages this program. Been with FWP for about 5 years. My wife and I live down by Toston, actually, but I work here in Helena. I did go to grad school for 1.5 years in Stevens Point, so I do have a little bit of that, but I won't claim it. Now, beer, cheese, and the Packers, you're not Wisconsin. But anyway, so just excited to see and learn and see how you guys can grow and help us improve this program as we go. Had the privilege of working with Janice and Beth on the initial cut of all of these applications. And so it's interesting to see all the different kinds of projects and all the different kinds of opportunities that are afforded Montanans or visitors to the state, a lot of which probably don't even know about. So just looking forward to learning from you guys and seeing how the process works. Thank you.
I'm Madeline Martin. I'm from Eureka, Montana. I'm originally from Holland. That's where the weird accent comes from. I'm mainly a hiker. My interest in this committee started, or in this council started, because I have for years volunteered for Region 1 for the grizzly bear specialist and the wolf specialist, and did ride-alongs with the game wardens on hunting violation tracking, which was very interesting. And I'm now volunteering for the wildlife biologist in my town, but mainly because of the background with the grizzly bear program. I got very much interested in what happens besides my own hiking adventures on the trails, and how certain things can conflict with one another, what we could do. I have out of the background of my Dutch raising, questions about why certain trails are done in the way that we do it here. And I'm just very curious how trails are decided on, maintenance is decided on, and if I can maybe have a little say in how we do it in other countries to see if we can maybe think about that here, but I just talked to Bob and it's all discussed, so I'm actually useless.
Not true.
But I'm still very interested, and I hike about 3,000 miles a year, just on the different trails, and I also hike in Canada a lot because I live so close to the border. So my main interest is hiking, but I am open to everything else.
Brenda Maas with a Dutch name, but
Yeah.
I am from Billings and I represent Visit Southeast Montana Tourism, which is one of the 6 tourism regions in the state. Very honored to be here. So wearing my tourism hat, definitely looking at not just what the residents' experience can be, also looking at what our visitors experience. And just as a kind of side note, in the tourism world, we consider a visitor to a community someone who travels more than 150 miles. So when I go to Bozeman, I'm a visitor. So this is really, I think, something to keep in context with how big the state is. On the personal side, like Mark, I'm originally from Wisconsin. I call myself a misplaced Midwesterner, dairy farmer kid. I do have to travel quite a bit to access trails of any length. I live outside the city of Billings, but I know in my region, which is 13 counties plus 2 Indian reservations, we have a lot of BLM land, a lot of national forest land, and Eastern Montana in general is very different than Western. And so I'm wearing that on a personal hat, personal and a professional realm. Also, even though I'm more of what I call the soft rec person, biking and hiking, my family of husband and 3 boys are definitely representing the hard rec side. So we have some very spirited conversations at dinner. I don't always see eye to eye. That's okay. It is good to get, for me, honestly, the different perspective of the different users and just understand that multi-use is so important.
I'm Bob Walker. I'm currently chair of the Montana Trails Coalition. Background, I was your state trails program manager for 17 years for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I was the pre-best shoemate. And then I was chair of the International Association of Snowmobile Administrators way back. I've been chair of the National Association of OHV Program Managers. I've been chair of American Trails, which represents the wide array of trail interests. So my interests are across the whole board with trails, and I've enjoyed all kinds of trails. I won't talk about other committees, but the thing I wanted you, that I'm proud to say, and I look at Hope here, because we work together, but Montana Trails Coalition, we're the ones that came up with the proposal for the optional light motor vehicle tax increase for money for trails, recreation, state parks, and fishing access sites. I wrote the draft bill. We lined up the senator that sponsored it. We submitted to the Legislative Service Bureau, and a close friend of ours, Hope Stockwell, was the person assigned to clean it up and did a very good job, I might add. And so we were the ones that worked it through the legislature. I'm a citizen lobbyist, not a paid lobbyist. But we had organizations in our mix, members of the coalition, who are professional paid lobbyists that lobbied the bill. And we had 24 organizations that showed up to testify in the Senate committee meeting, different organizations from around the state, and we had 22 show up for the House committee hearing. So we really developed a team, and that's how Senate Bill 24, which is the funding source for this program, was started. So that's enough for now.
I'm Janice Sullivan, and I live in Missoula, but I work in Helena, so I feel like I kind of am on the trails in both places all the time. I spent 16 years at Adventure Cycling Association. It's a national nonprofit based in Missoula as their advocacy director. And recently left to join a state job right across the construction zone from these guys. And I work for the Montana Historical Society now as their development officer, raising, well, a lot of money for this project to build a new museum and a new home for the Historical Society. But my interest in trails and recreation really stemmed from my long history using the trails as a recreator, but then as a professional working in bicycling industry. And along with Bob, we started a nonprofit here in the state called Bike Walk Montana. I was one of the founding members of that organization, which also has done some phenomenal work on the Hill and is still going despite some leadership challenges. But just really excited to be part of this this group and to be able to have an impact in Montana on the trail systems here. And that's why I left Adventure Cycling, was to have more of an impact in my home state. I grew up in Montana and fourth generation, grew up on a ranch by Great Falls, and just really want to have a legacy in the state of making it a better place. So.
And then we'll turn to our friends online here, our members. Bob Long, I'll start with you.
Hi, this is Bob. I'm in Polson. I've lived in Polson for 30 years. I grew up in Missoula. I mountain bike and snowmobile and trail run and hike if it's too steep. And I love trails. And I wish I was there, but unfortunately couldn't be. I hope to be in the fall.
We appreciate that you're online though, Bob. That's just as useful. So thank you very much. Christy.
Hi, Christy Drake. I have lived in Billings, Montana for 14 years. I came from Nevada, where my fondest memories are hiking around Lake Tahoe. And so that was my my introduction to the wilderness. And man, reading these applications just made me want to get out into the rest of the state and go hiking on these trails that I could have given a 10 to every single one of them. They were just it was really inspiring to think about the things that exist outside of this little part of the state. Brenda's right. There, our trail system and our recreation is quite a bit different in Southeast Montana than the rest of the state. We've got plains, we've got Billings is a very urban environment where you really have to drive to get to a wild place. But I gave up my car last year. I only ride a bike now. Adopted my mom, who's 94 now. She lives with me, so she won't give up her car. So I figure if I need to drive, I can drive hers. I hike, and I've recently taken up cross-country skiing. I used to be a runner, but for all those, reasons that age, is no friend to the harder sports. Running and downhill skiing aren't something that I do anymore. But I'm also on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and I'm the executive director of Billings TrailNet. I couldn't be there today because we had a national speaker named Jeff Speck, who's an urban planner, come. He's been on TED Talks, and he was very inspiring. He was there last night, and he was talking to our city. I couldn't believe that the entire Babcock Theater was full. And he was talking about making walkable cities. So that was it was an important thing to be at. And then also I've got a board meeting tonight. So, but it's a pleasure to be here. And I wish I was actually in the room with you all, but thank you.
And then Julie.
Well, good morning, and I'm excited to be here amongst all of you incredible people. I was raised here in Eastern Montana, I've ranched with my husband, or I help him ranch, a little cattle ranch. And then I've been a half-time extension agent for over 30 years. We were part of a research project with Cornell University that talked about creating a built environment to improve health and encourage physical activity. And so that's probably when I first got interested in trails. And so I've done a lot of trying to encourage trails and hiking in the community, but I have a picture of some BLM land behind me is my background, because that's about 5 miles outside of our community. And I'd love to have pedestrian biking, non-motorized trails out there. So again, just excited to be here and excited to see all that Montana has to offer.
Awesome. Excuse me, thanks so much. Well, I think, did I miss anybody online? I think I got everybody back. Did I miss anybody?
Do you want to go through the advisory center present?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So we also have our member advisors who are present, and joining us in the room, we have Kent Wellner from the Forest Service.
Party.
That is okay.
Just in time. Perfect timing.
Party.
And
No
then-
weapons for you.
I know. Just talk.
And I think Chris is with your shop.
Chris was probably on time today.
He was on time, sir. I will acknowledge that.
Thanks, Chris.
Hi, everybody. If you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself a little bit.
Okay, great. I'm Kent Welder. I'm with the Forest Service in the Northern Region. My normal job is the trail program lead for the Northern Region. Right now, Chris is helping us in that role, and I'm helping out the director as the acting deputy director. Things in the shop, we've got a lot of things going on, so taking I want to come over today just because I know we have a lot of new members. So I wanted to be here in person. Plus, it's nice to be in person. That's kind of a new event. So wanted to meet people and just say hi and listen in. So thank you guys for hosting. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Glad you could be here. And Chris, you want to introduce yourself any more than that?
Sure. As Ken said, I'm acting in the Trails Program lead for the Northern Region, but my normal job is I'm the Recreation Trails and Wilderness Program Manager on the Flathead National Forest. I've worked on the Flathead for 12 years, and yeah, lots of great partners that we work with in our Trails program, and a lot of good work that we do that we're pretty proud of, and just excited to be here and see how you all work this program. So thanks for having me.
Really appreciate you being here. Let's see, do we have the other advisors online? Well, there's Brian Smith. Brian, you want to go ahead and say hi?
All right, so can everyone hear me?
Yeah,
Had some problems with security early on another call, but I'm Brian Smith. I'm the Recreation, Tourism, and Visual Resources Lead for Montana and both the Dakotas. BLM office, I'm stationed here at the SO and supervisory office here in Billings, Montana. My interest in the trails is personal note. I also do a lot of long distance hiking. I also do a lot of shorter hikes with my kids. So we're always out on the trails. On a professional note, we are experiencing numbers that we've not ever experienced before across in this state. So this program has become more and more important to federal agencies, states, local governments, private citizens, and I only see the trend to continue in that direction. So.
Why don't we go ahead and just introduce everybody else online too, and then in the audience back here in the room, just so we have a sense of who's listening in with us today, and in case we've got anybody subbing in the other technical advisors that we weren't aware of. Fred Bailey.
Hi, my name is Fred Bailey. I'm the president of the Montana Snowmobile Association, and I'm really just listening in today just to learn. I'm fairly new to this position, and I work with Mark and Mr. Matterson as well. So I just wanted to listen and see where we're kind of headed with this. Very pleased to see the direction we seem to be heading, and I think it's going to turn out very well. So thank you.
Thanks, Fred. And Colleen Firthmeyer is our administrative assistant who is staffing us today. So we thank her for doing that. She's back at the office listening in and taking minutes that we'll have available after they're processed. And then let's see, anybody else online? Oh, Dan Drotton.
Hey, good morning. I'm Dan Trouton. I work with the U.S. Forest Service Region 1 Grants and Agreements Program. And so I work with putting together some of the Rec Trails program agreements for Forest Service participants. A little background in my involvement with trails. I actually started with the Forest Service on trails crews. So helped build bridges and wilderness areas and do a lot of the trail maintenance over the years. But happy to help with any questions regarding Forest Service agreements and excited to listen in today.
Thanks for being here. And then last but not least is our gentleman in the back of the room here. So I'll let you introduce yourself though.
Thanks, Hope. You have one heck of a resource in Hope Stockwell. She knows the grant program and everything thoroughly. And it's good to see Bob, good to see some other folks here. My name is Kerry White. We still operate a cow-calf operation in the Gallatin since 1868. Served 10 years on the Gallatin County Planning Board, developed the Gallatin Trails Plan and Growth Policy. Served 8 years in the Montana Legislature, just termed out in 21. I helped get 24 through for the funding. I also carried the snowmobile trail pass that brought more money to the grooming program throughout the state. I also carried the summer motorized trail pass last session in 2019 that brought more money for OHV clubs to do trail maintenance and stuff. Trails are my passion. You'll hear from me. I work for Citizens for Balanced Use, and it's a multiple use advocacy organization. And we also advocate for active forest management, try to reduce the wildfires, and responsible resource development, and agriculture, and private property rights. A lot of our trails interconnect between multiple jurisdictions, Forest Service, BLM, state, and private land too is important too. So I've used trails all over the state. I hurt my back in Thanksgiving, so I wasn't able to snowmobile this year. That's my heartfelt passion, is snowmobile. Got our first one in 1964. Wish we had the technology we have today back then, but we don't. But all my kids, they do everything. And one thing that's up and coming that I think that we should really consider when we're looking at this is the e-bikes, as for the technology that's coming forward. And I know that BLM and Forest Service classify them differently within those agencies. Forest Service, they're motorized. BLM, they're non-motorized. So anyway, I'm going to weigh in during the public comment on a few things, and I appreciate you folks donating your time to do this. I serve on a couple of RACs, and it is a time dedication and travel and a lot of paperwork to go over and a lot of decisions to make. And I just fully respect what you do and appreciate what you do and what Governor Jen Forte has put together. There's a lot of new members. So I think that I have great expectations for what you folks are doing. So thank you, Hope.
Yep, thanks for being here. Representative White also is on our OHV advisory committee, which makes recommendations on a different grant program. So he's understands the seats that you're sitting in and the time you've dedicated to going through these applications. And I don't think we can say enough about how much time you've had to put into this. And I know that surprised some of you. And so I think we will work to do a better job of communicating that in the future. We want to respect the time that you have and how much this takes to do, but thank you, because your input is so important. And for me, when you think about the importance of trails in our state, there was a 2018 study out of the University of Montana, BBER, what is it? Economic Research. Bureau of Business and Economic Research. And Norman Nickerson led it at the time. It was during the Parks and Focus work back in 2018. And
Norm is
Oh,
with the ITR.
oh, sorry, I'm getting myself confused.
You're all good.
ITRR.
Yeah.
Institute
For
for
Tourism and Recreation.
and Recreation Research. Norma's retired now, but she led that, and in that, as that work that they did in 2018, they did some surveys of residents about what you want in your state parks. It's focused on state parks, but the number one thing that people wanted, whether they were a resident or using it overnight for camping or just day use, they wanted trails. That was the number one thing. And for me, it's very easy to take that and extrapolate it to any site type, any place on the landscape. It just shows the importance of trails to people for their physical health. That also plays into, as has been talked about a little bit already, the local economies, what bringing folks to these trails means for communities that rely on them and people visiting. So there's a lot of pieces tied in here. And that ties right into, for me, how I look at the work of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division as we move forward under our reorganization. I have, in reviewing all of the visioning and guide work that department did 2015 and the 15 and forward, and other visioning and goal discovery work that's been done by the agency over the years, regardless of site type or division within the agency, everything boils down to me under health of people, resources, and economies. And so health of people clearly related to getting out on the trails. You all have talked very passionately about how you use trails for your physical health. It's also for our mental health. And we've seen that increased usership that was talked about just now, just exponential growth, as Brian mentioned, what we've seen across the state from the BLM's perspective. And people realize how important getting outdoors is. I have a suspicion that all of us already knew that, but there's lots of new folks to the game now. And then health of resources is just making sure that we're keeping the infrastructure intact and maintaining it well. But for me, health of resources is also health of staff and the people and volunteers behind that work. And then health of economies, we've already talked about a little bit, how these trails play into those local and statewide economy. Talking a little bit more, I don't want to get too far out of order here. Where do I go next? I'll start with just looking at the charter for today. A copy, I think you got a copy with one of your original emails when you were welcomed in. Just reviewing this, it's here if you'd like to take a look as we go through. But the State Trail Advisory Committee, while it has been pointed at doing this work with the Montana Trail Stewardship Grant Program, really was born out of necessity prior to that, because it's a federal requirement to receive federal recreational trails program money. And that federal RTP program, which Janice's bureau is staffing now in the Federal Compliance Bureau, is what generated the stack originally in this state. And when Senate Bill 24 came forward, and you're looking for an advisory committee to partner with that, the stack was an obvious partner for that. So that's why this grant program, the state side, thus far has run really like a state-funded version of the RTP. Was easy to marry up with the stack, and that's what brings us here today. But the RTP was the genesis of the stack, and so you see that reflected a lot in the language of the charter. I think I would just say a reminder at the very end, it talks about committee operating procedures, and the committee makes its recommendations through consensus as much as possible. And if you can't come to consensus for some reason, then it comes to a majority vote. But I think that, what I've seen groups like this do is really be able to talk through things and get to that point. And if we need to get to a point where we're saying, yeah, thumbs up, or I'm not super excited about this one, but I can live with it, it's okay, it's still a good project, or, we can do this if we need to. But I think generally I hear people talk these things through, and it doesn't get too formal in how we work that out. But we'll get a feel for that as we go forward. But just keeping in mind, we'll just take turns speaking, not interrupt each other. We'll be respectful in listening to all sides and angles of any proposal and opinions that people have. And we want to have good discussion today and carefully consider. We have a finite resource to work with. We had more applications than we had money to provide for. And I'll talk a little bit about that, because there's been some questions about the amount of money available this cycle. Last cycle, in the first year of the Trail Stewardship Grant Program, was 1.3. 1.2. It was 1.2, 1.3 million that was available to be awarded, and we're below that level this year, and it's a couple reasons for that. There's one reason for that, which is by the time that first grant cycle went through, there was more calendar time in which that first cycle of money had been coming in. So there was just more built up. It was longer than 12 months in which the revenue was collected. So we had more money last time to deal with. This time, we're just a little over $1 million, which is on par with the forecast from Senate Bill 24. When they did the fiscal note during the 2019 legislative session, it was ballparking about $950,000 was estimated to be collected by the new addition to the light motor vehicle registration fee. It's $1.37 per registration that comes into this. And so, a little over that. So we're right on par with that kind of revenue. You may know that some of the marijuana tax money was dedicated to trail program, trail grants. And that money, while we received an appropriation for $650,000 in the last session, the 2021 session, the challenge is that they only started collecting that money in January. We're not going to see a disbursement until after July 1st. And our appropriation of $650,000 runs out on June 30th. So we're in this unfortunate situation where we're missing this boat. We're looking for opportunities to maybe still harness that somehow, but it's something we've got to work through some technical details. And so it wasn't available to us in this process. But we have an eye toward that in the future. That money will add on in the next cycle and be available. So next year's available funds will be higher than what we have to work with right now. So I just want to address that at the front of this. Any questions about that?
So that was just this cycle.
Just this cycle, yeah.
Can I mention something, Holly? In House Bill 701, which was the recreational marijuana bill, the fiscal note on that one suggests that in fiscal year 2025, we could see an additional $2 million for this program. So I just want to let you know that.
I think that's in a biennium. I'd have to go back and double check.
Yeah.
I think it was like 1.25 in a year.
In a year, yeah. Yeah, that's why I said that was fiscal 2025, we were predicting that. Which is fiscal note, it's a hope, that's a guess that we're gonna have a lot more money to deal with, I think.
So some great opportunities here. And then the other piece of this as we move forward in the future, and we're going to talk more about this afternoon, but so the Trail Stewardship Grant Program is really in its infancy. The 2019 session passed it. We now have our second grant cycle in front of us, but we have not as an agency had time to really sink our teeth into how to building this program and moving it forward. What we've relied on for various reasons, largely related to just changes in staffing and also the reorganization happening and being initiated last year, is using the recreational trail program, the federal program's guidelines to guide the scoring criteria and general framework of the program. But we have an opportunity going forward to dig in, and I'm going to ask this committee to help us do that. Dig into how do we want the Trail Stewardship Grant Program to really run in the future. Some of it makes sense to keep running like RTP, and some of it you might want to tweak a little bit. When I talked with Senator Gauthier, who had sponsored Senate Bill 24, we were talking last fall. We were in an unfortunate timing situation of not being able to appoint the State Trail Advisory Committee members in time to have a fall meeting, which we normally would do to review scoring criteria and set them for the coming application cycle. We didn't have the stack. We had other things going on with the reorg and staffing. We also had our web platform, our online platform for grant management. We had transitioned to a new platform, which did not end up being what we had hoped it would be. And we had to transition back to what we're using still, which is web grants. So there were just a ton of moving parts, and it aligned in an unfortunate situation where we couldn't do any of this work in time for this cycle. And this cycle opened later than we normally have it open. We normally open it in November. It opened in December. It ended at the same time. There was still, I think, plenty of time for people to submit their applications, but it was a shorter application period. We're hoping that we'll get all of that ironed out in time to have everything back on track for the usual cycle for the coming fall when we look at the 2023 applications. So we'll talk more about that this afternoon and the future of the program and how we're going to do that work and move forward. But I would ask you today, if you have thoughts as we're going through the conversation about what we might want to sort of put on the bookmark list of consider in the future, we might consider doing this differently. We might rethink how this guideline works or how this framework is. I'll keep notes and then we can use that as fodder for the discussion this afternoon too, and then the work going forward. The other thing I just want to mention staffing wise, we have our new Trail Stewardship Grant Program staffer hired. He is Tom Lang. He lives here in Helena, but works remotely for the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality as a grant manager for them. Different kind of program, but he has a recreation management background. He got his degree, his master's from the University of Montana, spent some time working for a wilderness foundation, but prior to that, he was a National Park Service ranger in Indiana, Alaska, and I'm forgetting the other one. So he's been on the ground doing rec management. He's got the theoretical background to it too. He's got a real heart for the trail work. And he has his graduate research was in stakeholder resolution and conflict negotiation. So he brings an interesting perspective to hard discussions. But he also, I think, kind of has a planner heart. And I think that he is going to be a really great asset as we go into this work of chewing through what the program really should be and building it out now. So he's going to stop in at lunch and just say hi. He doesn't start officially until April 18th, but he wanted to take the opportunity and come meet you in person while we had everything again. So you'll see him around 11:45. And with that, I'm going to stop and turn it over to Beth. Now, Terry White said that I have the background in the grant stuff. That is wrong, sir. I have a background in the legislative stuff. I am able to read and learn things, but Beth really has the background in the grant stuff. And she has, just stepped in a huge way, and Janice as well, and Jason and Seth MacArthur, some of you know, in making all of this work and keep moving as we worked out our staffing transition. So many kudos to you, to the whole group for making this keep moving forward. It just has been incredible. And as you know, very time consuming. And so thanks. And now I'm going to hand it off to Beth to kick off the discussions for today of what came back in from the initial and chewed around into the summary, and now we'll discuss. Yes. So
thank you, Hope. Appreciate it. And great overview. And I just wanted to pause for a quick moment though, and just make sure that we don't have any questions from the group before or need a quick little 5-minute break, a bathroom break at all, before we dive into spreadsheets and really start to talk through some of the application details and review process.
I just have one thing to add. When you were talking about the ITRR research on the Montana, because I'm wearing my tourism hat, the Montana brand study, which happened in 2016, also identified that the #1 thing that visitors want to do on a trip to Montana is hiking. The #1 activity, even above national parks or out to eat or any of those other things that are on their list. So that really underlies the, I don't know when the new brand studies are, because obviously things have changed since 2016, but that also aligns and is really important.
People love the trails. Yeah. Anybody online that has any comments or questions? Okay. Well, no breaks.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Christy.
One thing that I should have said when I was introducing myself was this giving up my car and just using a bike. I thought that was going to be great, but it made me realize I don't hike very much anymore because it's harder to get to hiking places. And so I think that's just something to consider. I was really looking at trying to reduce emissions and all of that. And I think that just getting access to these wonderful places is something important that we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Yeah.
I do have one. Bob mentioned it earlier. Just could you clarify that again on this motor fuel excise tax collected from non-highway recreational fuel use, please?
Oh, so in that regard, you're mentioning the recreational trails program. Yeah, so that's the federal program, which is separate than some of the other funding sources that both Hope and Bob have mentioned previously with Senate Bill 24 and the Trail Stewardship Program. That's the light motor vehicle registration fee. So that's that funding source, which establishes the state trail stewardship program. The motor fuel excise tax is, there's a portion of the gas taxes that are collected at the national level, the federal level, from every state. And it's based on the light motor vehicles, such as light duty trucks, as well as any of those OHVs and snowmobiles and dirt bikes and things like that. They go through and they do this little magical formula to determine then how those gas taxes get allocated back out to every single state based on those numbers of snowmobiles and OHV and light duty truck registrations. Is that helpful?
Yeah.
But that's for the
You had-
federal recreational.
You had a dollar value?
The dollar values I was talking about is from Montana light motor vehicle registration fee, yes. The numbers that Beth is talking about with RTP, and I think that was your original question. That's a study done by the Office of Management Budget at the federal level. And none of us have ever been able to figure it out how.
It's a magical formula. That's the best way to explain it.
That was a simple one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But Montana fares pretty well as far as that federal appropriation comparatively to other states. Okay, so I thought it might be helpful just to take a step back in time. I think Hope provided a really great overview as far as just some of the challenges that we have been under with some staffing turnover and actually trying to get the staff members appointed and on and just that initial education process that occurs when you're brand new to the State Trails Advisory Committee and you're probably just sitting here thinking, I don't even know what's involved here really. And so we definitely just sort of threw you a whole lot of information. So hopefully it wasn't too overwhelming in the last few months. It probably was to some degree, just as far as even trying to understand and navigate the web grants platform and trying to figure out.
That might be the worst.
Right, yeah, you know, I mean, that's just one aspect of what you had to learn in your new role as being a part of the STAC committee. So thank you for your patience is what I want to say, and working with us and the various staff members that have been involved. It is certainly not.
Sorry, I'm
Oh.
used to helping.
Oh, is there somebody that can hear?
Yeah, somebody needs a link.
Oh, oh, you see his chat. Thank you.
Oh, Brian, so the link for watching the live stream, if you just Google the Montana State Trail Advisory Committee, the individual webpage will come up and the link is on the webpage.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no, you're from, no, that's good. That's good. Thank you for helping. Yes, yes, it takes a true team. So we had the application cycle, like Hope mentioned, it was a little bit of a reduced time frame, but not bad considering. And so the applicants submitted all of their project proposals and they all came in February 15th. And then we started the application review process. Janice and Jason and I were the internal reviewers. So you have all of the internal review team members here today in case you want to ask detailed questions of some of our reviews and scores and how they ranked out. And then we kicked everything out to the STAC members. Gosh, I don't remember what day it was, but sometime in late February. And so we provided as much time as we possibly could until, gosh, it was basically Monday when every single one of your reviews was submitted. And then Janice and I went through on Monday. Thankfully, Janice was my helper in data analysis and trying to produce all of the reports that then we provided to you on Tuesday. Yeah. Bob knows how much data.
Pressure on your own.
Oh, yeah, so.
We learned some lessons.
Yeah, it's all good.
I know, I looked at your timeline and I was like, I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, it was definitely a reduced timeline. But either way, we're here and I think that we still were able to provide some really good reports, especially the summary of all the stat comments. So that email, I don't have a copy of that because it's a really large document. And I didn't think that you needed to carry that home with you, but that was sent out in an email. So for the people on Zoom, hopefully you can access that as well. And it's just a compilation of every reviewer's comments. So if nothing else, it's maybe just beneficial for what other reviewers commented on. And then we produced this beautiful spreadsheet that I believe you each have a copy sitting in front of you. And for the people on Zoom, I'm now going to start just talking through this spreadsheet and what is contained within it. This was also posted on the website for anybody that might be listening in. It is on the FWP website under the Trail Stewardship landing page. We did remove the green section because that's the discussion today of considering what are the final recommendations based on the STAC's recommendations today. So with that, we received in total 37 applications that totaled 1.6 million and some change. Then the internal review committee, the three of us reviewed all of the applications, and we met on March 7th and determined that 3 of the applications did not meet the internal review criteria. And so those are Bridger Ski Foundation, and they're listed down below, the very, very bottom of that spreadsheet, ineligible applications. Bridger Ski Foundation, the Great Falls Trail Bike Riders Association, and the Summit Snowgoers Incorporated. And the main reasons for all 3 of those of why they were deemed ineligible is because of the landowner permissions. We were not able to obtain or be able to actually pull out from their application documents any of those landowner permission forms, cost share agreements with the Forest Service, some of those land use agreements, especially with the Bridger Ski Foundation. They do grooming operations on various land ownership, and we didn't see any of those landowner permissions. So that's the reasoning behind the 3 ineligible applications, which were not, they were submitted to you in the web grants review, but a lot of you just didn't even respond to them or actually submit a review. And that's partially just because for transparency, we wanted you to at least be able to see what all 37 applications contained. So then Carissa Beckwith, of course, was still helping with the Recreational Trails program. And she also went through a review process. There was an internal review team as far as the federal Recreational Trails program. And because these 2 programs, Trail Stewardship and the Recreational Trails program, are so similar, there's a lot of overlap at times. In fact, some applicants even are attempting to apply to both programs, securing one program's funds, knowing that they might not secure the other program's funds. So that was the case for 3 project proposals that are listed below, funded by RTP. So they were then removed. Wild Montana, Sealy Lake Rocks, and Gateway to Glacier Trail, those organizations' project proposals were removed from the Trail Stewardship program because they're funded out of the federal Recreational Trails program. Any questions about that before I continue?
In the future, how would that look when we're talking about some of the changes that the committee might have or the process? What would that look like?
That is part of the overhaul process that we are hoping to embark on here, especially with some of these new program managers coming on now, Tom Lane and this, it's Stephanie.
Oh, yeah. So I think we can do that. And so just so you know, all the things happening. So we also have a new recreational trail program specialist coming on with Carissa's departure, and that is Stephanie Clemens Adams. Thank you, Adams Clemens. I always get it reversed in my mind. She is currently with Montana Association of Conservation Districts doing grant management with them and has managed grants with rec program in Minnesota as well. So she's got a lot of grant management and trail experience as well. And so we're excited to have her on the team too. She's starting in May. I forget May 16th.
What was her responsibility?
RTP program.
The RTP
management.
program, okay.
Yeah, so she'll be in Janice's, with Janice in the FACB, the Federal Assistance and Compliance Bureau. Thank you. Under Adam Brooks, if you're familiar with Adam.
Beth, can I mention something?
Well,
Yeah.
and just if I might really quick, just better respond to Brenda's question. So what we're hoping to do is really take a look at both the recreational trails program as well as trail stewardship, because they are so similar. And trail stewardship initially was built off from the RTP guidelines requirements. But does that need to be the case in the future? I think is the really big question. And where can we maybe reduce some of the overlap?
Yeah, and I think Brenda, you know, I'm not suggesting this necessarily. You guys can talk about whether, but one of the choices could be you only get to apply to one or the other. That could, or you could not do that. You could still allow people to apply to both. So it just kind of, it's something to consider and think about if you wanted to make that recommendation.
And is that timing the same?
The timing's the
cycle
same.
is the same.
It is. This year, the RTP cycle opened later than trail stewardship, just as part of our management of the cycles with limited staff. And so it opened in January, I think. Yeah. So it had a shorter cycle, but typically they would run on the same cycle. And having it fully staffed both programs next time, we'll be able to do that.
That always popped up for me as a question when I saw that they applied to RTP to know if they applied for a different project. Sometimes they would say, but I was like, okay, well, why are you applying to both? It's just, yeah. So I think that would be fantastic to either rule them out or require them to apply for different projects or something. And then vary the two programs from each other.
Beth, part of the reason that when we develop the language for this program, this trail stewardship program, when we testified, we suggested that both programs be very similar for good reason. RTP is set up well. Part of the reason I think that we've always considered that a group could apply to both programs in this new case is because we expected far more grant applications than we got this year. What was the total? 75 between the two programs?
It was 37 and the rec trails.
They selected 32, but
37.
Yeah, I think it was around 38.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought I heard. That's as many applications in the past we got just for the RTP.
Yeah.
And don't take this as criticism. We talk enough, so you know where I'm coming from. This past year, things were so difficult with the trails program because of staff leaving, staff shortage. I don't believe the public information went out about the two grant programs was as extensive as it was in the past. And that could be part of the reason we got the department got far fewer applications than we had anticipated. I screwed up the Montana's Trails. Most of you, I think, get emails from me. This is how stupid I was, how the window went by. Usually I'll send out an email to 350 people around the state a month in advance of the deadline for applications. Well, I got to my computer and I don't know, it was sometime in late February. I thought, okay, I had this email all ready to go out. Get your applications in. I'm sitting there and I'm just getting ready to hit send and I looked at the calendar. I was even late with my email. So anyway, that's to add hopefully a little humor into things, but I think next year, I know I'll do everything I can through the coalition to get the information out a lot to the trails communities in Montana. And I expect the department will too. And I think we'll see a big increase in the number of grant applications next year than we saw this year. So there are multiple reasons for people to apply for 2 different programs, and that's part of it right there. So it's just something to keep in the back of your head.
Yeah, and I have some thoughts on that too. I don't want to belabor this part though right now, because I want to make sure we get into our review here, but we'll put a placeholder on this discussion for. Yeah.
Kind of quick question. I think we talked about this last year, but all of the I noticed all of the avalanche requests were gone. Was that something, and you had talked last year about, what's that? Yeah, okay. So they just shifted them over. Okay.
They would have made that choice. We wouldn't have done that. It would have
Oh.
been, they would have
They
decided
always
who
were.
to apply to.
Okay.
Last year we did both.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
We did not make any decisions to shift any applicants from one to the other. We
Oh.
relied on whatever they applied for.
That's right. Okay. I
And
got
all the percentages on the motorized versus non-motorized percentages, we did not adjust those. That's as they were submitted. So just to be very clear about that, because I know there's been discussion about that in the past.
And I'll also add to that in our TP, the trail safety and education programs are eligible, and a trail stewardship, they are not considered. So it's another reason that they are all applying to the RTP.
Got it.
Okay. Any other questions before I carry on? All right, so once we pulled out the 3 ineligible applications, the total number still remaining of requested amount was 1.5 million and some change. Then we pulled out the recreational trail program, the 3 applications that I already mentioned. And so then we have a total amount remaining. If you look at, I'm now going to start referencing the spreadsheet. This big spreadsheet. Hopefully everybody has that online. This is the spreadsheet that was sent out in the email with the tan color coding. 1.45 million and some change. So that's the total request. And the total funding available for the program is just shy of 1.1 million. So we have 1,039,000 that we can allocate out. So therefore, we have $416,388.10 to cut today before we leave this room and the Zoom. So not an easy task, as I think everybody can now attest to, especially for some of the new members, because so many of these projects are so good. And so trying to really make that cut is definitely not an easy task for anybody, whether it's the internal reviewers or the external reviewers. So I want to point out where the projects ranked and how Janice and I started to do the actual data analysis based on the reports that we pulled from the web grant system. So we had our internal score, the internal review committee. That's the first column there. Then we have the stack score. And so stack, you actually scored based on a 1 through 10 score, right? And so we then had all of the scores come in as 7.83, 8.4. And so we went through and tried to make them more consistent with either adding, times 10 or reducing our internal score. And so in the end, the average is the little bit darker shaded brown color. That is the average score based on the internal as well as the stack score combined. So that's the first darker brown color that's titled average. That then determines the overall rank of all of the 34 projects remaining. So that's the second darker brown color, the overall rank. Then we have of course, total requested amount for each project, the non-motorized percentage, as well as the motorized percentage. So just to remind everybody how this is accomplished is the applicants self-report based on what they deem their project proposal, whether it's considered to be the main focus and benefit of that particular project proposal is for this type of trail user group. It could be snowmobilers, it could be, you know, perhaps there's some dog sledders along with a snowmobile type project. Or is it truly non-motorized where there isn't motorized activities even allowed on that particular trail system? And who are those different trail users that are benefiting from that project proposal? So we did not make any adjustments to the motorized or the non-motorized self-reported percentages. So that those two columns are taken directly from the web grant system based on how the applicants reported that. So that then is brought over into the actual dollar amounts that fall into whether it's the non-motorized category or the motorized category. And just a reminder too, in the application guidelines, I just want to highlight that we are to allocate 30% of the overall amount available, which is 1.39 thousand, to motorized, and another 30% to non-motorized. And so we also have, I just want to highlight this as well. I'm now referencing the application guidelines, the application review process. There's another category that I want to mention here beyond just the motorized and non-motorized categories. That the average application score, so we already have the average application scores, like I mentioned. And then we need to also consider that roughly 75% of all available funding, so the 1,039,000, will fully fund the top ranked projects based upon the ranked recommendation list of average scores. And then roughly 25% of all available funding will fund at 75% of their request. So the next tier down. So we're trying to fully fund the top ranked projects 100% if we can, so that they can actually accomplish those projects. And they're not having to come back year after year to try to accomplish
What
those.
percentage of top ranked projects? I missed that. Like, so is it?
75% of the available funding will fully fund the top ranked
It
projects.
just says top ranked. It
Right,
doesn't
so
say-
then
Doesn't say the top half or the top
No.
3/4.
That's where you get into the math. You take the full funding available and how far down the list can you get with 75% of the funding to fully fund projects? And then after that first 75% runs out,
Then it's the 25.
then it's the 20.
Yeah, so back to the spreadsheet, what we initially produced here for everybody to consider is that how far down that list could we get based on the rankings and the scores, as far as fully funding 75% or 100% of the projects. And so you'll see that it gets down to the Bitterroot backcountry cyclists. However, that number is based on the total amount requested. The 1.45 million is a change, not what's actually available. So do you want to start going through how we can maybe consider some other options?
Yeah, so what I would just point out, I went back through this and when I did the math on that left-hand, the most left-hand column of 75%, 25%, and adjusted that, if you looked at the available funding, the 75%, if we just went top to bottom in 1, 2, 3, et cetera, priority, I think Echo Lake Trails Association, the number 15 was the 75% mark on available funding. And that dollar figure is like $779,000 is the, yeah, $779,250 is 75% of our $1,039,000. So Echo Lake was roughly the cutoff on that. If you just went down top to bottom. The next consideration though is we've got to meet that 30% for motorized and 30% for non-motorized. And if you add up all the motorized asks, they're right at 30%. So then,
One little correction. I
Uh-huh.
don't know if it'll matter that much, but it was the one, the Bitterroot Trail Preservation Alliance. I remember reading this in my review, and I believe she read the question wrong when she self-reported. Because that is a non-motorized trail.
Yeah.
It should be 99.1, not 1.
Oh, 99 motorized.
Those, yeah, so
Oh,
that.
that
number
does change.
Should.
Okay.
Well, and it was interesting too, I think they self-reported, but then if you read their application, oftentimes they would say, but this also benefits motorized users because they use these trails, blah, 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 blah. So
That one was very loosely.
yeah,
It was
so
like she was
I
all
don't-
over the place.
I don't know if we can cut and dry that.
So that is something that we can take up in these discussions is should there be any adjustment to our percentage consideration on a project? And you point that one out, and that's going to be a significant one to resolve because it will
It tweaks,
affect
well,
the-
it
what
actually,
adds
well,
up to
it takes
30%.
our motorized number to
It-
a better, to a lower percentage.
Yeah, it takes it to a lower, so 30% of the 1,039,000 is about $311,000. $311,700 is 30%. And the motorized request without adjusting that percentage came in at $313,900. So, so if we reduce that percentage, I mean, even if you just decided to say, let's just split it half and half. If, you know, that to me, but I have not read all these applications like you guys have. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, if there's some question about, is it motorized, non-motorized, just split it in half. And, or you could flip it. And she flipped it in her application.
again?
So essentially, that means that all of the motorized requests fall within that
That
311.
And they all get.
And they all
They
get
could-
full funding, and
shift
it's
to the
just
top.
kind of right now, we
Even the
don't even
ones
have
that
to
are
cut 3,000 anywhere.
Yeah.
We have more money than requested
Yep.
in motorized.
And that's part of the equalizing function of the 30 and 30. That's the intention is that there's been some criticism in the past that the scoring criteria don't match up well with motorized. And that's part of the discussion going forward as we do a holistic review of the guidelines and scoring criteria for the program. Is taking a look and some initial looking that we've done is there's not necessarily a bias against motorized in the scoring criteria. And I know that's a matter of discussion. We can have that discussion. But there is appearing to be a bias against maintenance of trails in the scoring criteria. And that ends up as a disservice to the motorized, primarily motorized asks. So it's that maintenance piece. But again, that's for the conversation later. But if you look at this just on the numbers, to get your 30% motorized, you award all of the motorized money. But then the next question is, many of these motorized projects are not just motorized. So then the next question becomes, okay, we award all their motorized money, but do we then fully fund all of the non-motorized money in their ask? Or do we look through those? Some of these motorized projects rank very high, some of them rank very low. So that's going to be part of this calculus that you consider today. I've belabored that a little bit, but I think it's important to say that out loud.
So you're saying if it's a 50-50 split, that 50%, that's the motorized 50% is totally funded, but that other 50% may not get full funding.
You have to make your recommendations on, would it be fully funded? Would it be 75% funded?
So with removing the Bitterroot Trail Preservation Alliance, we are to $289,891.65 out of the motorized category. So it reduces it by that amount.
What was that number, Beth?
$289,891.65. That's the total amount of motorized request. And again, just as a reminder, the 30% of funding available amount is $311,700.
And just a reminder that the the guidance says that 30% is allocated to motorized as the first cut, 30% is allocated to non-motorized. And if anything below if we don't have enough applications or requests to meet that initial threshold, you do have the flexibility then to recommend that the remainder would be adjusted and spent in a different way, outside of that motorized or non-motorized category. But so depending on how you slice that percentage on that one, you have 30% or you have somewhere under 30%.
So, and I'm just gonna throw this out, and I'm not advocating for this because I kind of like splitting it a little bit, but I believe in the RTP world, if something came in saying it was 90-10, or it would just be considered, if it was 90% motorized and 10% non-motorized, it would just be thrown into the motorized category completely, as I used to understand it, but it was just considered a motorized grant. That was that. And that's how it was meant. That's how the federal rule interprets it. But I'm not saying we should do that. I'm cool with this, but I'm just throwing it out as a piece of fodder.
Well, I think to the same point, different, just because somebody could cross-country on one of those trails doesn't mean that they do cross-country. It just means that they have the ability, it's not restricted. And that's what we have done in the past, as if it was a majority really a snowmobile trail.
It's the primary use and intent for that project proposal and those funds. That's what you have to try to remember. Yeah. Because essentially, on almost every motorized trail system, you can do all the non-motorized activities.
Yes.
So that's why you have to go back to that definition of what is the primary intent and use for that particular project. Who is it benefiting the most?
When it comes to that data, what mechanism do these groups use to identify their users other than, we have the original intent behind it, but the reality is.
It looks something like.
Yeah, I mean, are there a municipal, like I know, TrailNet and Billings for a long time had trackers and they move them around different locations. But if you're in the national forest, how is that tracking done? So what sort of data are we really looking at? How accurate is that?
So I'll start, and then I'm going to lean on Kent and Brian here, which is why we have these advisors.
I think about we're overhauling something, are we asking them for something that they are not able to produce? And if they're not able to produce it, how can we move into a position where these groups can produce that?
I would just, I'll start, and then like I said, I'm gonna let Kent and Brian for sure add here. But especially for the motorized trail systems, typically it's based on how they are designated within that particular land managing agency. So the Forest Service and the Beyond very much has designated motorized trails and designated non-motorized trail systems. Kent and Brian, please add as far as your tracking mechanism and visitation numbers and all that good stuff.
So it's a great question. And I'll just add that that's right. We have a trail that's open to some certain kinds of uses. And so that's how we track the trail. As far as the actual users, the only thing we're doing currently is what we call our National Visitor Use Survey. And that's, we'll go out every 5 years and it's a random sample of trailheads. And we're really not even counting the kind of user, but just that trail is being used. And so those surveys are going on at motorized and non-motorized trailheads to get a count. And then we put up counters to just get a count. But we're not breaking that down on kinds of users, just that we have, in this given year, we had 45,000 users at Trail 223. And what kind of use that is, we're not tracking. I'm gonna defer to Chris too, because he's a little closer to the ground and I have more information. But I think, Brenda, you're asking, we can't provide that kind of information back to either the people that are applying for the grants or this group. It's just like was stated, a group snowmobile trail. There's a lot of folks that could use that trail. There's some issues with, you have to have the sticker, but we're not, and that, a lot of these trails are on national forest lands. We're not tracking the amount of use unless we are setting up an every 5 years, these surveys saying how many users. So for the most part, there's some cases where we might be trying to get a handle on use if it's really close to an urban area, and we're trying to get a handle on what kind of use. There are some small spots where we do that, but generally we don't.
Is that true, Brian, for BLM also?
Yes, absolutely. We do a little different method for collecting our information, but we are pretty much across the board the same with the Forest Service.
Chris, anything to add to what I stated, since I know you're a little closer normally at the national forest level? So.
No, nothing really to add. I mean, when we're looking in NVM and types of users, we're just surveying all of the people and the uses that they were coming on the national forest. It's not specific to the trail. So that's the only piece
yeah. Thanks, Chris. It's a number count. We're trying to get really that visitation.
So not to belabor it, but the ITRR does do surveys, survey points, survey counters, and maybe there's an opportunity for FWP with some of these trail funds to look at the work that ITRR has done in tourism and travelers, because it's also outdoor recreation. You know, this is our crossover point. So kind of maybe put that in the parking lot for later, but they're only as good as the data that they can provide to us, right? That's one of our distinguishing.
It's really hard. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm active with quite a few different snowmobile clubs across the state. And I can tell you, like up in the Flathead, we have cross-country skiers that they join our club because they can then have access to our trail grooming data, and they can see the groomer tracker. And they are out at 4 a.m. following the groomer skate skiing on that trail before anybody gets on it, because that's their favorite thing to do. And there's a woman, she submitted one of our letters of recommendation, but she does 50 kilometers in a day, skate skiing up there. And she goes, I couldn't do it without this club doing this. But she's off the trail by 8 a.m. So if you had ITR or anybody else go out there, they'd get there at 9 o'clock and they go, I don't see any skiers. Yeah. So
I think there's different ways to data collect. And I think that we have an entity at the University of Montana, which, by the way, that part of that funding comes from the lodging tax. A lot of these things do come from lodging tax. There's an opportunity that I don't think we're taking advantage of. I'm thinking outside the box.
The one thing that I could see doing, we do trail counters, but if we had cameras and we actually could pay a student to sit there and click through all the pictures and classify every single user, that would be cool. That would be the way to get you. That would give you a real number.
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah. I was gonna say, you two are laughing. What's
Well,
going on?
yeah, I'll just share without going down this rabbit hole, because we could talk about visitation methodology.
Yes.
all day long. It is not an
It's
easy
not
thing
easy.
to tackle by any means. And we actually now, just in our state park system, are putting up some of those types of infrared cameras that are actually tracking, so we can get down to what is the type of user. And we have interns and students, and we're working with the U of M and Norma's shop, actually, so we can produce all of this data, and just so we can enhance our state parks visitation data. That alone is a whole, just the time and the money invested into that. So to take that beyond just our state parks.
And we're trying to get to getting our next big step is FAS visitation and river recreation. So those are the things we're focused on is those administrative sites, but the point isn't lost about, because the data helps us decide where to invest. And so, hey, I could really use a 5-minute break. Anybody else? Let's come back real quick. We'll make it fast. But before we do, anybody online have any, our members, do you have anything you'd like to say? Yeah, Bob. I think you're muted, Bob.
You're muted, Bob.
You're on mute.
That would help. Could somebody remind me what the upshot is on the distinction between motorized and non-motorized? Are we obligated to allocate to one category or another? Is that?
It's to get over, it's to have a base threshold so that everyone feels like there's an even enough playing field, or at least a starting point on an even playing field, given the fact that scoring criteria, there's been some concerns that it has disadvantaged certain projects over others.
But there's no built-in requirement to fund one over the other or vice versa, right?
No, only that we have dedicated in our guidelines that we will give a minimum of 30% of the funding to motorized and 30% of the funding to non-motorized as the starting point. Unless there aren't enough applications to meet that 30% threshold, then we have flexibility to move the money over into the other category, unlike RTP, which doesn't have that flexibility.
Okay, thanks. So the answer is 30-30 is basically the goal.
Yeah.
Wait, thank you.
The starting point, yep. Anything else, Christy or Julie? 5 minutes, we'll be back at 10:30. 6
Because
The meeting is a failure.
I cannot.
It's all about, it's all about the coffee. and the
Oh, yeah.
lunch.
Yes.
The
So
last
make
couple
your
months,
lunch so much
I'm
fast.
excited.
So we'll come back together. Have a menu going around. If you would just initial next to what you would like for lunch, we're getting it from the dive.
Thankfully, right next door.
Yeah, thankfully, right next door.
And I'm going to.
We'll have to run someone over with our order. Jason, that might be you. Thank you. So coming back together, we've had sort of a foundational basis conversation of just some considerations for how you make the recommendations going forward. Beth, where would you like to pick up the conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I didn't, based on the conversation we just had about the 30%, I didn't want to hand this out too soon, but it is something we could work off of as you think about what 30% means for that motorized piece. And let's see, 1, 2.
Have you muted the microphone? Because I can't hear anything. Can anybody else?
Yeah, yes, we do need to send that to the Zoom participants real quick. I can do that. So Zoom participants, let me send this to you real quick so you can also look at this. Lunch menu still going on. Oh, sorry. Nope, you're good. I stopped it. Stop the lunch menu here.
We have to take. In this, we have to take the Bitterroot trail presentation on.
Here it comes online, folks. So what this is, and I'll screen share here so other folks on Zoom have the benefit of a little bit of this. It will still not be great for you because you don't have the whole thing in front of you, but what I did was, and I'm going to collapse this so that see a little bit more. I am not an Excel wizard. Janice is the Excel wizard. So I apologize. You are, of course, you bet. And I believe it. So if based on that last discussion as a starting point of using that 30% threshold, and we know that the motorized requests, if we don't adjust the percentage on that one, all hit us at that 30% threshold. And what I did in these columns is I just threw out some spaghetti on the wall here. Award option A would be if you simply recommended awarding fully funding all of the motorized projects because their motorized components add up to that 30% threshold that we need. So you fully funded the motorized components of them, and you also fully funded the non-motorized components of them. And then you did a 30% threshold for the non-motorized only projects. So that gets you here. Hope it's viewable enough for folks on the screen. So it gets you these 5 projects, and what I'd like to do is, so the non-motorized, if we just went with them, fully funded across the board, that would be the Montana Trail Vehicle Rider Association. Let me start at the top, I apologize. So the Custer Gallatin National Forest, Bozeman Ranger Districts, the Bozeman Summer and Winter Trail Maintenance, and the Volunteer Field Leadership Project. Mineral Counties upgrades with the St. Regis Park. Helena Snowdrifters groomed snowmobile trail signage. The Sealy Lake Garnet over snow grooming with scenic Montana trails. The Montana Trail Vehicle Riders Association continuation of the statewide motorized trail plan on maintenance on BLM. The Custer Gallatin National Forest, Yellowstone Ranger District, winter motorized trail maintenance on the Yellowstone District. The Great Burn Conservation Alliance, Great Burn Trail Stewardship, Bitterroot Backcountry Cyclists, the trail maintenance of Bitterroot National Forest. The Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest, the Dillon District Trail Stewards for 2022, Missoula Snow Growers, the Lolo Ski and Snowmobile Trail Grooming, the Bitterroot Trail Preservation Alliance, their mileage markers, and then the Capital Trail Vehicle Association, the Picnic Pavilion Project. Those all, if fully funded, is what's marked under award option A for the motorized 30%. Yes.
Because of the change on the Bitterroot.
Yeah, you gotta make.
I didn't, let's just start here and then tweak from there, because that will change things, but I didn't want to make any presumptions about what you might recommend for that percentage. So you were talking. And so then if we look at the 30% for non-motorized strictly, that would be the Flathead Land Trust, the Big Fork Carroll Forest Community Trails, the Foys to Blacktail Trails, Emmons Ridge Corridor Clearing, the Whitefish Legacy Partners maintenance projects on the Whitefish Trail, the Lolo National Forest, Thompson Creek Trail Improvement Project, and the Missoula County Rural Shared Use Trails Preservation Project. Those would be the top scoring 30% funds requested for non-motorized, strictly non-motorized. Then you start getting down into, and let me see if I can better.
May I?
Yes, please.
On the review on the Missoula County, I made a note that the application contradicts itself as it lists snowmobile use on to be approved trails, but then when asked what the percentage will be non-motorized, it said 100%. So is that snowmobiles without engines?
Well, I think that's a good discussion point for you all as you dig into this and consider your thoughts on what's motorized and non-motorized. Again, on these percentages, we just put on this spreadsheet what was submitted, but you all can have this deeper conversation as you think about how these 30% hit and what you think makes sense to you based on the deep dives you did with these. And now I've been able to collapse this so we can see my options together. So that's helpful. So then under option A, so if you fully fund the 30% motorized, fully fund 30% non-motorized, what's left is here at 75% funding. So the last 25% available would be at 75% funding. And again, this is offset though, because it's not truly the last 25% being funded to projects at 75%. There is already some taken out to account for the non-motorized pieces of those motorized requests. So keeping that straight, hopefully I'm explaining this well enough. But the leftover money, the last that's left over, 178,000 and change, would go 75% of the funding requests for the Gallatin National Forest Beartooth Ranger District, the city of Billings, the Lolo, I hid too many. Let me unhide the descriptions, darn it. Janice, I wish I had your skills. Okay, let's try this again. Well, I've done something where I need this really too much. Okay.
I kept on that project overview tab on the east side. The worksheet, I kept
as well.
Okay. So for the benefit of folks online, the remaining funding for projects being funded at 75% would go to the Beartooth Trail Maintenance, the City of Billings Riverfront Park Trail Extension Paving Project, the Indian Creek Trail Revitalization in the Beaverhead Deer Lodge Forest, the Lolo completing the Falls Flats Trail, and then West Yellowstone's grooming and maintenance of the Rendezvous Trail System would get some. It would be less than 25% though. It would be just under $26,000 because that's what's left at that point. Other considerations I offered up is, okay, if you don't want to assume that you fully fund the non-motorized portion of the motorized requests, then in option award B, I gave you a look at what that would mean and how far you would get if you fully funded the top scoring projects. It was 1 through, shoot, see, hiding things is problematic for me. Yeah. So if you fully funded the top 13 projects plus the Scenic Montana Trails Motorized Project, and then funded at 75% the non-motorized portion of the motorized projects. To give you a sense of, so that if you fund the non-motorized portion of the motorized projects at 75%, then you can fully fund those last 4 projects I just talked about, the Beartooth, the City of Billings, the Indian Creek, and completing the Falls Flat Trail. You could fully fund those 4.
Hope, I don't understand if you fully fund 70, or if you, could you just explain that one more time about the fully fund non-motorized portion of the motorized?
Right. So the motorized, we got them all in to get our 30% initial threshold. And then in option A, we went ahead and just looked at what it would be to fully fund their non-motorized portions of their projects as well, and how that eats into the rest of the funding that's available to everyone.
So are these the grant applications that have motorized? They're both motorized and non-motorized?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So option B for projects that are motorized and non-motorized. Motorized portion, sorry, this does get tricky. Thanks for bearing with me. The motorized portion under option B would be fully funded. The non-motorized portion for the lower scoring motorized projects would be 75% funded. Option C would fully fund the motorized portions, but then the lower scoring motorized projects, their non-motorized portions would be funded at 50%. To try and, I was just trying to look and see what that opens up in funding for other projects lower down. And then option D is if you fully fund the top scoring motorized projects, all of the motorized side, and then don't fund their non-motorized components at all. Just as a way of comparison, where some of the breakpoints and decisions might be if you make your decisions solely based on how things scored 1 to 31. So.
Can I just make a comment on what you just went through? When you're breaking things down by motorized, non-motorized, funding the motorized part, but whatever on the non-motorized part, that is kind of not actually fully funding the motorized part, and feels like a flawed way to analyze this.
Yeah, no, I think Alice, that's a very fair point. And that's why option A fully funds the whole thing. Okay. And so
the non-motorized is not, it is not like another part that.
Right, it's not like
it's
you
all the
split
same
those
trail,
trails.
it's all the same
Right.
project.
Yep.
And you're basically, it's a non-fund of a motorized project.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with the point you're making at all. I simply wanted to just provide because this is so complicated to, like, you can't just write this out with your own pencil as you were thinking about this today. I just wanted to show you
I get where you're going.
what the alternatives
Right.
might be. But I think that's a very good philosophical conversation for you to have is, you know, what does fully funding the motorized mean? Does it mean fully funding the non-motorized piece as well? Does it not?
It's the same trail.
Yeah.
It's the
So-
same project. It's, again, just because somebody could basically, and I just said this to Mark, but it seems almost a detriment for a motorized application to even say that it has a non-motorized, just because people can walk on a trail in the summer doesn't mean that that is a 50% use of that particular project.
I think what, you know, in the questions in the grant application, I've always, when I've read through that, I always thought about it from the standpoint of, it would seem like if you were answering this, it would be beneficial to, let's say, Missoula snow goers or the scenic Montana trails to say, yeah, 25% of our users are non-motorized. I mean, we've got the skiers and the dock sledders and everybody else up there. So it's like, that's, you know, they're trying to bolster their openness and then getting penalized for it. You know, so that's what we need to consider there.
Yeah. Well, and you know, the other way just to think about it in terms of math is so that if you consider the motorized projects, if they had submitted everything as 100% motorized, they would be 53% of the funding that's available for allocation instead of 30%. So there would be more competition in the motorized side of the equation. If they had submitted at 100% motorized, there would be fewer motorized projects in the way they've defined themselves funded. So it's, I don't want to call it a shell game.
No.
Because it's all
But
very
it's-
pertinent, but the way that you work the percentages makes a difference in consideration. So just trying to be very transparent and open about that and how you think about that. The other thing I would like to say, I think it's important to say, is when I talked with Senator Gauthier last fall, as we worked on what the framework was going to be for this application cycle. You know, so for instance, talking about raise the maximum award from $50,000 to $75,000. And then we established the 30-30 thresholds. And in talking with him about that, he understood all of that. Part of it is for grant management purposes so that our workload isn't too high. The maximum award being increased gives us less awards to manage. And that makes it easier for staff workload, which is a real consideration for us. If anything we've seen in the last year is how much staff workload and matters. to how this
And
works.
along those lines too, also the ability for the applicant to actually
Fully fund. Yeah.
be fully funded to actually get a project completed in 1 year or 2 year timeframe instead of, I mean, we used to see this all the time in RTP where they would have to come back for phase 2 or for a little bit more funding because they couldn't quite get it done. So, and some of these, which we actually did keep this on here as that first spreadsheet that we were going over earlier. Are you okay with partial funding? And only 3 applicants listed
Said no.
no. And mainly because, yes, they could still do some portion of their trail project, but some of these are for latrines or trailhead development projects. You can't do it with a partial grant,
I
so,
know,
yeah.
And even looking at some of them, they said that they would take partial, but when you really look at the project, and so I made a separate note category that actually said, this really can't be broken out, or it can, just for my own, as we went through this discussion, help kind of like, how do you decide if it should be partial or fully? Well, you can't really break this one out.
Yeah.
And I think something to consider, and as part of our conversation, is the cost of projects right now. So the Department of Administration just shared construction costs with us. I should have probably sent that on to you guys. I
We have some guesstimates.
I could probably
So
have
I'm
the
curious.
staff do that for me, but, because we're building, of course, this new building, and it's gone from a $57 million building to an $81 million building. So, yeah, you can't underestimate the fact that the supply chain and inflation are really gonna impact these projects. So especially if they got their bids in 2019.
Yeah, and even along those lines, even for some of the labor crews that they end up contracting with, like MCC, I know that their rates have significantly just because of all this.
Yeah,
increased
labor
costs, so,
costs, yeah.
Let me
So,
be the black sheep here for a minute. There were only 3 applicants that said they would not take partial funding.
right.
Only 3 out of the whole bunch. I think most of these, you know, and I know this can be complicated when you get down to figuring who gets how much. But if you look at the projects that might not get funded, if we're gonna fund projects fully, there's a lot of damn good projects.
Yes.
And I know what you're saying, Hope, that the more contracts you have out there, the harder it is for a limited staff. But at the same time, the more projects we can fund out there, but I think that's a good thing. There's some damn good projects here. Look at the cut lines that I see. If we funded some of these projects at 75%, 50%, 80%, we could get more trails work done around the state by doing some partial funding. So like I said, I may be the black sheep here, but I think I'd like to see us to fund as many of these as we can within their capability to do the project. And again, I repeat, only 3 of them said they could not take partial funding.
One other thing I want to point out that I didn't get to yet, but I keep thinking I got to say this out loud in my comments with Senator Gauthier. And part of what Bob's saying here ties into this is that Senator Gauthier's concern in raising the maximum funding amount and with the 30-30 threshold is that we keep an eye out for not leaving behind small projects in communities, local communities. He was very concerned about that piece, as that being one of the reasons that Senate Bill 24 was brought forward, is helping communities who have limited funding opportunities bring their trail projects to fruition. And so that is something I committed. I said, look, I grew up in a town in Northwest Nebraska. My dad did grant work volunteer wise, and he got the community development block grant that planted the trees in our downtown, which are now today, because I'm so old now, taller than the buildings, you know? And so I said to him, I understand the importance of this money in small communities, and I'm dedicated to keeping that in mind as we move forward. So I want to say that out loud to you as we think about this.
Well, it's like you said at the beginning, it's about the health of the economies too. So you look at like the Lewistown application, which didn't actually make the cut, but it would have such an impact on a medium-sized community. So it's just really hard to see it just all through the lens of.
But it could make it good, depending on what we recommend.
Right.
So I think with that brings up a bigger question. I mean, number one, what is, as a group, is our goal to fund as many projects as we can, spread it out, or is our goal to fully fund the top tier? I mean, maybe that's another way. I love how you broke this out. This really helps. But I think we have to think about that too. I mean, because you look at this, Great Falls, kind of a small community, but that grant application is less than $5,000. So, are we trying to fund as much as we can and then plug in the right numbers for the rest of it? What is the goal for us to, what is our philosophy? And I want to throw in there the ADA. One thing that we are definitely lacking across the state. Now, of course, your national forests are not going to have ADA trails, but if there's an opportunity in the community to have, or an ADA bathroom or something, to me, that kind of rises to the top. I mean, and really that is definitely the way our society is going, and we have to be forward thinking in that, in any opportunity, in my mind. And then as a community, what do we think of that?
I think that's exactly what you all have to chew on. And then I need to say out loud something I forgot to say with our charter discussion this morning is the advisory committee is advisory. So your recommendations today are recommendations to the department, me specifically along with the director. And so I just do also want to say that you know, we still have an additional layer of decision-making authority. Not to discount this discussion today, because I want to take this very seriously as we think about what we're doing, but I also want to remind everybody that this is advisory recommendations.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is any weight given to the number of applications or lack of from an area? So, you know, there were some that were pretty heavy, like Missoula County had, I think, 7 applications, where, you know, Helena, I think, had 2, Billings had 1.
Christy, that's a great point, and something I also noticed, even though I didn't do the big dig in that you guys did, it's very apparent to me that the furthest most east projects we have are Lewistown and Billings. And if you look at this list, while Billings, you know, under options A, B, C, and D, Billings makes the cut, but that Lewistown project doesn't. And I do think that there should be some thoughtful consideration of, do we dig a little further and make some hard decisions and recommendations to try and get at some of that, more of that geographic diversity?
I think, you know, just my 2 cents worth on that, and what I see on the eastern part of the state is, and this is not for this committee, but it's more for FWP and other offices of the State Department of Commerce, certainly. The mentality and the bandwidth of the communities to do this sort of work is very different. We have to understand that. And what is it that we can do to assist? I mean, I've been screaming this out to all of my partners as much as I can. But the reality is that it's just different. So we can't, if we keep doing things the same way, we're going to get the same results. And I think that as this group, we just really need to think about that, because funding the whole state really is important.
And I think that comes in with that conversation we're going to kick off later today about how do we engage other parts of Montana than what we're seeing in these grant cycles. Because this Western Montana focus you see also in the RTP awards as well, and the applications. There is the same lack of diversity in the eastern half.
And it was very apparent who has professional grant writers and who's not.
Yeah.
And that brings up yet another point that I've brought up in the past, is that, you know, especially on the federal side, it says it has to be competitive and all grants have to be compared, but it's really comparing apples to oranges when we put up a professional grant writer up against a group of volunteers that are running in some little club that are, you know, grooming trails and stuff like that. I mean, that's just, it's not.
The big just get bigger.
Yeah.
Get forced, and the littles get forced out.
Yeah, and that was one of the scoring criteria, you know, for how we ranked. It was, if it was a well-written, which you want quality
Yeah,
applications.
you do, but I don't discount when I see grammar or missed comments or, yeah, it's like, it just doesn't bother me. It's like, I just go.
No, you gotta look at what the application
Right,
is.
yeah, and so that part, I've just kind of said, nope, I'm not using that.
Well, and not only the application
Now, if they write it,
quality, but also some don't realize that they actually do meet more criteria than they're even writing in their application. But you can tell from what the project is that it is actually meeting several of the criteria. So I took that into account as well. But, how many?
I don't know if you wanted to say. Bob Long, did you want to say something? Get your mic unmuted there.
Is that an invitation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reflecting on past stack meetings, and I know Mark and the others that have been around for a few years, we seem to be focusing more in this meeting on goals and categories, whereas it seems to me that in the past, and I'm not saying what's better or not, but we were focusing more on how the money was being spent and whether the money was being spent wisely. And that can be sort of a picky process, but the motorized, non-motorized distinction, I think in the end is not really important unless you look down a little further and see what they're spending it on. And, I think everybody would agree we want the biggest bang for a buck.
That can drag us into some other conversations that we've had in the past where we discuss, do we want to, support paving of trails? This committee has been kind of anti-paving over the years. And mainly because of the cost, the low miles for the buck and stuff like that, as well as the upkeep of it has always been frowned upon. But at the same time, I'm not saying I frown on it. I'm just saying that's a past discussion point where if you look at, I can't remember which one, it's Billings or what, but they were saying, it's like, we want to pave 2 or 3 miles for a huge chunk of money versus building 20 miles of trails someplace else that are single tracks or something like that. It's kind of like, well, which
Mark?
Yeah.
I've always had some problem with that philosophy of the past stack. Because what you're not considering in that comment is you're closer to a lot more people.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
It's putting trails close to people's homes and workplaces.
Right.
They cost more.
Yep.
Because they're urban and because they do require more of a hard surface.
Right.
So that's something that really is critical to that
Now,
whole
I
discussion.
will tell you, in the past, we have knocked out grant applications because the town was so small and the stack said, there's just not enough people to take advantage of this trail. So it cuts both ways.
We did do that, I
Yeah.
remember that.
It was some little community way out past Lewistown.
In eastern Montana.
Yeah, in eastern Montana. So I can give you the history, but it's like, it does cut both ways. And, like I said, I'm not against it. I'm just saying these are points that we have considered in the past. And I think, it just comes down to how do we want to,
So has the ADA discussion come up in the past?
So if I could just, real quick, because piggybacking on what you said, in the past, we have kind of started at the top. We've talked about each one and we've evaluated ADA, location, what are they building? Who is it going? I mean, some of the asks in the past were big asks for a very small amount of people. So we looked at every single one of these. Then we added it up in the first round. And I want to say, did we do this 2 days once? It was 2 days. Then we added it all up to see if we didn't cut enough out in our early discussions, then we went back through it to cut it out. And they were evaluated on individually versus kind of this, what we're looking at right now. So we started at the top and we talk about the first one. And if it looked great the way it was, or if there was any concerns, sometimes there was no support for the project, except for the person that wrote the application, and that was taken into, all these different things were taken into consideration, but one at a time. And every application kind of got their fair shot. And I don't think we did that last year. It goes a lot faster when you don't do that. But it really is, there's not so many this year that we couldn't just kind of touch on each one.
But I think before we do that, we need to get some clear guidelines on what, harking back to what Brenda said, is what is our goal? And personally, I'm in Bob's camp. I feel like we need to impact people. And I do like the consideration, geographical consideration. I'm a Western Montana girl and I use the trails. So I think as a group we don't all have to agree, but to get some, like, do we want to fund as many as possible, or do we want to try to fully fund really qualified applications and then see how it falls from there? Do we want to really focus, or do we want to have as one of our kind of like second criteria as the ADA and the number of people impacted, or do we want miles? impacted? Because it.
I don't think,
I
I
don't
don't think you can categorize one over the other.
No, you can't. And the other side of that is, I've always liked where we were starting this year, where we said, let's take a look at, the 30% and the 30% and see if we can't just split those off, because if we split them off and we say those are funded, then we focus the rest of the money on everything else. And then we, as a group, we can just stack rank them and say, this is what it works. Because once you've got that 30% off, we used to do that. Very first year I was on the stack, we just looked at how many motorized do we have? Oh, did it add up to 30%? No, not quite. Well, then they're just funded and they're off it's off the table. It's done, it's dusted. And now let's focus on how do we
What's
spend the rest of
left?
the money, and it's easy.
Okay.
May I say something? I'm also on the rec in Lincoln County, and that's a very low populated county, of course, but we have a system there, and that might not be of any value here, but I thought I'd throw it in, where the different parts of the counties are put in one box. So for instance, Eureka area is one, Troy area is one, Libby area is one. The projects that come in those areas are put according to their geographical location. And then the total money that is available is split in the amount of, so we have also Thompson Falls and the subcategories. And the amount of money that's available is split over the different groups. So everybody gets an honest, a fair share of the project. And then from there, we look one by one at all these projects. So if we look at the Eureka area, we say, okay, these projects are available. Okay, how do they rank in importance for the county in general, but also for the local area? And then we divide that money that is allocated for that area accordingly, one by one. But yeah, it takes a lot of meeting and it takes a lot of time, but you get where you have every separate area indeed money allocated. So if we talk about not having enough money or not enough projects even in eastern Montana, maybe that should be activated by more getting it out there that people can apply for that. But then you would have a certain amount of money set aside for a project in eastern Montana, in the Glendive area or something, to mention that, to where that money should go there if there is a project that is applied for. And then you get a better spread, in my eyes, of the money in different locations. Because I see Echo Lake, for instance, here at the bottom again. But Echo Lake is, for instance, a very growing area with not enough recreational trails. And I don't know exactly why it is in the bottom part. But in the case of the subdividing of your resources in different area groups, this project would have gotten a chance, maybe, if it could fall under the Flathead or East Flathead or whatever. Anyway, I thought I saw that.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you made the comment.
Well, we only have the applications we have. And I did notice the drop off in the number of small towns applying. I think that one you were thinking of was Shoto, where we decided there was not enough people to matter there or something. But which
It was literally the
on the other hand, just on that note of towns, when Billings makes an application for a grant, I always think to myself, well, that's a multi-million dollar government there, and are they really that hard up for funds? And I think the same of Missoula. Let's concentrate on places that don't have large governments to fund them if there's nothing there, and work on that where there's no other source but this.
I think that's why splitting up in districts or subparts would work, because then you would look at Missoula and surrounding projects, applications for projects or for grant money for projects. And then you would say, well, okay, so Missoula has this kind of tax base, they don't really, or other sources, they don't really need to be the priority. So they ask for this, But we have all these other projects too that are smaller and laying away from the Missoula area. So let's look at those first, and then Missoula can have some, but it doesn't get what it asked for it to begin with because of other resources available. It's kind of discrimination, I guess, but that is how the rec is very functional, I think, in doing it. Because the smaller ones that don't have the backing of other resources, they will come more into the spotlight. It's not said that every project will get the money allocated that they want, because there might be reasons why it doesn't deserve the full amount, or, you know, if they have other applications with other resources in, so they you know, but that's why you have to talk about these projects one by one. But in Missoula, in my example, would not be the first one that they would look at, because of all the other income resources or funding resources they have.
Isn't that what
Do it make
you're
sense or
asking
not?
the stack to do in the future, is to review the scoring criteria?
Yeah, I was just,
Right now, we're dealing with what we have.
yeah,
we
yeah,
gotta
I was,
yeah, we gotta go with what we
But
got.
the points you're bringing up there, and it's brought up, that's, should be a part of our discussion on revisions to the scoring criteria and to the application itself.
right, yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say, I think what everybody's really highlighting is that there's about 50 different ways
Right.
to develop a program, first of all, and to develop a scoring criteria that actually aligns with the application. And then to actually go through and really suss out, okay, so what are the best projects that we want to try to allocate these resources towards? And there's so many different ways to go about it. And Bob and I have talked about this for years. There is no perfect program or perfect way to do it, but that's why we're so excited that we're going to have these new staff members that can hopefully help come up with the magic bullet for how can this be.
Yeah, I think you also, we're in such a transition time at the moment, you know, Montana is just exploding in population. And so the requirements of what we need to do with trail development and maintenance has changed. I came here nearly 30 years ago, so yeah, I still got the accent. I'm not ever going to shed it. So.
I was just gonna mention too, that I think it's really good to just remind everybody as far as it's a full year process. And so I think what also is being highlighted here is the public information aspect of things and the technical assistance that our staff do provide. I recall years ago now, but actually literally going town by town throughout eastern Montana, central and eastern Montana. We're talking Broadus, Elzada, Malta, you know, I mean, you name it. I literally would go town to town and just, hey, do you have any trail project goals in this community? What do you want to get people connected to? What's the resource here? And lo and behold, we would see some additional applications come through, but back to Brenda's point, they don't have the bandwidth. They don't even hardly have a trails organization put together, or they don't even hardly have a public works department. And then who does the maintenance? And I mean, we can go on and on. So anyway, there's a whole lot of things I think that we can improve upon as far as that technical assistance, the public information, and trying to help better spread. Look at these resources that we do have available and the funding. But that's at the front end. We're now at the very tail end. So I guess I would just encourage all of us, if we can start to figure out, okay, we have 31 applications, 31 projects by the end of the day, we have, what do we got? About 2.5 hours, lunch in between to figure this out. And you're right. I mean, we've done it every way possible. We've gone one by one. You know, we have the rankings, which I didn't highlight this earlier, but I want to now, as far as if you look at the internal review scores compared to the stack scores, very comparable. There's a handful of disparity there. That's it. Otherwise, they're very equal, which I thought was really fascinating to see that come through. So
Go ahead.
So just another, because this is going back on, somebody made the comment about the cities that are asking. City of Billings came up. We've got Missoula County. And I think those, just to be clear, are very different. Like if Missoula County is asking for something, or an organization in Missoula is asking for something, two very different. So I would not want the group of somebody in Missoula to be judged that they have significant resources, because they might not, but the cities and the counties, they may have other resources. So I wouldn't want them to be clumped into, just because they're from Missoula, they have resources, because a lot of the smaller groups don't actually have resources, doesn't matter where you live. But the cities, I do agree that the cities, if we were to look at, do they have alternative funding sources? We might not know from the application. We can't
Answer is
know.
yes.
We're
It's me.
only, yeah, we're only gonna be able to infer that, basically, does the city of Billings have enough money to do their own projects? And
Typically not. I mean, knowing how the cities allocate their money, it's not to trails and counties either. And yet you're also comparing it to the federal agencies who obviously are underfunded in
Yeah,
in
right.
trail, right? But
Suitcases full of money.
I guess
you can't, it's like comparing apples to oranges, you
Okay.
know, okay, federal government. You'd think they'd have a lot of resources for trail maintenance, but obviously they don't. So, yeah, I think I like the ranking, and let's move those guys out and focus on what we need to focus on, which is how we're gonna allocate the rest of the money.
So
I
we
think
did
that's a good place.
75% of just throwing it out there. 75% of fund everything is 75%. We'd only be 52,500 short.
I've got the answer of where that breaks us.
Okay.
That gets us to the Barb Marshall Wilderness Foundation, just above that second set of red,
Including or excluding?
including Bob Marshall by my math, which is always questionable. But so then Three Forks, Helena, Beaverhead, Deer Lodge, Pindler Range, and the city of Great Falls would still be out.
So the Bob would be out too? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, they.
You're going off your new.
Bob would be in.
On this big grid or the little grid?
That gets us at 10. Shoot, I'm gonna have to rethink my math, but whatever math I came up with, how I did it, I got to 1,045,000. So it's still around $6,000 off where the other.
But yeah.
Yeah.
And you're going off the new street.
That was off that one.
So that's award option A.
We would call that E, maybe.
E.
75% of everything.
Okay, it's just at
Great.
75%.
All right. Yeah, that's 75% of everything.
Okay, so a somewhat related question. I noticed, and forgive me for being new with this, but a lot of the maintenance projects, they've been funded. There were some that have been funded 16, 17, 18, 19. You know, do we, and maybe this is in the parking lot for developing a matrix for the future. But it seems to me like there's a distinct difference between new projects and projects that are coming back to the well again and again and again, which I understand, because there's, you know, the opportunity to fund is, you know, they don't have this, what do they have? When I was on the Lower Yellowstone River Corridor Recreation Corridor Advisory Committee, part of the committee, they divided that committee into 3 different groups. And one part of it was strictly to, I mean, we looked at it holistically, but their job was to develop a scoring matrix for all the options of that property that FWP is looking to potentially purchase. And what is it that we're trying to achieve with that project? And I'm thinking that that might be something similar might work for this committee for the fall, developing this, you know, the apples to oranges and try to gather the fruit. But I mean, I also think the 75% might be a good place to start today.
You know, we're talking about future scoring again, I think with your suggestion, but the only thing I can say about year after year maintenance projects with the snowmobile clubs, they don't groom, we don't have snowmobile trails. So that's, they're one of the groups that's gonna come back year after year with maintenance project. Luckily, most of the Forest Service ones aren't the same ones year after year. They may be different trails, in the same districts, but the best example I can give year after year, and they're fully justified, are snowmobile and cross-country ski trails. They're gonna be there every year. They'll rely on private funds, some grant money, but this cross-country ski club's mainly on private funds. And they're gonna be back year after year.
Right.
And if they don't, they're not out there.
The ones that, I guess the ones that have always chapped me a little bit was the ones that said, if you give us this money, we'll build the trail and we'll maintain it. That's a difference in terms of, now they keep coming back to the well. And I've I suggested it in my notes this year, but I said, I'd love to see, and I know this is a big ask, a database of all the projects we've ever funded. And those kind of columns saying, did we fund it based on they would maintain it in the future? And then when we see these come through, we go, nope. And that's that. And it's like, that it would give us a defensible position at that point. So.
We also have a same hope for that someday.
Oh, and it's a huge task. I get it.
When you did the 75%, did you take out two that said that they didn't?
I didn't. I was having that same thought and I was redoing it right now. Yeah. Mind meld.
Yeah.
I think the other piece of philosophical fodder I want to throw in here is, and it's something that I'm thinking about as we look at infrastructure requests that we're going to ask from the next legislature is, okay, we have these smaller communities where the people aren't there now, but we want to spread people out across the state instead of concentrating them in a predominant area. And how do you do that? You help build out the infrastructure in places where it isn't as strong right now. So another philosophical piece.
And that is definitely happening with the Department of Commerce with disbursement or attempts to disperse visitation. There's a lot more funding
And we're talking with
opportunities. Yeah, looking to the smaller communities because we all love Montana, but we know it's changing. How do we direct that?
Don't go to the smaller communities because we don't want all those.
We're full, yeah.
But to your point, Mark, about the maintenance, I understand that, but maybe there's a bigger question for FWP here. Maybe is this part of the same process for return applicants and maintenance, or is that, again, does that go back to the matrix and only so much percentage, or it's you're identifying an issue that means that just we keep putting a Band-Aid on instead of addressing.
Yeah, I feel like people who are helping themselves, that have a partner that aren't expecting 100% funding and don't have any kind of nonprofit that helps. They just want to use the trails and that scored for me less.
And then there was at least one, maybe two, I don't remember, but I love the Foy's to Blacktail Trail, but that project that they're doing this time is a clearing, and you've got the main trail, and this is a new little loop.
Right.
And it's like, okay, we could live without that this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the same.
So that, I'm just wondering, could we look at projects, just throw it out, everybody throw out, if there was something on the list that you just go, there's something like that. I feel like we might be able to just peel a few off that would buy us some, but like I said, I love Foy's to Blacktail, but on that one, they could live without that for this year and come back next year when we have more money too.
Although I will note that I found on the RTP, the bottom of the first page there, Foy's to Blacktail Trail, Emmons Ridge Trail construction is fully funded. So it sounds like they divided up the work for the clearing portion versus the actual trail construction.
Okay.
So the recommendation from RTP is to fully fund the trail construction, but
So that's not gonna happen if we don't fund the clearing.
you don't, or they figure out how to get that money elsewhere.
Oh, well.
Well, and I'll just rate one more thing too, for us to consider is the staff have the really fun job of producing all of the denial letters.
Yeah.
And those denial letters need to very clearly explain the justification for why a project didn't move forward. Based, and then explain, well, they might ask, well, where did I rank?
Yeah.
So if they rank number 3, and so
Yeah,
there just
and
needs to be.
exactly, that's a harder.
Totally
yeah.
fine to do adjustments, of course, but it
Bob
becomes sometimes
wants to say
difficult to
something.
explain it, yeah.
Mark, I think you're wrong about the Foy's point. There's no two trails that are alike unless they're paved. So it's not a waste of money. It's a new trail. So.
No, I get that. I'm just saying that, Foy's to Blacktail still exists without this little loop. But so I'm just saying, and I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying, are there any other projects out there that are, like I said, all of them are good projects.
Or like the
probably.
vault toilet at Echo Lake, they have porta potties that they're using right now, I believe. And I'm there like every weekend. Whether there's a vault toilet or not this year, I think they'll come back and ask. At the same time, that particular organization is really excellent in raising their own money and maintaining their own everything. So they actually don't have a lot of asks, and I like them a lot, but I would say if they didn't get a vault toilet this year, I'm still gonna be able to go to the bathroom if I need to. So there are some of those that it's not whether I like the proposal or not.
Right.
Like you said, you can't do a half of a vault toilet.
Mhm. And, Whitefish Legacy Partners has a huge. So they're.
And they've got multiple trails everywhere, just like
Yeah.
Foy's wants to have.
Right.
So,
And they've had a lot of big asks in the past. They've gotten
They've got
a
a
lot of money over the years.
So you're saying that that's maybe one that would be.
I mean, I'm not saying anything. I think we've had some experience in the past years to know who has had some big asks, and they've always been, well, maybe exception of last year, but they have at least 2 years in a row with very big asks. Anyway, just commenting.
I like Bob's idea of funding as many as possible, and that 75% of everything down to the Bob Marshall seems pretty pretty clean.
that'll shorten our day too.
Well, okay, and I'm just gonna throw out this is my other opinion. Because you mentioned the ADA aspect, we've got a vault toilet above accessibility in Helena. And I don't know all of these trails, I know some of them. So, if I were to say, do we need a vault toilet or do we need accessibility to some trails in some of the urban areas? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out, that if we do that 75%, it takes out some accessibility stuff, but it puts in some other maybe unnecessary based on a ranking criteria.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that the bottom 4, if that's the route that we end up going, are pretty, they're ranked pretty low. So, easy enough to justify that. Yeah.
And I can't remember what they meant by accessibility, and is a vault toilet accessible?
It's putting the Helena one was putting a pad so that they could actually get to I believe it was the. Yeah, it was just putting in a concrete pad to make it accessible. So I mean, it's everything.
In the past, we used to have a lady from transportation. And there used to be transportation, sometimes there's money in transportation.
Transportation alternatives
Right.
program, yep.
So.
Which actually allocates their funding based on population numbers.
So in that case, Helena
Normally would be here.
Yeah, and they have somebody else representing MDT, I would say for somebody, but not able to attend today.
Oh, I'm sorry, 75% level, how did that affect motorized, or did you figure that out?
I did. So motorized would still be over 30%. Okay, at the 75% level, if you account for all of the cost of their project. I did check that. And I also, in response to Madeline and I's brain melt, went back through and did the 75%, double checked my math, was right. We got through the Bob Marshall with some change left over. So then I went back and took out the pieces for those that said they would not want partial funding. And by doing that, we could fund everything.
Okay, boom, we're now thanks necessary.
At 75%. I would want to take time over lunch to double check my math.
Yeah.
But if I've done it correctly, keystrokes, but I think we're at $1,002,036 with even some left over. So you could opt to then potentially pick up the Echo Lake $19,000 with what's left over, even though they said, no, they didn't want partial funding, you could fully fund that, I think, with what's left over. You could also potentially do that with the city's, City of Helena's shooting range trailhead accessibility. I think you could pick up both of those, but again, I can fully fund them, but I want to check my math.
And Hope, I think it's important for, I think I'm right on this. This is a capital budget item, is it not? This grant program. So you can carry money over to the next biennium, can you not? You've got to get authority, but I thought it was operations you had to accrue every year.
It all-
Capitals, you can carry it over.
I don't think you've ever left it.
I don't think we've ever left.
No,
Well, believe me, I've always.
It's only been
wanted
1
to
year.
Spend the money, but I just wanted people to know that if there's a
If
few
we do.
thousand left on the table, it's not lost.
Right.
Yeah, but if we have the projects to give it to, then I think we should
Yeah.
allocate it to the projects.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think we'd be, if my math's right, within about $5,000.
Wow.
So what are the rules, and it is, again, so let's say City of Billings says, all right, we give them 75% of the money. They said they were gonna pave 3 miles, or whatever it was, and they say, well, okay, 75%, we can only do 75% of that. But then the cost of asphalt goes up and they end up paving like half a mile.
Yeah.
Is that, how do we deal with it? Do we just leave it to,
Well, can you put stipulations to that? Actually, can you say, well, you get the 5,000 to pay, but if you can't do it for that, we want the money back?
I want to hear about.
Yeah, so we've definitely dealt with this in the past, and so what we've done with some of these partial funding situations is we leave this meeting, we go back to the applicants and say, here's what the recommendations are. Here's the funding amount for your particular project. Can you still proceed?
Right.
And it's just a quick question. We ask if they can, great. Typically, they are able to secure some other funding source. I would also look at their funding strategy to see what all of those other funding sources are available to them right away, just to help determine that as well. If they can't, then they make that decision of, you know what, we'll just try to apply next year when we can get the full amount, or go to another source, commerce grants, transportation alternatives, whatever it might be. I'd have to look up City of Billings to remind myself of all their other funding sources. I believe they did have some that I think
Didn't they have
it
a
even
big award
includes
from-
transportation
Yeah.
alternatives.
Well, it was from the Yellowstone pipeline leak. So they got money for most of that trail funding, and this was being kind of a supplemental piece.
So if they can't do it, then we would just take them out of the mix and provide some of that funding that was to go to them elsewhere.
Another part of that point, though, I think is important is, so they reply to you, if we give them 75%, they say, well, we can't do the signing part of this project because of that reduction. Then isn't it not up to the department for you to reply to that? Again, we're an advisory committee.
Oh,
You gotta
yeah,
make
that-
some-
that's
You
staff.
guys have to make some
Absolutely.
calls
Yeah.
along the way to make it work.
Yep.
Right.
And we know that because of the increased costs coming up, some of these entities may not be able to do everything they have in their application, but they can report that to you. You and Hope and the department make a call then, not us.
That's right. And it's really simple actually to do that in the web grant system. Because you can push that budget back to them, you can unlock it, and they can make those budget adjustments with a reduced award amount. And then they send it back and we then approve it based on that reduced amount. It's
I
pretty
think we can
slick.
count on these people. There's not a bad project here, in my book.
Yeah.
I think these people, we give them 75%. They're gonna do everything they can, do everything they said they would, but we've got to know that by cutting them 25%, there's gonna be some sacrifice.
Yes.
Well, the green.
That'll be up to you
Yeah.
guys, the department, to decide what to do in those cases.
If they say, no, we can't do it, will they get, as a newbie, I don't know the answer to this, obviously, will they get a preference next year? Or next
No,
round?
then they just reapply.
They just 50-50 again?
No, but a lot of times you do remember, like
Yeah.
over the years, I kind of remember where we cut and where we didn't, especially if we discussed it.
Well, we
And
can-
it will also show the
And I keep all the
application.
last year. I mean, I don't get rid
Oh,
of
I've got
this.
spreadsheets.
I've got the
going
stuff from year one and I'm on year.
So you guys are doing
Fine.
orientation for us, right? Is that
Yeah.
what's happening?
Well, the second year that I did this, I didn't actually bring in what I did the first year. And then I realized I should have, because that was part of the discussion. I would just, I don't know that it is a huge bearing, but I do know that we've cut some stuff in the past and why we did. So I think that just, those discussions, we're not really gonna totally do that today, but it was helpful in the early years to know. Now you guys kind of filter those out for us. But yeah, I think it's good to keep this stuff so that you can glance at it to see, like, I kind of remember this project. As that has happened a couple times where I thought they said they were done with this. So.
Can I ask a question of those of you that have been doing this for a while? Have you noticed similar pattern in the number of federal agencies asking for this money, A, and B, have you noticed has part of the conversation been about the fact that this is a state funded program versus RTP being a federally funded program?
The first year it's been broken out this way.
Yeah, I mean, in the years past, we've scored both the same, they might release them to us, but we would have visibility into both grants. So we could say, okay, I agreed through this one and say, all right, they were asking for this. A couple times we had where there was no clear delineation and we scored them low because of that, because the instruction set back then at least said, if you're applying for both, make darn sure one says you're funding this, like Foist Blacktail, saying we're funding the clearing with
No
this,
overlap.
we're funding the other with that, and that's why. And so if there was no overlap, it made it easy for us to say, score them. But when there was too much or it was unclear, then we'd score low. The second part to your answer is we do see these federal agencies like the Forest Service coming through year on year with requests because they rely on that money to
On the state money.
right, to keep, they on both federal and state generally, to maintain different portions of different trails, and they'll split it up that way.
Just curious.
Ben, do you want to say anything more about?
Oh, yeah, there's certainly, and you can even see over years, there's certain forests that are serial applicants. I mean, they will put in.
And you can tell some are really good at it.
Yeah.
Some of your rec people know how to write a good application.
Yeah, and they've done before.
Like, the one thing that I'd like to say is that I'm new, my first year, very learning experience, but having written a grant application, I think that it would challenge me, having personally done this recently in the last year. If you gave me 75%, it would challenge me to come up with some other funding. I think there's a lot of bright and good people out there that would be able to help me come up with the other portion that I need, or I can finagle a way to maneuver this way or that way to get my accomplished goal, I guess, accomplish my goal. But so the 75%, I have a good feeling about that.
I really like that too, Mike, because that just brings in, someone talked about letters of support and the partners and how you could see there were some grants or applications that maybe only had one other entity, but the ones that had 5 or 6 or 7 listed out, you're like, wow, this is a holistic view of this. But it also gives that community the autonomy to work together, and the impetus, I think, is really important. And I'm feeling really, if the math works, I feel very comfortable about this solution.
Just checked it.
I saw you over there.
I right till the last number, I was like, yep, I'm good. But that's okay because I figured out where my error was in that last number. But so no, we're fine. So you could fund all of these. You could recommend funding all of these at points at 75%. And then taking out the capital trail vehicle again, taking out the Echo Lake again, because they fell within where those projects shook out. You could then go back and pick up the last 3 projects that were open to partial funding. And you'd fund everything on the list, 75%, except for the ones that said no partial funding. That leaves you literally with about $19,000. So if you wanted to go back and pick up the Echo Lake Trails Association Midway Trailhead Vault Toilet for $19,000 and fully funded, we would be within $1,000 to do that.
Wow. I would actually recommend that because I just know that particular group. I'm not a member of the group, but I use those trails a lot. They're very good at maintaining and raising their own money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of trails that they keep groomed.
I'm a fan of vault toilets.
I think
I'm sorry, but it's like,
I would be so happy.
it really, we have problems. We are putting in a vault toilet on the DNRC land this spring. And it is, it's something where when you don't have it,
yeah,
it's a
you're in
mess.
a porta potty in the middle of winter. It's a little chilly.
The breeze.
Absolutely.
But I would say if I could, I mean, a couple of these groups I could speak for because I know the groups and I have no conflict with Echo Lake. I'm not a member. I don't live there to do any of the maintenance. I use it, I donate to it, and I participate in all of their fundraisers so that they can fund all of this, and they do a pretty bang up job. It's very, very popular.
I can support that.
I would agree about the vault toilet. We had one, we had a porta potty up at Zimmerman Park, and that thing got tipped over a lot.
Yeah.
Once we got the vault toilets in, man, people were using those. I've never seen such an explosion of people being so excited for something. That was a bad pun.
Choose your verbs wisely.
Yeah. I want to check in with Julie and Bob, Christy, and Christy too. What do you think about this recommendation strategy?
I am in full support of doing exactly that. I would love to fund everything up to the Bob Marshall, take out the no fully funding, and then put in the vault toilet. I think that's the best solution.
How about you, Julie?
It's definitely pretty fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree.
So the only other thing I would throw out, and I'm playing more devil's advocate than anything, is sometime the Bob Marshall one always bothered me when it's kind of the outfitters that destroy the trails and they don't have any, skin in the game to fix the trails. And we're sitting here pouring money in. Within that grant, I love trail crews, that get used. I was a YCCer back in the day. I think it's wonderful. MCC, YCC, there's mixed opinions on those things, but I think it gets the youth out. It shows them how to work, swing an axe. It's a good thing. Get a few blisters. Life is good that way. But, that one, And the Whitefish Legacy Partners, who has money, if we needed to pull a little bit more off of those two or some others, I think that's something we could consider as a group, but I'm not, it's like.
Yeah, the Whitefish Legacy is
So-
of course also private donations. It's similar as.
They are professional grant writers. They
Yeah.
are, it's like, and they've got a lot of money. So.
Can I just ask a quick question, Hope? I just want to make sure that I'm following the, where we're going here. So is Capital Trail Vehicle Association still a part of the mix?
No.
Okay, because they
did
consider
not
no.
partial funding, I
Right.
removed them in my calculation.
I will add that in our internal review process, Capital Trail Vehicle Association had in their application that they cannot proceed with last year's application unless this year's application is funded, because it's a capital improvement project. And so I just wanted to highlight that. Another issue that we noted in our internal review process was with the city of Helena and the Trailhead 88 project. Let's see, so there was, the scope of the work in the EA is not what was noted throughout the application. There were no letters of support, no indication that the Forest Service or the adjacent landowners in the area approve. They clearly referenced some of that, and we've also have had some issues with the Beatty Street Trailhead project in the past with the city of Helena. So I just wanted to highlight that one as well, that if the city of Helena is approved, it would be a conditional approval for them to proceed with all of those other requirements.
Yeah.
They're below the line, right?
Yeah,
Not
so
in the way that we've just.
Not in the way we just did.
right. So that's why I'm highlighting some of
That's
those
where,
other.
I like to look at these, and say, okay, this is a great starting point where we're at. Now, can we just tweak the numbers a little bit and maybe make a few people happier?
So the Helena is almost 13,000, but the Capital Trails is 62.
Yeah.
So that's a big.
And I'll note there too, that another thing we noted in their budget for the city of Helena is that it seems very low.
Yeah, it does.
It's not going to be enough funding based on the construction market, what probably.
I think we should pull the city.
So anyway,
I
just a
think the
couple things.
Helena project should come out. I mean,
Especially if prices I kind of saw that too, but yeah, I would agree. It's a pad
It's a
for
concrete.
access. They can kind of get around that right now.
If you, very much earlier, you talked about the marijuana funds and what that would potentially provide, and we don't have access to those yet. But with either one of these two, is there a way if we pull them out that we can say, we really want you to reapply, particularly the Capital Trail, if they're behind on that project?
We've done that in the past, saying, please come back.
Yes, and we have an eye on this, but you aren't even ready for the money. Right?
Well,
And we anticipate having greater funds in the future. Please come back.
Yeah, so they have, what would it be? So they were approved last year. So they would have to have all funds expended from their last year grant by summer, I want to say. It's probably in August next year timeframe.
That's what I remember.
So say they get funded, let's just say we're funding Capital Trail Vehicle Association. They would have to then actually do that project work, probably come next, this fall or spring timeframe for use.
And another piece to consider, this is more on the philosophical side, but ties into this discussion is, and I was trying to find the page that it's on and I couldn't find it quickly, but somewhere in here, we said that for awards received in this cycle, so it wouldn't apply to last year's cycle, but if you want to come back for another application next cycle, you have to show significant progress in expending this cycle's money. And so just to mention that, to put people on alert, because we have had, I think, just from listening to context and discussion about things, some half-baked projects that have come in. People don't have all the money to do, or they don't have the idea fully formulated. They've come in and asked for money and it's been awarded, but they can't actually get it on the ground. So we're trying to also discourage that in the future, like come to us when you're really ready to get the project going. And not to comment on the Capitol Trail project.
So is that one delayed because of pandemic activity, or is it just that they're really the cart in front of the horse?
They need more money, quite a bit, 60, whatever it is, 62,000 in order to actually get that entire trailhead improvement project completed. And they based last year's application off from, okay, so we'll secure this amount. And then I wasn't close enough with last year's grant to know that, but just Carissa noted this, that in their application, even last year, it sounded like they were looking to try to secure additional funds this year in order to complete the whole project.
Is it,
I don't know what
I
they-
have in my notes, would they be eligible for FLAP funding?
Possibly.
Federal Lands Access.
Potentially. It's quite a significant process.
Yeah.
Well, I wish we knew what last year's grant application included. We said it.
I
just pulled it
Yeah,
up.
she's got it.
I don't know what they applied for, but they were awarded 18,484, which is significantly
You're not
less
sure what
than
that
the
is.
62,000.
So partially it could be cost
Can we
estimates.
see the budget that was approved then?
Yes, and it says the project overview is improvements pavilion on concrete pad, 2 picnic tables, 1 handicap parking pad, and 1 latrine.
And I don't know if they attempted RTP. That would be good to know that too.
You mean this year or last year?
Last year.
Last year.
Oh, last year.
Potentially they did.
Yeah, this year they didn't.
They didn't this year, but maybe last year they attempted that.
I wonder why they didn't do RTP and they did this.
I can say it, I'm a member of that club, and they rely on one of their members to do their applications, and the application was, should I say minimal?
Yeah.
It could have been a lot better, let's put it that way. I scored, even though I'm a member of that club, I scored them almost to the bottom of all of our projects. It was such a poor application. But I wasn't aware either of what you were talking about a minute ago, about last year's grant is in part somewhat contingent on what we do this year, which I question that a little bit too.
Yeah, I don't think we should let ourselves be held hostage.
No.
I don't think that's appropriate. So.
And then, you know, the Great Falls project, I believe they had 2 or was it 3 bike repair stations? So
Yeah,
if that's partial, then they would probably only be able to proceed with 1.
right. And they did say they would proceed with 1. I just can't imagine that the city of Great Falls can't come up with $5,000.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to get $5 grand.
Well, and
I know.
I just bought some bike repair stations. If they just shop a little bit, they'll get 3 for the price of, I mean, I got them for 850 and 634 plus 634, $14,084. I mean, $1,484 for 3 of them. Or I mean, for 1 each. So they wanted how many? 2 or 3?
2, but they're also paying for staff to install.
Yeah. But the cost would be about $3,500 for shipping and those.
Hi. Tom Lang, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and pull up the seat if you want. We're running a little behind. We're gonna break here for lunch in a minute. How about we let this sit over lunch and you can ruminate while you eat. And we had scheduled, Jason just went to go pick up lunch. And we had scheduled public comment for 12:15, but I wonder if we might want to just go ahead and do that right now. And then we could go around introductions with Tom while we wait for lunch to show up and then get started. Does that seem okay? Okay. So let's start with our public commenter in the room, Carrie White. If you still have comments you'd like to make, you'd be very welcome to do that now.
I do. You guys guy's going through a lot of pain.
Thank you for recognizing.
Been a lot of those meetings that start with new members and stuff. Just to start out, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this later on in the second public comment. It's on the SCORP. And I know a lot of you are probably familiar with it, but it's a statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, which is required by the state in order to get LWCF funds. And it has to do with RTP, not so much the funds you're looking at today, but the RTP. 2017, 25% of Montana adults reported no past month leisure time, physical activity, and nearly half, 45% of Montana adults did not meet the federal physical activity guidelines. And I mentioned that's in the SCORP because it asks to reach out to seniors and other health challenged demographics to encourage their engagement in outdoor recreation. And it should be a top priority for the state. And I mention that because I'm getting older. I can't hike like I used to and ride a bike like I used to. E-bikes, snowmobiles, ATVs, side-by-sides, OHVs are very important to seniors and disabled folks in the state. And because of the criteria that we're looking at for, tiering these projects, motorized is getting the short end of the stick. So when you look at the priorities that are on this list, motorized is really being pushed aside, which motorized is all users. Whether you drive to the trailhead or you use an e-bike or motorcycle, ATV, side-by-side, snowmobile, all of those things is motorized, categorized as motorized. And so I think it's important, as we said before, if 30% of these funds should go to allocated to motorized, you should fully fund those motorized requests. And another thing that was brought up is the ability of somebody to write a grant. These people that are writing these grants for these motorized clubs, they're just out, they like to go ride. They're not grant writers. They're not getting paid for it. There's a lot of agencies and cities and municipalities on here that have paid grant writers. They're very good at it. And that has to do with the grading system that comes out here too, is the quality of the grant. And I called up our groomer that grooms the snowmobile trails over in Gallatin on the way over here. I think everybody's put gas in their car. These applications for this funds for grooming was pre-fuel prices right now. Our groomer is getting 1 mile per gallon. You take these grooming clubs around the state, we ran out of funds in our grooming program a month before the season was over. And so we're going to lose these grooming opportunities out there because they can't afford fuel. You're talking $5, $6, $7 a gallon by the time we get to next year. It's very important that we fund these grooming programs for the skate skiers, the dog sledders, the fat tire bike riders, all these people that are out on the trail. And I say that because when I'm out on the trail, I see a lot of elderly folks with their kids and their grandkids sharing those experiences on the trail. And that's how we get our kids outside, away from our computers and laptops. And that's how we get the grandparents to spend time with the grandkids and share those areas out there. You've got to have motorized or mechanized transport in order to be able to do that. Because I can't go hiking with my grandkids. They scare me what they do, but I want to go share that. And when I get to a lock gate, when I get to an obliterated road, a tank trap, and the Forest Service and the BLM have closed roads and trails over the past, we've lost a lot of access. Forest Service has probably never built a campground in the last 50 years. And I am so happy that FWP is proposing a new campground. I think I saw it come out on the news release. And lastly, I would just say, I didn't want to leave you out, Beth, or you, Janice, for your ability and staff and resources for this committee and stuff. It's just that I served 8 years in legislature, and whenever somebody come up to me about a grant program within FWP, I'd say, have you talked to her? Because she was a go-to gal. So thank you for your time. I do want to talk a little bit more about SCORP, but I'll do that at the second public comment. Thank you.
How about online? Any public commenters? If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand, or so we can call on you in some sort of order. And the raise hand button is under the reactions icon at the bottom of your screen on the right side. Just gonna check the chat, make sure there's nothing there. Okay. Well, with that, I'd like to formally introduce Tom Lang, our new Montana Trail Stewardship Grant Program Manager. We started April 18th. Yay. We're all very excited. Tom, I told him that you live here in Helena, but are currently working remotely for Oregon DEQ, managing a different kind of grant program, but also talk a little bit about your background in recreation management and National Park Services Ranger. But anything you'd like to say to the group is
just excited to get going in I guess a week and a half, and really looking forward to figuring out all the programs that y'all are choosing right now. And so it'll be a full plate when I get in, and we'll get rolling. It'll be great.
We've been talking about vault latrines and outhouses, and I know you come with a wealth of information and knowledge on human waste management. So that'll serve you well.
it's part of this grant management duties.
Yeah, we happen to know we like vault.
Part of what you deal with.
I think my first year I was considered the latrine czar, so because I was looking through and there were some that were just like super high priced.
Do we need a double?
Yeah, do they really need
no.
a double? Do they really need this? I price these things and they don't cost this.
That was the Bitterroot club, yeah.
Where are you from? Tell us a little bit about your background.
Yeah, so I've traveled really all over the country the last 12 years. I started with the Park Service in 2011, working in Indiana, Indiana Dunes National Park, and then to Colorado to Rocky Mountain, and then ultimately to Alaska to Katmai National Park and Preserve. And it was at Katmai when I decided to go back to grad school. So I went back to to the College of Forestry and Conservation. And out of that, I worked for Sullivan Bitterroot Frank Church Foundation, and put together a comprehensive impact monitoring program for the Frank Church, which is managed by 5 national forests down there in central Idaho. So that was a really great project to start learning collaborative planning and long-term planning strategically with 5 forests that were kind of managing it all a little separately. And so I was trying to unite that. And that job was a grant funded job for a year. So then I moved on and got this opportunity with Oregon DEQ. So switched more into the built environment and environmental protection and solid waste management, hazardous waste management, which has been a great opportunity these past 3 years, a lot of learning. So when the opportunity comes, I'll be able to help with solid waste and materials management issues as they come in.
We have plenty.
Yeah, the more users, the more need to manage those things. So yeah, my wife and I moved back to Montana a year ago, and I've been working remotely to finish a project that ends this week with Oregon DEQ. And so, yeah, it's been a pretty busy 12 years moving around, and I think we're feeling really settled in Helena, and I think I'm looking forward to this position and getting rolling and seeing what I could do and help everybody out.
Awesome, welcome.
I mentioned a little bit that your research in grad school had been revolving around stakeholder engagement, and conflict resolution. And so I think that is going to be a great addition to not only this work, but just benefit the Bureau as a whole, our Access and Landowner Relations Bureau that this work sits in, and the division be a good addition as well. So.
Yeah, stakeholder engagement is something that I've become more and more interested in over the years. We just got to figure out ways to bring in more information and organize it better. And informed planning with it, so.
Also been talking today about how to just better advertise the programs and engage smaller communities, particularly in eastern Montana, to improve our geographic distribution. So I think that all kind of ties in together. So, welcome.
Thank you.
Do you want to go around and just do?
Oh, yeah, that's a good
really
idea. Sorry.
quick,
Sorry.
So you know who's in the room?
Let's start with the online folks. this
Yeah,
time.
online. Who would like to start first online? Christy, how about you? Oh, your mic's off.
I'm Christy Drake. I'm from Billings. I am the executive director of Billings TrailNet, and I'm on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Let's see, I've just lived in Billings or in Montana for 14 years now, and from Nevada originally. I'm a avid bicyclist and hiker, and now cross-country skier.
Oblong.
Yeah. Hello,
Yeah. You're on.
for what?
Introduce yourself.
I already did that.
No, for our new director,
For Tom Lang.
for Tom.
Oh, okay. Who's our new director? Oh, right there. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Bob Long, I'm from Polson. I've lived here for 30 years. I grew up in Missoula, and I'm interested in, I think the point that was recently made about how all recreation's motorized is true. Very few people recreate right out the door of their house. So I think it's important to share the dollars that come in for this program from gas taxes, as I understand it, with motorized people. But on the other hand, we also have to recognize that if we're recreating and driving somewhere, we have to fund what we're driving to as well. So it's been interesting. This is, I think I've been on the stack now for 4 years, and this is a whole different discussion than I can recall ever having. And it's been an interesting one. So welcome aboard.
Thanks, Bob. And Julie Riley.
And I'm Julie Riley. I'm a half-time Montana State University Extension agent out here in Powder River County in Broadus, a town of only about 400 people, but we do have trail users out here. So welcome.
And then you want to start, Jen?
Sure, I'm Jenny Sullivan, and I live in Missoula, but work here in Helena, and so I use all the trails in both locations right out my front door. So usually don't take a car, but I do have to drive back and forth between these two cities. I spent 16 years at Adventure Cycling Association, which is a national nonprofit bike organization that actually worked with Indiana Dunes on some projects. So that's kind of cool. And we now work for the Historical Society. And, so just love the trails, just like everybody else.
I'm Bob Walker. I'm chair of the Montana Trails Coalition. I've been involved in the Trails program in Montana for 30 years. I live in Clancy, and I'll be seeing you.
Huge resource.
I'm Brenda Moss. I'm the Director of Marketing with Visit Southeast Montana Tourism. So it's one of the 6 tourism regions in the state. So really just looking to learn a lot more where I can help our tourism partners and communities in the eastern side of the state think about how they want their communities to look in relation to trails.
I'm Madeline Martin, live in Eureka, Montana, and have no experience whatsoever except recreating in the outdoors and use the trails in different ways, mainly hiking, but I'm also cross-country skiing, downhill skiing, and just very interested in the future of our trails and how it can maybe add something to that. But more for the laughs than serious. No,
Let's go around to the rest of the stack.
Sure.
I'm Alice Santos. I'm from Helena, and I'm on the non-motorized part, but I think I kind of introduced myself before. I use both motorized and non-motorized. I use the trails here in Helena, probably the most here. I also have a place in Anaconda, so I use a lot of those trails out there. And that's where I do a little bit more motorized. And this is my, I want to say, four or five. We're in there. We've been there for a little bit. And it's kind of, it's exciting this year just because there's so many new people. But welcome. Looking forward to seeing more of you.
I'm Mark Smolin. I'm from Big Fork, and I do a lot of different things. I snowmobile. Your DEQ experience was interesting to me. I'm also the operator for my little water district in my housing development, and so I went and took the test and do all that, and along with being the HOA president and everything else up there. And but again, this is my 4th year on the stack. I'm an avid snowmobiler. I'm also the chairman of the Trans-Montana Charity Snowmobile Ride that goes out every year. And so I work a lot with the charities. I'm kind of semi-retired. I build an app for mapping. I do all kinds of weird stuff. So I keep busy like that. But I really enjoy this from the standpoint of trying to, make sure that, we're utilizing the funds, effectively. And, and making sure that the right amounts are going to the right areas.
I'm Mike Patterson. I'm from Butte. I guess I'm on the motorized side, but I do non-motorized as well as the motorized. Brand new, my first year. Welcome. Good luck.
Well, and then so Janice Richardson works at FWP with us. Jason Poole from your interview process. Beth from your interview process. Yeah, and then our partner agencies here. Kent is
with the Forest Service in the Northern Region.
And his partner, Chris Prue, is on Zoom. Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, Tom. I'm acting as a Trails Program Lead for the Northern Region, working for Kent.
And then we also have Brian from BLM on with us.
This is my 6th year on the sitting in on these, and been a very interesting 6 years.
And Dan Drotton is also with our federal partners.
Hi, Tom. Yeah, I work with Forest Service Region 1 grants and agreements. So just sitting on the meeting today. Nice to see you.
And then, yeah, I think that rounds us out. We probably better get to start eating lunch so we can keep in this big discussion we've been having. But appreciate you coming in, Tom, and just meeting everybody over your lunch hours. So thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's do about a half hour.
That's for my wife.
I thought, oh my goodness.
They can't get rid of it.
We're doing it at
Powell, that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're running that operation.
We're supposed to go grab our lunch and just start with.
This year is going to be one more year virtual with the national. And then we
I was gonna say.
bring it back up.
Yeah.
With the
Yeah.
kind of Northern Rockies next year.
Yeah, that was a good training.
That was fun. Person.
Everybody's got to remember.
Just in the virtual for 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. So fun.
Somebody ordered a tea.
Love it. It'll be fun working.
Yeah. You got your tea.
We're advisors. Or should we? It's been fun.
Chips?
Sure.
And there's other stuff over here too, Tom. There's coffee, water, drinks, ovens.
Are there forks in
Right?
Done with- So, waste management. Thanks, Colleen. Wondering as we come back into from lunch here, how folks are feeling about the conversation you had this morning and kind of where you left it. I wanted to revisit the public comment because of the concerns that have been raised, but Carrie White and I were able to look through the math just right before we're getting started here again. And I think we're on the same page now that the motorized 30% is met in this formula that the SAC is proposing, the 75% funding for everything. I think the other piece that we should say out loud on our side, Janice and I were talking about it specifically, is that in the guidance document that we have, it does say that we are going to fully fund roughly 75% of all available funding for the program will fully fund the top ranked projects. And roughly 25% will fund other top ranked projects at 75% of their request. So what you're proposing does conflict with that. This is what we put forward as an agency for the guidelines in the review process. And, you know, I just want to say that out loud. And I think that we as an agency, if that's your recommendation, if you want to go that direction with starting point 75% funding for everything with those exceptions we talked about, that we would need to go back to, I think, our legal unit and say, this was the recommendation coming forward. What capacity, as we think about the agency's perspective on putting the final decisions on this, do we have to not comply with what we said in the guideline? So I want to put that out there as food for thought and as you reflect on things you've been thinking about over lunch, et cetera.
So would it be good to have a plan B then? What your legal says, put that in the guidance.
So it said, I just want a clarification. It said we will fully fund
Top ranked projects.
top how many?
It says top ranked.
Top rank.
At
So we get to draw a
75%.
line.
But to me, that's secondary to the 30% consideration. To me, the harder line is 30% committed to non-motorized and 30% to motorized. And then you get as close as you can to 75% of the funding going to fully fund top ranked projects. And that, to me, it's the fully fund piece of the guideline that is the most contrary. So.
Well, is there a way that we can take motorized ones that, I guess, just trying to figure out, like, we take that 30% out, take 30% out, and then look at the remaining.
At what's left, go
top
back to
rank.
option A.
Yep.
Can I ask a clarifying question too that didn't come up earlier for me and it just did now, which is there is a snowmobile grant program.
There is.
Sorry, being novice, what does that fund this, there were overlap there?
So I think probably a really good example, so the snowmobile program, just for a really quick overview of that. We allocate out on an annual basis, right around, I believe it's 420,000
Oh, not very much, yeah.
annually to 26 different snowmobile clubs across the state of Montana.
Okay.
There's also. And that's. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, double check that number, please. There's also, part of that is through the snowmobile trail pass, which is for equipment. Repairs and things like that is part of that amount that I just stated. They also receive an appropriation specific for groomer purchases. So we typically fund 1 to 2 new groomers every biennium. So that's the snowmobile program funding. What they typically end up applying to RTP as well as trail stewardship now is for additional grooming operations funding, which gets that groomer out on the trails more often. So that's what you'll see in some of these applications.
Although there was one application that was for a groomer.
Yeah.
It's contracted grooming.
No,
That's
I thought it was for a groomer. It was actually for, sorry.
No,
No, there was no grower in there in any of these.
because trail equipment isn't
It's- You
eligible.
The summit one was the contract.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
Yeah. I
That was
remember
all through.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No,
Thank
that's a
you
good
for
question.
helping me.
Yep.
You would bring that up, wouldn't you? I thought that was a mistake in the first place. when I
Cold
saw the
water.
guidelines. Yeah, I do too. So I'm sad to hear it's still out there.
I mean, I do feel like we would be wise to come with a second recommendation in case.
I mean, it also states in the guidelines, a finalized list of recommended awards is determined by majority vote of staff members. So it does seem to be a good idea to, have a majority vote of some sort as far as moving things forward.
So if we majority vote to do the 75% funding, does that give us more air cover?
I think this department still has the same consideration. Because we have the final decision.
Actually, Mayor, interrupt me, there was the request for a groomer, and it is under the Dillon Region District Summer and Winter Trail Steward, because in their job description or their request for the funding for the winter program, it says that assist with work with volunteer groups and partners to perform work on winter snowmobile and ski trails across the winter district. And I also saw that as a grooming. He does it with the volunteer group, but it says on winter snowmobile ski trail. So is he not doing grooming then?
The difference is, when they said groomer, it's to purchase a tractor, a grooming tractor machine, like a Caterpillar. That's what they look like.
Yeah, I know what they
So
look like.
nobody applied for a groomer.
As
They applied for
the
grooming.
machine.
Yeah.
Right. So, right, so what we do,
I
yeah,
thought it was.
there's
that
two
was-
different rates. There's a rate for cross-country ski grooming. and
Yeah, I
there's a
know
rate
all that, but I thought groomer was the actual guy who did the grooming.
Person
on
driving
the
the machine.
Grooming machine. So that was.
It is confusing, we use the same term.
An English lesson here for me.
Well, because we do call the person who tried the groomer too.
We do up in my area. I also have a dog. She's there actually.
So what do you think?
Did somebody make
Where
a
we at?
motion?
Is that what we need?
To push forward our initial,
Just ask.
I mean, we could certainly do that as a starting point, leave that as our preferred option, or our preferred recommendation to FWP. So,
Mark, make the motion. I'll second, then we can discuss.
so I would make the motion that we approve the funding of said grants as discussed at 75%. And
After the 30-30.
with, meeting the 30-30 requirement.
Let me just specifically recap
Yes.
that as discussed this morning, that would be 75% of all the submissions, with the exception of the 3 that said no, they were not acceptable for partial funding. With the then next caveat being that it appears we would have enough money to go ahead and fully fund the Echo Lake Trail Association Way Trailhead Vault Toilet.
Yes.
So that would be the pieces of that.
You initially made that motion, even with a ball toilet.
And that includes, it would cover the 30-30 as well.
Just two more pilots is one too
Fine,
many.
The portion of motorized projects when the 75% is applied is $409,000 and change. Except when you then back out, sorry,
It would be 362,588.
yeah, when you
without
back out that 50.
62,000.
Yeah, when you back out the money from, well, we'd be backing out about 45,000. Because we calculated that at 75%. But when you take out the project for the Capital Trail Vehicle Association. So.
And of course, we rely on Hope's mathematics here. Be sure.
Does this include,
Did it twice though and came up with the same thing.
So
Christie.
Christie?
so does this include, I'm sorry if I'm missing something, but does this include the Great Falls, the Pintler Ranger District, Helena, and Three Forks? They all get 75% except for City of Helena?
That would be this, well, and that was including the City of Helena. So I think we better start there as our base motion. And then if you want to propose amendments to specific projects, we could do that as moving an amendment. How about that? So we can keep track.
That's
I got a
Here's
question.
my push mark on this is now we can discuss the proposal. We have something to discuss.
just, can I clarify?
Oh, yeah.
So we're saying we're not funding the Three Forks and the Capital Trail Vehicle Association, is that correct?
Not Three Forks, the Helena City.
Oh, I'm sorry, Helena and then the Capital Trail Vehicle are the two that are receiving zero funding under this.
Right, yes, so then, yes, Christie, you're correct. The Helena would not receive it because they were a no on receiving partial funding. And with the leftover money we had, we first applied that to the Echo Lake Trails Association request for $19,000 fully funded.
Okay. Well, essentially, we could say that was, I mean, in the future, after this motion, we could potentially say that was one of the fully funded projects. As
It would be the
per
only
the rules of the grant that we put out for ourselves.
It would, but it would be the only one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'd technically be still within our restriction.
Kind of, it's not a top rank.
Well, the way it's written in the guidelines was that 75% of the funding would be used to fully fund.
Oh, 75%. Thank you. We've got a few more hours to kill, don't we? Let's get this motion over with and start working on option B.
Any discussion on the motion? Bob Long, I think you were waving there earlier. Did you want to say something?
Just wanted to clarify, so we're talking about 75% across the board for the first how many projects?
It would be everything on the list except for Capital Trail Vehicle Association, because they did not want partial funding.
Okay,
And the City of Helena, because they did not want partial funding. And then we would go ahead and fully fund the Echo Lake Trails Association because there would be enough left over to do so.
I don't understand why we make a distinction between Echo Lake and everybody else. Why are they getting 100?
Just not wanting to leave money on the table. There's about $19,000 left after the 75%. You could choose to allocate it to a different project instead of the Echo Lake Fall Latrine, but that was this morning's discussion was to.
I'm not understanding why they're so deserving they get 100%.
Because you can't buy partial toilets.
Right, a toilet costs 19 grand, giving them 15 grand isn't gonna help them at all.
Well, I'm having trouble understanding how that isn't going to basically be the principle for the rest of them, even though they say they can take partial funding. I mean, I don't.
No, they're the ones saying they would not accept partial funding because they can't use partial.
I understand. Except I don't know what 75% of a trail looks like, except probably not done.
Well, hopefully the people that wrote that they would go forward with partial funding know where they would allocate that 75%.
They said they would
They said
take
they
partial.
would.
Or they would have partners or some sort of,
Or they
Yeah.
would put a toilet.
Or
they
we
would-
would see it, or we would see them next year wanting
We'll see
more
them
to
next year, yep.
finish the project. They'll be
The
back.
the fundamental issue is, do you want to fund fewer projects or do you want to fund more projects? You know, that's what it boils down to. And the discussion this morning seemed to indicate that the group was favoring funding more projects at partial than cutting out a whole bunch of them and saying you don't get any funding, but we're going to fund a few of these.
Right, because all the applications had merit.
Yeah, I don't think in reality though, that 75% is going to be a good idea across the board for a lot of organizations. They're either going to come back or they're going to not finish things, or they're going to limp along. It just doesn't seem to be good policy to say that when you make a request, we're going to give you, 75% and expect that to be something worthwhile.
But they were asked on the application if they would accept partial funding, and they said yes, so they must have had a reason.
No, I'm sure they would. In fact, the right answer on any grant request seems to me to be partial funding, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a good thing.
Ken, can I ask you a quick question as far as from the Forest Service or Chris or Brian here too? Well, I guess Brian, there's some BLM projects in there. If you were to receive partial funding for the various Forest Service districts that are being proposed here, what would those reductions look like?
So depending on the grant proposal, if it's maintenance, they'll take it as far as they can go. And if they can mix in partners, mix in appropriate, there'd be some appropriate funding. So I think they would take it as far as they could go, and again, mix in partners. If there's specific projects, I think Lowell has a project where they're trying to actually continue to build out of Superior. I think it's, some of those projects, I think why they're saying it's partial funding would be accepted is it's scalable. So maybe they could lay gravel in the parking lot, and if they were trying to build, I think part of Heather's proposal may be a fully accessible trail with hard gravel. I could be wrong, but if that's the case, maybe get the parking lot gravel pulled off on the trail and do that some other way. So I think a lot of the Forest Service folks view this as if they can get partial funding, they'll be very appreciative and will take the money as far as they can go, mix in partners. Again, mix in some, oftentimes, if the funding's a little bit weird now for us because we can't fund our seasonal crews with trail funding. We can fund them with this funding, but we can't fund them with trail funding. It comes out of a different pot, like we were talking about.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they can mix things in. They could maybe get, next year, they could get on the list to get an MCC crew maybe for a hitch, get work done that way. So there's different ways that the Forest Service can scale up or scale back. So I think that's hopefully answered. Chris, anything to add to that?
I'd like to just add that it incentivizes partnerships and private investment. So if you've got partial funding and you can say, hey, we've got 75%, let's get 25% more. It's so much. That is such a case for support for the community to get out and donate, or businesses to get out there and help
The
out.
other thing that we have to think about is these budgets, and we talked about this briefly, the budgets when were prepared 6 months ago, by the time they actually get to do the work, if they can get people to do the work, the budgets are already messed up. And that's their responsibility to work with Beth and her team in making that budget fit. I mean, workforce is changing. You can, I got a kid who's making $30 an hour doing cement, who's gonna work for 15. So they might lose staff, they might lose, materials, it's all gonna change, but that onus is on the applicants. And I agree, the partnerships and the creativity, we have to let them have that.
Same thing goes for snowmobile, the
Yeah,
clubs in
cost
here
of
that are
gas.
getting money for grooming, I mean, the cost of diesel has gone up 66% this
Yeah.
year for the red dye diesel that we use. And it, the bottom line is, we take a day out of our schedule or something because we can't afford it. And that's what they do. They'll trim back, they'll try and make the whole season if they can. I know that's what we do in the Flathead. We'll spread the money across the season and then we'll go to the outfitters and say, hey, you want those trails groomed up that normal extra day, write a check.
Yeah, and in my
Like you
area-
said, Brenda, or Christie, it incentivizes more partnership.
Yeah, and in my
I have no
area,
problem with it.
it goes down to personal donations. There are lots of little fundraisers that manage to get $5,000-$10,000 in, and they use it to.
And I'll be 100% honest and candid. I'm voting for this because I think if we move to the 100% funding, there's a whole bunch that are gonna fall off the list that I'm not willing to sacrifice. And you'll have me, you'll see my Irish.
When,
I've seen it in written form before.
You've seen my written form, yeah.
So I did a little bit of my analysis, I went through and, that nice spreadsheet that you sent that just summarized all of them away from the website. And I just kind of looked at that particular piece of it because I knew we were over. And, they basically said where they would cut, and almost every single one, I felt like they could cut 15, 20, 25%. Because they said how they would do it. Some of them, it was less, it was more like 5%. There was one or two. But, it's the feasibility for them to reduce the amount of the request. They had to think through that and they had to justify how they would do it in the application. And so to double check my own notes on it.
So you're accurate, it's in the
You know.
funding strategy narrative. Yeah,
Right.
And that's a big reason why we built that in. there.
Right.
So we do know, oh, okay, so they can tap into this resource or this funding source or this
Yeah.
partnership or not.
And that could be, in the future, that could be part of how we do rank too, is what percentage can they cut if they say they can cut?
Now, one in particular that might be somewhat difficult, I'm just looking at Lewistown.
Yep, that's the one I
It's for
said.
surfacing, so
It's really. hard
knowing
to cut
construction costs are increasing. That's a pretty large request.
Any of these grants that require asphalt, they're gonna
Yeah.
be suffering this year.
Yeah.
Lewistown's experienced this.
Oh, yeah.
They do have access to other monies.
Yep.
They can go after, so I know the folks at Lewistown, they'll get it done.
Well, the same thing with Billings. I think, Billings has that large court award,
Right.
from that spill, so they could redirect funds out of their stuff too, so.
I think there's opportunities too for their contractors, maybe are they gonna do in kind? Not just for any of these projects, but some of the ones that are bigger materials. Because they might be really happy to be a strong community partner and willing to say, I'll take 20 grand less for this, which sounds really huge to all of us, but in the grand scheme of things, if they know there's more opportunity going forward, I think that those sort of things can happen too.
You want me to restate the motion just more clearly with listing up all of the two grants we're leaving out?
I don't think you need to for my benefit. I guess it's just resolving Bob's concern, and I don't know that we have.
You could look at any state contracting and you wouldn't see the state letting bids at 75% of the request on the assumption that they're padding their bids. That's just not the way it's done. So we get what we paid for, and I don't think overall it's going to be what we want. And they're going to come back. So we haven't accomplished anything. So,
It appears that a lot of them come back anyway. I mean, is that part of our goal?
We'd like not, but you know, it's like, yeah, if we can fund them and get them done, that would certainly be a preference. But, you know, but then you get to have the wicked discussion of who do we chop? So I know it's okay to chop, but it's painful.
We could call the question and then we could have a secondary recommendation. So who does that? We don't
Well,
have a
let's
chair.
call the question, and we can talk about a second motion, maybe for an alternative. If you're attorney.
I think that's fine, unless Bob Long wants to make a substitute motion for them.
well, I do. I mean, I'll put it this way, you know, we've avoided looking at any project in particular all day. And we've not drilled down into the relative merits of anything particular. And as a result, we're flying high over this from a bird's eye view and saying we'll do 75% of a whole bunch. And I don't know, I'm opposed to that because I don't think we're going to get something that is worthwhile in the long run. So I think the problem we're having here is we're not looking at things in particular vis-a-vis other things in particular and making the hard decision about what merits 100% and what doesn't or shouldn't be funded.
Somebody gonna make an amendment to the motion?
Well, I think that we did do the hard work of reviewing all of these grants and prioritizing them. I am concerned a little bit with assuming things that we may not know about ways that other people can fund their projects.
Yeah, that's a valid concern. I don't know how we can, basically we're saying they're padding their requests. They've got too much fat. We'll cut it for them and we'll get a good product. I don't think,
That's
I
not
mean,
what
I
we
don't think.
We don't agree with that. No.
Yeah. No, I don't think that they're padding. I think that it's incentivizing them to add, to get more funding from outside donations.
I know that's what you're saying, but there's absolutely no evidence before us that says that that's going to be successful or viable. So it's a wish.
Well, I mean, as a professional fundraiser, I do know that 75% of the funds needed is a huge incentive for people to donate just that little bit more. And organizations, user groups, all of that are extremely excited to be able to help out when they know that they're 75% to their goal.
Well, I'm sorry, that seems to assume that the grant writer wasn't aware of that or somehow ignored that. And, you know, 25% is just laying there for the pickings and they just aren't willing to do anything with it. And I don't think that's the case.
I also think, you know, I've written grants in the past as well. And I also, it's like when I'm asked the question, will you accept partial funds? I imply that to mean there may not be enough funds in the pot to fund everything. And therefore I may get a partial. And if I've said yes, then it's my duty then to take that money and figure out what to do with it.
Well, Mark, the Snowmobile Association you're with, I know what's going to happen and you know what's going to happen with gas prices going up. You're going to groom 75% of the trails or less. It's not going to be.
It'll be 75% of the time. We groom 100% of our trails. We never cut the trails. cutting safety is not an option. Cutting the amount of grooming, if the trail has to get slightly bumpy in between grooming, that's fine, but.
No, I'm not saying you're not gonna compromise safety, but yeah, you're right. There's gonna be more on groomed trails. They're gonna have massive washboards. Or you're just gonna skip it and put a sign up saying ungroomed, proceed on your own, at your own risk.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, I move that we not fund anything at 75% until we've looked at the details of the project and determined that we should.
I think there's a prior motion though, is that correct?
That's an amendment to the motion.
Well, that would be a substitute motion. Maybe the cleaner way though, because of the way that motion is written verbally, I would suggest either the original motion or withdraw their motion. Or you go ahead and take a vote on this motion and then.
So the other just last comment on that is, we made this motion as a plan A. But it sounded to me that it was fully intended to go back and come up with a plan B that met the spec of the grant as it was written by the legislature to be a plan B if legal determines that we cannot do what we are currently saying.
Just one correction there, not the legislature.
It was
the
an agency
department.
guideline. Department guideline, it's not the legislature.
Okay.
So, but Bob, if you want to make that substitute motion, then.
Well, I certainly understand why we'd want to take the first one up first. I thought somebody was asking for another one, so.
We have done it, Bob's, we have done it that way in the past, so I understand why looking at each one, it was kind of like I said, in the past, we've looked at each one and we've waived so that it wasn't across the board. It was this one could actually do 50%. And this
And
one
we would
could
even
do-
look at line items in their budget and say, we're not gonna fund
But
this.
we were here for 2 days to do that, and
Yeah.
that's not something that can be done in.
Yeah, no, I understand. Mark, that's how we've always done it. We've never done it this way before, so maybe,
Right.
maybe I'm just a stick in the mud and I'm not used to the sudden change. But
Well, I think we understand
Yeah.
because we've done it that way.
And I have no problem with that, but it would mean re-adjourning, I think, because I don't know that we've got the time to.
I'll just respectfully not vote for your motion, Mark, and then perhaps others will outvote me and that'll be the end of it, so.
Okay, let's go to a vote then. So let's go around the room and I'll just record the vote and.
And this, just to repeat, we're voting for like 100th time, but it's 75% across the board, except for the ones that are not fully funded. And then we're going back and the
And we're adding.
vault
echo.
toilet is still on the table, and that's the only one that we're pulling back on the table. Correct?
And that would be the only one that would be fully funded.
Fully funded, because you can't do partial toilets.
And that the 30-30 is included, right?
And this would cover the 30-30.
Got it. Okay.
And this is our first recommendation. This is the first recommendation, which is I think. the way Mark did.
have a second.
Okay, so we'll go around the horn here. Jenny.
Yay.
Bob Walker,
Yay.
Brenda.
Hi.
Sorry, I was looking.
I don't know, you look that way, but I think you mean me.
Yes.
Yes.
Mark is a yes.
Yes.
Got everybody. And then Christie
Affirmative.
and Bob Long
No,
and Julie.
Yes.
So we definitely have a majority there for this being option A. Somebody want to take up and propose an option B as a fallback position?
Would
Which
you
of your
repeat-
options?
Would you repeat the policy that you read a little bit ago? So we know what we
Okay,
need to do according to policy.
roughly 75%, is that what you want to hear? Not the motorized, not motorized, right? 75% of all available funding will fully fund the top ranked projects based upon the ranked recommendation list of average scores. That's internal and external. Let's see, roughly 25% of all available funding will fund at the 75% of their request, the next tier of projects.
So that gets us to option A, that's in the spreadsheet, correct?
A, B, C, or D.
Knowing that you need to make the 30% threshold for motorized and that the motorized requests meet just at 30%, unless you start to adjust any of the percentages one way or the other.
So what would that be, option B column? The award option B, is that the column we'd be looking at?
I don't know that you have to use any of these particular columns, but they give you a visual representation. If you were to fully fund the motorized projects and fully fund the 30% of non-motorized projects, what you have left are those yellow boxes of projects that would be at 75% in the second tier.
And then none of the rest would get funded. So
And
Swan
none of the
Valley
rest.
connections all the way down.
Yeah, I think that West Yellowstone ski, you see that you've got about $26,000 left. That would be, you could apply that to West Yellowstone ski if you wanted to, or apply it to the 75% funded projects and give them a little bit of boost.
Right, the yellow ones above it.
And just a reminder that under, just looking at 75% of our available money, that's $779,000 in change. And option A, with the fully funding the motorized, assuming you're just counting all the projects as motorized, then you're fully funding $860,000 worth, which is over that 75% threshold.
That's good.
In that first, in the motorized. So,
right.
But we also need to remove the Bitterroot Trail Preservation Alliance from the motorized.
Right.
okay,
Because
so
they-
that's a little different calculation,
Yeah.
so I would need to take that up here.
Yeah, we gotta do a little bit of.
So you think that needs to be non-motorized?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me do that.
And I have a question about the Capital Trail Vehicle Association. We had taken that out just because, it was just because it was for
Partial
full funding. Okay, not based on its merits. It's the they want to do a picnic pavilion because they've already done the latrine. Is that correct? Because I remember in there, I was looking at, that was pretty
No, that's fine.
confusing.
Yeah, the latrine's already in.
I still have concerns about that one because they're trying to fund so far in advance. I mean, they need to do their work. I mean, they're floating a check essentially. If they have a previous grant project that's still floating out there, I don't know if that's fiscally
I mean, we could
responsible.
easily just say, let's just not fund that one and make them come back next year after they've got the other work done and they've fulfilled their other grant.
I would be in support of that too.
But I think I was trying to explain that's part of the issue is that their current grant funded in 21 requires this in order to even get that entire capital
Either
improvement
need to
project.
fund them or not.
How does that parameter get in there? Put that in the parking lot for next time. We can't have one contingent on
It's
there.
one
I mean,
of- it's
I
one
can't
of-
do that with my statements. I get caught on the audit.
It's one of those.
I think that's the concern that Bob Long is raising, is that you end up putting potentially more applicants in that position next year, where we can't actually complete the project now because we don't have enough funding. That's the concern he's expressing, is that we'll have more applicants like that next year because they only got 75% this year.
In their case, it's a little bit different that they probably didn't ask for enough in the first place.
And I'll bring it up. Last year, we trimmed kind of unilaterally by saying, and we took a couple, there was one that was the Bitterroot Ridge Runners was trimmed 25%. Well, that made it so that their grant was a 2-year request where they would request every other year. We trimmed it. Now they got to apply every year. Yeah. And so, yeah, it does have a double edge on it.
Right.
So
I think the difference on that, Mark, I'm just trying to think that through. When you were allowing them 2 years, you said you did that at first, but you knew at the end of 2 years, the project was gonna be complete.
well, this was just a trail grooming. grant.
I know,
That was gonna
I know,
become-
but that
Yeah.
aspect of the trail grooming was gonna be complete in 2 years.
So what he was able to do this year, if his funding goes through, is he basically added that 25% and then the extra amount, and he's tentatively awarded that, so it's clean again. But it's, you know, it was kind of like, yeah, just kind of stung that, you know, like, we created more work for him because, and us to review.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, and the staff.
Yeah.
So in looking at option A versus option B, wait. So like B, that's an interesting, so non-motorized would only be funded at their portion at 75%. Okay. It just seems to me like you're getting a lot more people, higher amounts of money. So it kind of waylays Bob's concern. But then you know, there's a lot more people because from West Yellowstone down would probably not get any money. You would reallocate that $800 basically back up into.
I mean, if that was the cutoff point, you know, and again, I'm kind of hanging on what Hope's coming up with on your spreadsheet.
Got it.
All right. I mean, can we truly fund everything down to West Yellowstone at fully funding?
Except for the pink ones, which
Oh, sorry.
portion of theirs would be funded at 75%.
Okay, so
The
the green would
non-motorized.
be funded, the pink would be 75%.
Well, not all, just their non-motorized portion. But yeah, basically, because they're.
And does that meet at that point, does that column meet the requirement of funding the top ranked ones at that point in time? Because I'm just, you know, it's like, it skips around 1, 5, 9, 16. So I'm just curious if we're funding the
No, that's a good
proper
question.
ones.
Well,
according to rank.
I think your question's well made, except for we still gotta meet the motorized component.
Okay.
So to me, the 30% threshold trumps the top ranked. So that's why you see lower ranked motorized projects up
Got it.
getting funded.
Right.
But then you still come back and meet your top ranked component, because if you look at
Okay.
full funding, you pick up numbers 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
Yep.
And then depending on whether you're 100% or 75%, you pick up 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I think you're still.
We're in the
that
ballpark. Okay.
Yeah.
That would, you think that would be more defensible to legal if you had to, if they said no to our first,
Yeah, I think we can defend that. Okay. Recognizing that the 30% is a requirement.
Right.
Which option are we talking?
B.
So B's the one you want me to, okay.
I just was asking, I haven't proposed it.
No, I understand, and that's fine. I'm kind of just clarifying for my point too. But the bottom chunk, Swan Valley connections on down would fall off at that point.
Well, really West Yellowstone would too, because there's only $800 and they're requesting.
Could you reiterate? Could you reiterate, please, exactly what's happening? Because you're starting to talk a little lower and it's beginning to get hard to follow.
Yeah, sorry, Christy. Mostly we're talking about option B and what that would mean for how we would meet the guidance for top ranked. Who would be funded at 100%? And what portion of them would not be funded at 100%? And it's just that non-motorized section of their application.
Okay.
And then if we still meet the requirement of funding the top tiered applicants. Did I summarize that? Well enough?
So let me give you a rundown. I So taking out the Bitterroot Trail Preservation Alliance altogether and just putting it back in its place as the 28th ranked project at the bottom of the list. If you went with option A, you could fund those 4 yellow projects at 75%. That's the Beartooth Trail Maintenance, City of Billings, Indian Creek Trail Revitalization, Completing the Falls Flats Trail, and West Yellowstone at 75%, within a couple $1,000s. West Yellowstone, 75% would be $53,000, and you would be 2,500 over if you gave them their full 75%. So they would get $50,000 instead of $50,500 instead of $53,000. So those 5 projects would be at 75%. Under option B, you would fully fund those first 4 yellow projects, and West Yellowstone would only get 25,000 and change. So it kind of between option A and option B, it's a matter of whether you want to fund all of them at 75% or fully fund the first 4 and then only give West Yellowstone $25,000.
Are the ones that are in the pink still funded at 75?
They would be at 75%, yeah.
But anything that was green in column B,
Would be fully funded.
fully funded. And then we would just drop off West Yellowstone
Oh,
to,
with the exception of that 75% on the Capital Trail Vehicle Association.
okay,
Since they said no, you have to think about that one. I didn't consider
we would delete
that,
that.
which would open up more money
Right.
to, and then you could get closer to fully funding West Yellowstone. But it's a matter of a $3,000 difference.
Okay. And
Capital
then-
Valley say, or Capital Trail Vehicle Association say no to $3,000.
I mean, we could,
$3,000 difference.
we could trim Whitefish Legacy Partners, we could
Yeah.
trim, you know, I know they could live without $3,000.
They are the one that could do
Yes.
the fundraising, the
Mhm.
professional
They've
fundraising
got-
to build up.
Yes, I
Yeah.
mean, but then just, I'm clarifying hopes, the ones below the gray bar, Swan Valley Connections below would not get any.
Right, there would be no funding for any of those.
Oh, that's so sad. Yes, yeah.
You know,
And you don't even touch them under option C and D and dropping those motorized projects to 25 and 0% on the non-motorized side.
Right.
if we do what we say we're doing with Capital Trail by dropping them off and moving that money down to West Yellowstone. I think we're-
Not overall, not below the 30%,
Because they're all those.
because we're effectively counting the non-motorized portions for the motorized portion.
The ones that were in yellow, column A, would they move to full funding or partial?
Under option B, they'd be fully funded. And then so would West Yellowstone if you dropped the Capital Trail Vehicle Association.
I would love to, I think that option B is the best one.
So Bob, that would move pretty much everything with the exception of just a few of these
Yeah.
to a 75% funding. We would only have 1, 2,
No, the majority would be fully funded.
right, but the ones that are in pink would remain at 75%, correct?
And that's just the non-motorized
Non-motorized
portion.
portion.
Motorized would be 100%.
So
Oh,
it
okay.
could be essentially 90% funding, right? If the non-motorized portion was smaller.
Depends on what you're self-appropriating.
I'm just having a hard time, visualizing what the numbers are for each one of these groups at that point, but I could probably get behind that.
So if you did that in option B, you drop Trail Vehicle Association
To zero,
to zero,
okay.
and fully funded West Yellowstone. 80% of your projects would be fully funded and 20% would have that 75% component in their non-motorized portion. But that's probably because of the motorized fully funded portion, they're still funded about 75%.
Right.
Maybe I get too much information, but.
It's hard.
No,
It's hard.
My very first meeting, forgive me please, and I'm nearly 70, so the brain is somewhat slow, but why does the motorized portion have the prevalence over the non-motorized?
30% of the funds were,
But didn't that go 30% to non-motorized and to
it's
motorized?
simply because there's not that many motorized requests. So in order to get to 30% of all funds, which is.
We have to take all the
We
motorized.
gotta-
Okay, yeah, I remember I heard that about.
Well, you have to take the motorized portion of the motorized. Yeah. But then Alice had the philosophical point earlier today, which is
That doesn't really work that way.
she didn't think it made sense to cut the non-motorized portion of their project as a way to move the funding, because she was saying it's still all motorized. It's still, it's not like you have one loop,
Yeah, I remember.
you know. It's not over the other.
Just a little brain fog.
Oh, no, it's okay.
That's right.
We all have those.
I see the steam coming out. I feel it coming out.
So
Lots of categories.
what, just give me an example. Missoula snow growers would get what? As a total amount awarded to them?
The pink one.
It's one of the pink.
Number 27, it's about 8 or so
Got
to
you,
the
got you,
top.
got you.
They would get 18 out of their $20,000 request.
Okay. Gosh, that's a great award.
Yeah.
And that grant is
Boy.
not well written.
18.
Say
Yeah,
that.
after $20.
Why doesn't?
Would they though? Because we took.
Now here's, hold on a second, let me double check. I take out the,
When Hope says, oh.
no.
That wasn't another.
Hang it, nope, I was just checking that I had the Bitterroot Trail folks still out of there.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna just double check my math though by taking out the capital, moving the Capital Valley line so that I'm not, or the Capital Trail line so that
Bob, I'm glad you pushed us to this because I like this better, actually.
Well, good.
Thank you.
So us,
No,
we in the
you made
peanut,
sense.
so in the peanut gallery here, we're having a hard time knowing exactly where we're at in terms of a motion. What's the proposal then?
We're not there yet.
Oh,
We haven't
okay.
made one yet.
Okay,
We're getting there. We kind of just want to see the numbers first, I think.
right. Right. Well, I'm catching that we're kicking out vault toilets and things like that, it looks like, right?
Yep. Echo Lake.
Which is the usual MO.
But actually, I think Echo Lake would have fallen off in this calculation,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So Echo Lake would have still
Okay,
been 86th.
He's got 90 off in a porta
You
potty.
get to use the porta potty still,
right.
Will be turned over.
as long as it's not turned over a lot.
That was pretty selfish, Mark.
Hey, I live right next to him.
My brain is dense, but my ears are good. We're not.
Bitterroot,
Thanks,
it is,
Siobhan.
because their non-motorized portion is only $245. So.
You know.
Say what you just.
Yeah.
Can you just say what?
So 75%
Let's think about it.
$183.75. So that's why we
Yeah,
Bitterroot back.
Bitterroot back. Oh, that's a different business.
That's a really good idea.
Funding your top.
That one would be fully funded.
Well, the top is,
I'm just wondering, because it's,
the top rank is fully funded though.
This has been, this is.
But this is-
Your first
So
one.
these top.
That's why I was getting confused.
These top ones are fully funded.
They,
For what they are.
I don't
they will
know
be
why I did it that way.
under the current
I know because
discussion.
I was showing you the 75% and that number is
First motion.
No, but that would be something.
So that's what I was referring to. The very first. You take the hybrid, take the.
I realize this part is fully funded, but it should be first.
Don't fund it. You fully fund the first project and then you fully fund the second project. Maybe. So 1, 2, 3 are fully funded. And then everything else 4 through 28 or 7.
That way you might be.
Then you still need your.
Like at 5 this morning.
Do I dare?
No, that's what I was talking about. Ken. I didn't want to interfere with that.
Let me throw it out as an idea.
La, 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 la.
So.
No, I'm gonna throw this.
Well, hopes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna throw, actually, because Jason came up with this, but I think it's a good, I do like where you're going with it, because if you take, what was it, you said 19,000. In that first approach, where everybody's getting 75%, kind of across the board, and then there's the leftover. If you took that leftover and fully funded and put that money back at the top and fully funded the top couple, and then moved to the 75%, that it would maybe accomplish, I don't know if I
That
explained
doesn't-
that totally right, but it maybe accomplish that where there are full funding at the top of the list.
But we're
You're
supposed,
still meeting the requirement is what you're trying to get to?
Yeah.
but we're supposed to fully fund 75% of all the.
Yeah, that would.
Fully
No,
fund,
No,
that's not what it
75%
was.
of the money to fully fund.
75% of the money had to fully fund the top ranked. and
Top
they didn't have a number, so if you took the first couple to fully fund, because they were the top ranked, and then pull down to a 75%, how far down does that get you on that list?
20,000 isn't very much, but.
So in
No,
other words,
you'd
what
have
you're
to
suggesting
come
is
up a
like
little
the
bit
top 4 ranked projects get 100%.
Right now, we got 1,
And
2,
then
3,
you do
4.
75.
We've got 4
We have
in the
5.
top.
We have
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fully funded. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 fully funded. The top 13 are fully funded under option B.
So I think we're already got different. We got this. just
They're
doing
in
it.
option F.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
We're
option
on,
F.
we're on the hybrid approach to motion number 1.
Right.
Okay, walk me back through the start of that again. I apologize.
This would be an alternative
So-
motion.
Yeah, this.
So rather than buying a vault toilet, you fully fund your top ranked project.
So in other
Yeah.
words, yeah, so your top 3 or 4
However
projects
much money.
top ranked would get 100% in funding.
Maybe
Below
one, maybe
that, they get 75%.
It actually, I think, funds more projects versus having ones drop off and be 0. That's what I think. If
I don't know, I haven't looked.
If I look at this, I mean, if the general gist of the numbers from option A to B,
So where would you want to draw that line? And I can try.
I don't have like a spreadsheet, but I would guess, I don't know.
I mean, if
I
you
would
look
say
at the
number-
top
I would-
10 projects.
Because we're all looking at like just a solid spreadsheet that we can't calculate.
Depends how much money you have left over. I mean, if capital vehicles comes out, right?
I would say we do
Their
1 or 2.
money's, that's 62,000, 50,000, 60,000
And
plus
9,
19, so 78,000.
It's kind of what I like about this is you called it a hybrid approach, but it's really, in a way, it would not take us very long to look at each one of these that we know the ones that are at the top that we all scored pretty high. And then if we were to say, okay, 75%, does that seem reasonable? Okay, we'll pull them out, put them at the bottom, take that money, reallocate it. Shouldn't really take us too much time in the decision-making process. It might take a little bit more time in the calculation process. Does that make sense?
Well, are we trying to avoid what I've seen is that we've got 10 projects. Can you hear me?
Yep.
If we were looking at option B, and taking out Bitterroot Trail Alliance and Capital Trail Vehicle Association, taking those two out, option B would be funding everything except for 10 projects, correct? That's Great Falls, down from the bottom.
Everything from West Yellowstone down, Christie.
That's correct. Okay.
But then we're also considering a new
That's why I didn't
option.
want to talk about it. Bring it up.
So now we're talking
Can't
about a
manage
new
this.
option where
We're funding everything at a smaller percent, especially 100% for the top, whatever, 4.
you want to explain it?
I think I understand. I guess
Yeah,
the
so-
distinction is that we fund everything at a smaller percent, or stick with option B.
So I think what they're looking for is a workaround so that you're funding top projects fully, but
Right.
more of them at 75% than we
Right.
first contemplated when we were funding all at 75%. But
Right.
that to me still gets us more toward the intent, but doesn't fully get us there because the language says 75% of the funding will be used to fully fund the top ranked projects, and you're not getting to the 75% of the funding fully funded.
Nice try.
Did
Jason.
option B get us there?
Yeah.
The way
Yeah.
we were working option B?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, so it's an $80,000 difference roughly. So option A is 80,000 over in fully funded projects. And so then you need to start, you need to back into, it'd be a hybrid between option B for the motorized and option A for the non-motorized and the ones underneath that probably. So let me work that angle a little bit here.
So you're gonna keep your option B clean, right? So we have that.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, you ever hit that time of the day? Usually it's about an hour after lunch.
Sugar, that's what I did. I went and got.
I'm having a hard time looking at
Come
it.
on, baby.
No.
Good.
It's true, but then I'll really crash.
And Alice, you and your darn hybrids.
I wouldn't have said anything, but I overheard you talking about it, and it kind of, it's a little bit more like what we have done, where we kind of give each applicant its own merit, a little bit more.
It's based on the ranking.
Well, and I mean, for ones to just drop off, you know, if you look at the score between some of the ones that are gonna drop off, you know, I don't know, I personally, there's a few I'm not gonna have heartburn over, but there are a few that seem like, you know.
I'm kind of with you because just take, for
they-
example,
they
Lewis.
They deserve, you know, I don't know.
Lewistown, I mean, it's not a lot, but it's, again, we're back to that hard surface in the ADA conversation. I distinctly remember reading in there, preference will be given to trails that increase.
Well, it's a big ask
mobility.
there. I mean,
It is.
It is a big ask. It's hard when there's a limited amount of money.
It
to
is,
have such
but
big
there's,
asks.
you know, the access for all is important. And you can't do it on a dirt trail, right? You can't do it on a national parks trails per se, because that's money. I mean, you can do it, but there's just so many miles of it. But if you can do it in communities.
Exactly. And I think it's an equity conversation too. I mean, not everybody can, you know, load their bikes in a car and go to a place, you know, and the elderly, that argument really touched my heart in that Lewistown one. If there are so many.
That's understood, but why is it so low in our rankings?
I guess it didn't have.
It's number 17.
Uh-huh.
But it could be, that's where our additional discussion, that we start to look after today, could deal with scoring criteria.
Yeah.
Because that could address the ADA more effectively, it could address a lot of other things better than they do now.
You could have a weight, the weight of that criterion could be higher.
Have some formulas.
That, I guess I just didn't understand why it ended up, like those three, 14, 15, and 17 ended up down here below 27, 28, 31, or well, I understand 27 because it's motorized.
Yeah.
Great Burn Alliance, is that a?
Well, all I'd say, we should be consistent. If we're going to award the top ranking ones the most, then we should stick with that all the way down the line.
The Great Burn was considered motorized. So they.
It's 85%.
They go up higher.
So it's
The
85%.
rankings are all over the place because of the 30% for motorized, 30% for non-motorized. And that's trumping the rankings.
Great Burn was 85% non-motorized, so that's essentially a non-motorized.
Right.
But I think I think anything that had a motorized component
Automatic.
was being brought up. Yeah, that's what I think these guys were doing. Anything that had a percentage of motorized was being brought up into the.
That's
top
where I
draft.
kind of felt like, okay, maybe that's where we could trim out, more of an RTP classification of motorized, non-motorized. Say, if you're not 75% motorized, you're not motorized.
Well, again, these are the self-reported
But we s-
percentages, and the
but we
only
still
ones that
need
we've
more.
adjusted is the Bitterroot. That was, where they noted that they didn't report accurately.
Beth, while Hope's working out the numbers here, this spreadsheet you gave us, thank you. Because it
Thank
identifies.
Hope, that's her 5 a.m. this morning
Well, and thank you, Hope,
analysis.
because again, it does identify some alternatives. Now, the questions we're asking is about why this project's here and why the other one's there, but this process here is going to be critical in these meetings in the future, where you do identify some alternatives based on data that's been calculated long before this meeting starts, rather than during.
Well, and you put out the additional criteria in the future matrix, and this could get even more streamlined process.
And Beth, while we're just kind of chatting now, this is a suggestion, and I know right now with staffing issues, I won't say any more about that. Let's just say, I know what, there's probably a reason we had this 4 or 5 hour meeting today. Is it clear that we might think in the future, we want a longer meeting so we can actually talk about projects?
We used to do 2 days.
Yeah, I know. I remember back when I was doing it, 2-day meetings were not uncommon, but what we did in addition to talking about this stuff, we had 2-day meetings. This is a State Trails Advisory. Yes, it might have originally been set up for RTP, but there's a whole lot of trail issues and topics this group should be discussing. And so I wouldn't have any problem with 2-day meetings. Some people might, but I think there's a whole lot more with adequate time and staffing in the future. That this meeting could go longer than obviously a little bit.
I'll just throw out there too, that we also would always try and provide a site visit during the meetings as well, and actually get on one of the trail systems that you're sitting here discussing, so then you have just a better understanding of the various types of trails, different types of uses.
So did those meetings travel around the state?
Yep.
I think that, didn't you, and it was oftentimes tied to a project. I mean, the visit was actually not only different trails, but tied to a project that was awarded by. So that kind of was nice to see.
And then, of course, the cost of it would come out of Hope's budget.
Right.
5801. 5801.
68.
6801.
Oh, that's close. Nice try,
Uh-huh.
Bob.
It just changed recently.
It's got a new number and she's not telling me.
Okay,
So
do we have new
All right.
members?
So I think I'll want to run through this one more time, but I think where we're at. And just not to lay the comments on the agenda time on Beth's feet, that was me looking at last year's agenda. And so I based it off of that, not knowing the history of having had 2-day meetings, so that's on me. So if we do a hybrid between option A and B, we'll call this option
X.
C.
Here we go.
We call this option Z for the other end of the alphabet. So this would be under option Z, a hybrid of A and B, and such that in the motorized section at the top, we would be using the components of option B, but removing the Capital Trail Vehicle Association project again, and the Bitterroot Trail Preservation Alliance project again. Oh, I could, although it, honestly, there's too many columns and I've messed it up too much. It doesn't look so pretty anymore. As if this is pretty, but, so option B, the motorized projects would be fully funded except for Montana Trail Vehicle Riders Association, Great Burn Conservation Alliance, the Beaverhead Deer Lodge, Dillon District Trail Stewards, and the Missoula Snowmobile Association. Those 4 would be at 75%.
What was the first one? Sorry.
That's okay. It was.
He's good about, on that one, he can trim that one back pretty easily.
So it's A with the pink of B.
Yep, A with the pink of B, minus
Make
the
it
2
easy to
projects we had
follow.
already moved down. And then in the section where we had funded those yellow projects at 75%, you would pick up West Yellowstone at 75%, which is 53,000 and change. And you would pick up Swan Valley Connections almost at 75%. It would be about $4,000 shy, $4,300 shy. They would get 31,819 by this calculation.
And then if we did do, like, if we went with that, we could also propose that we fund less to Whitefish Legacy Partnership to try to bring that percentage up as a sub option. Does that make sense, Mark? Sorry, I'm calling you on the table and you
I
were,
wasn't listening, I apologize.
Well,
I was trying to
so-
dig up something here.
so we're not quite funding Swan Valley Connections at 75%. But if we reduce the funding of the Whitefish Legacy Partners, because we know they have capacity.
Yeah.
We could bring them to 75% and just reduce Swan Valley down, but they
The-
bring.
The consideration there
Or
is
they-
though, is Whitefish Legacy Partners based on its scoring position in number 4 is part of the 30% guarantee to non-motorized.
Never mind,
So you would need to make up that by fully,
somewhere
by giving more
to a motorized.
somewhere else
Gotcha.
at fully. Well, no, we would still hit the 30% with your 75 percenters on the non-motorized side. So that would still work. Sorry.
It's just an option. Or even the staff, when you go, and it's not part of our preferred recommendation, but you've heard us.
And
What would you propose for reduction?
I don't know, these guys seem to know them better than I mean, I know that it's a wealthy community and they have a lot of partners. So.
does option Z, then Elko Lake Trails Association would not be funded, and then everybody under Lewistown, all of those would not be funded.
And Little Lake Down would not be funded.
So I'll bring up one comment about Swan Valley Connections too, that I was looking through their contract that they submitted. And they submitted last year's contract. And I only found $22,000 in their contract where that was actual trail clearing awarded to Daughters of the Sun. Vast majority of the contract was for something called Ranger Days. And so I have no problem taking that Swan Valley Connections one down to something in the $20,000 to $25,000 range based on what they had in their application. Because they were basing their claim of $48,150 on last year's contract that was given to Daughters of the Sun. But Daughters of the Sun was only given $22,000 last year, now $48,000.
Has that been reported?
It was in their contract as.
Was it a completed project this year?
I don't know, but it was, they had it in there as Ranger Days was another line item in the contract that they showed as an exhibit. So, yeah, I actually read that shit.
We talked about this pretty extensively. I also brought up in this particular application, the fact that they also do some campsite cleanup and, trash removal and all that kind of stuff. And so I was just asking some of the internal review committee members, is that still considered trail specific enough? And how far beyond a trail corridor can we be funding some of these activities? And so, and Chris, program manager at the time, provided some good insight as far as how the program has been handling that in the past. And as long as it's along those trail corridors and it's, litter control and trash pickup and all those kind of things, and campsites are close enough in proximity to that trail system, then yes, it's deemed eligible. Ranger Days, I don't remember, Jason or Janice, do you remember specifics about that? And part of not being close to all those claims and all those payments coming through.
It was just.
We would have to look at what the claims that came through from last year.
I just read their request as stating, we're basing our claim of 48,000 on what we did last year. And last year it was this, and they're saying they're going to route 48,000 to Daughters of the Sun, but only 22,000 really is kind of aimed that way, is the way I read it. So I could be reading it wrong. I'm just yeah, again, this is what we've done in the past, when we go through each one with a comb and say,
Red flag.
So
we just trim out that amount and we freeze up money for others.
So this is what it says, under contracted services, 45,000 of the grant funding goes for trail clearing contractors, Daughters of the Sun. And that funds 3 different trail stewards to do the clearing of 81 miles of trail, maintenance, monitoring. So it sounds like it gets distributed out to 3 different trail steward positions that then go to different locations.
But they referenced that last year's contract. That's what threw me off, so.
And
So
perhaps,
Mark, are you saying that they didn't use last year's allocation? Is that what you're basically?
I'm not saying they didn't use it. I'm just saying that they attached that contract as an exhibit to prove how they used money. And it's like Ranger Days to me did not equate to Trail Steward Days.
Oh. We can't really blame Daughters of the Sun for that though, can we?
No, I don't think so. But they're not the ones asking for it either.
Oh, okay. Good point. By the way, I know Daughters of the Sun, they're great. They work hard. They do a lot of work.
That's great to know, because when I looked them up online, I'm like, who in the world is this? I remember looking them up last year too.
Oh, yeah.
I just remember Carissa also saying that as far as payments and claims in their previous grant history and compliance, they've just been top notch. So.
That contract that they attached just didn't make sense to me.
I have double checked my map.
Okay.
Picked up an extra project. I was somehow $50,000 off roughly, and I've done it twice now and replicated it, so we could pick up City of Lewistown at 75%.
Well, you made my day.
Well, just under 75.
That's close.
It would be, their 75% would be about $54,750, and they would get $46,000.
I have no idea how to make up, how to wrap this all into a recommendation motion.
I guess the bottom line is, all right, so for our new motion, we just need to know which ones we're funding 100% to start with.
So, Hope,
Yes.
you have this all written down.
Yep.
Would you read it off? If somebody wants to make a motion, they can.
Yep. So, mine's close to each other so I can see better. Okay. Option Z.
Z1.
Option Z, we would fund, you would recommend funding the Custer Gallatin National Forest, Bozeman, summer and winter trail maintenance, and volunteer field leadership project, fully funded. So I'm going to go through first the fully funded projects. Okay. The Mineral County St. Regis updates, fully funded. Helena Snow Drifters, Groom Trails, snowmobile signage, fully funded. Scenic Montana Trails, Sealy Lake Garnet over snow grooming, fully funded. The Custer Gallatin National Forest, Yellowstone Ranger District, winterized motor trail maintenance, fully funded. Bitterroot Backcountry Cyclist Trail Maintenance, fully funded. The Flathead Land Trust, Big Fork Harrell Forest Community Trails, fully funded. The Poise to Blacktail Trails, Emmons Ridge Corridor Clearing, fully funded. Whitefish Legacy Partners, maintenance projects on the Whitefish Trail, fully funded. The Lolo National Forest, Thompson Creek Trail Improvement, fully funded, and Missoula County Rural Shared Use Trails Preservation Project, fully funded. You would fund at 70. Going back to the motorized, cleaning up the rest of the motorized, the hybrid projects that were not fully funded. The motorized portions would be fully funded. Their non-motorized portions would be funded at 75%. This is the Montana Trail Vehicle Riders Association, statewide motorized trail maintenance, the Great Burn Trail Stewardship, the Beaverhead Deer Lodge 2022 Dillon District Trail Stewards, and the Missoula Snow Goers, Lolo Ski and Snowmobile Trail Grooming. Projects that would be funded completely at 75%. So both their motorized and, well, they're only non-motorized. So non-motorized projects that would be funded at 75% are the Custer Gallatin National Forest, Beartooth Ranger District Trail Maintenance, the City of Billings Riverfront Park Trail Extension Paving Project, Beaverhead Deer Lodge, Indian Creek Trail Revitalization, Lolo's Falls Flats Trail, the West Yellowstone Grooming at the Rendezvous Trail System, Swan Valley Connections, Mission Mountain and Swan Front Trails and Backcountry Services, and the City of Lewistown Trails Hard Surfacing A Street to H Street.
Those are at 75%.
Those are at 75%.
Capital Trail vehicles, totally out.
Capital Trail vehicle is totally out. Bitterroot Trail Preservation Alliance is totally out.
You're calling out what? Alt Z?
That was alternative Z.
I make a motion that we approve Alt Z as just read by Oakstrand.
I'll second.
So does B take care of all the money then? Is that everything?
Yeah, it takes care of everything but $194.
I second the motion.
Time for
Take it, start your
to
one.
say, that's enough for happy hour, isn't it?
It's happy hour money.
And do you want to say in this motion that this is your first priority now? Does this replace the previous motion that you adopted?
I can make a motion to withdraw my original motion.
Well, it's too late.
Well,
now.
it's too late, we
We already
voted on
voted,
it.
okay.
So
I'd be
do
okay
we
with
need
that.
to make a motion to replace the first one that was voted on?
I would just
I
say,
say we need to
I would
vote
just say
first.
clarify on this motion.
Oh, okay.
Just clarify on this motion that this replaces the original action that you adopted. And I think everyone will understand what's going along, what's going on, as long as you state that clearly. This replaces the first, presuming that's what you want to do.
I like this one better. I mean,
Because
I think
Do you
it's
need Bob to
fresh
say that?
I asked her
Because
why.
Would you like to amend your motion?
Yeah, amend the motion so that we can do.
Okay, the motion is amended as just stated.
It replaces the first action.
Yes.
If adopted, it would replace the first action.
And I'm adding that just because I'm looking around the room looking like most people are probably in favor of that. I still like our person, but I will make a motion to go with this. That's just stated.
I can live with
But
this.
can I ask why people prefer this? Like
Well, this
Alice,
pulls
I would
in
just like
one,
your
two, three
thoughts.
more projects. I mean, this pulls in 3 more projects than we would have done otherwise.
It's 3 more plus it adheres to the rules.
Okay.
That's what,
Because
that's
of
the
the
core
rules.
premise.
Well, they all kind of have the rules. They all adhere
No,
to
the
rules.
first,
No,
the first
this-
motion missed the funding
Motorized.
of the top
75%.
75%. Yeah.
I'll second that motion.
Okay,
Give Christy Drake the second. Okay. The amended motion.
There you go. You want to do a roll call? Or do we, I guess, any more discussion?
Are you comfortable, Ginny, with your question?
yeah. I think following rules is good.
It makes my life a lot easier.
Yeah. You don't have to-
Don't have to fight for
I don't have to expect angry words on paper from Mr. Sloan.
You want what?
Don't you know?
Do you want
All right, is everyone ready for a roll call? Anybody online? Julie, Bob, or Christy want to make any other remarks or discuss this any further?
No.
No, and this is Mark's motion that I seconded.
Well, I think Bob got it.
Bob
this
Marsh,
time.
Bob Walker did it.
And Christy beat you to the amended motion on the second, so.
Okay.
Let me just, let me clarify. So we're simply, the amendment was this motion will replace the original action that we voted on previously.
Gotcha.
So you're not being heard, Bob.
That's it. Yep.
We got there, Bob. Look at this.
All right, no, that's the way it's supposed to work.
It's okay. All right, the question's been called. Ginny,
Yay.
Bob Walker. Brenda.
Yes.
Madeline.
Yes.
Alice.
Yes.
Mark Smolin.
Yes.
Bob Patterson. Or Mike Patterson. I'm sorry, I called you Bob last time, didn't I, Mike? I apologize.
Yes, Bob.
Okay, Krista. Sorry, Christy. See, now I'm just gonna go all over the places with names. I apologize.
Yes.
Julie
Yes.
and Bob Long.
Yes.
That's unanimous, folks.
All right.
Hey, Jenny's putting her computer away
We're not
already.
done, we're not done yet. We're not done yet.
Okay, so
Another agenda.
So fortunately, I think you've already done some of the work that we still need to just touch on, and we can wrap this up fairly quickly. We'll just pass these around. The next piece is talking about recreational trails program, just reviewing the grant awards that were settled upon or proposed. They're out for public comment. Sorry, I've got so much water under my bridge right now. I can't remember what I was going to say on this front. Let me go back. Yeah.
Can you email that to us?
I will. I will clean up and make it look better so you can see what the final version was. 'Cause I've got.
I think she might be asking about this piece.
Oh, the recreational trails. I apologize.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Website.
It is on the website too.
Oh, okay.
But I will email this to you all right now.
Actually,
so
I'm
that-
on the website, so don't worry.
Okay.
I guess my question was, so did the motorized meet did we have enough motorized
Yes.
requests?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep, we did.
I'm not seeing it. I see upcoming meeting about the State Trails Advisory Committee, meeting information, and then committee members.
Sorry, I just sent you a different link to use to the RTP program, Christie. I
Okay,
apologize.
thank you.
And that link will take you to the RTP webpage, and the first option there to click on is the 2022 RTP project selected for funding as proposed.
Perfect. Okay.
It's going through a public comment option now, and then I don't see the date that this is closing on public comment, so I apologize. I'm gonna have to not tell you that. I apologize. But they're anticipating an award of 1.5 million, and you see here the things that were selected. This is a change this year that this did not come to the stack for the same scoring process as you just went through the Trail Stewardship Grant Program. And the reason that is that the Federal Highway Administration has been telling us for a period of time, we are the only state that had been having our advisory committee score RTP applications. And the Federal Highway Administration was suggesting we come in line with the federal program and not do that anymore. And in light of staffing shortages and whatnot, it also helped alleviate workload for the RTP folks in Janice's shop. And so, but this is a change they expect to keep moving forward because it has been a recommendation from the Federal Highway Administration. In the future, we would have the stack set up and have your meeting in advance of the application period for the scoring criteria to be reviewed again this year. They use the same scoring criteria, although they changed they increased the maximum award amount to $100,000 under their program. And the another primary difference with RTP from the Trail Stewardship Grant Program is that there's a federal requirement that the funds be allocated 30, 30, 40. So it's 30 motorized, 30 non-motorized, and 40% diversified. And we didn't put the 40% diversified on ours as they did. Because that's very rigid. If you fall under the 30% mark, you can't reallocate RTP funds to a different type of category. Whereas we left that flexibility with the Trail Stewardship Grant Program. So just letting you know, those are some primary differences between the programs. Beth or Janice, anything you'd want to add on the RTP front?
So
yeah, Mark.
My question is, will the stack have any say in this next year?
Yeah, well, in the scoring criteria.
Not in the score, okay.
But not in the application review. That's not anticipated.
Okay.
It would be in the scoring criteria in advance of the application cycle opening. The way the decision is made.
I understand I believe what the feds were saying, but I was under the impression that the stack was created for RTP originally.
Right.
I don't understand how they changed their mind.
Well, it's that the federal requirement is that you have the stack to inform your scoring criteria, but the federal requirement does not require the stack to actually review the applications. So you
Saved us a
develop,
lot of time
you
this year.
develop the scoring criteria, but
okay.
don't review the applications.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I would like, my point is, you know, at some point, I guess I would like the stack to still bless this. You know, it's like, I don't have a problem with that, but it's like, I would like to, should be nice if we could review if we chose to, or, you know, voice concerns about them. Because once this goes out, we don't publish the grant applications for public review. So, you know, for any public comment, we were kind of the last voice and the last line of defense to sort of say, yay, we approve this, or no, we don't. But, you know, being ripped off the process is something I'm not real comfortable with at this point.
But if we can be involved with the scoring topics or whatever you call them, then we can
Then
influence maybe that way.
It does, but then, so,
But we didn't see any of these, like all of these have been on our past list here, not all of them, but many of them I recognize.
don't get me
from the
wrong,
past.
I'm very happy with the awards, but, you know, it's like I feel like the stack could lend valuable insight on some of this if needed.
And I think what we could do going forward is incorporate that into a future agenda where we come back and we're looking at the Trail Stewardship Grant Program holistically. Also, then Adam Brooks couldn't be with us today, otherwise he would have been able to engage him in this conversation today and talk better about it than I'm able to. He's the one he's the bureau chief for the bureau. And so I would say let's set time on a future agenda so that you can have that discussion and, you know, some chewing over, advocating or not for a different process next time. That would be maybe not full application review and scoring, but some middle ground of some sort to have your meeting fall within the public review cycle to provide comment.
Right, I mean, because if we could go into the grant, the funding, mt.gov, you know, and review the grants, see what you guys see the proposed awards, and be able to read the grant and look through them, and, you know, and then we come to the stack meeting and say, I've just got this one, and this one are concerns. Can we talk about those? You know, and then, you know,
Having that extra layer of data available to.
I think it's a good idea to have that second layer of public eyes as kind of a safety net, and, you know, just I feel like we're kind of the last line of defense at the stack, you know, just to say you missed it or you didn't, you know, kind of thing.
Mark and Hope, I gotta stick my nose in on this. Number one, the public comments are open till April 26th.
Thank you.
Number two, the program guidance from the Federal Highway Administration says that the stack identifies scoring criteria, advises on eligibility, projects eligibility. I've got it with me, and it's available on the internet.
Right.
My observation is this, the policy decision to change the purpose of this committee and scoring projects was made by the department. Now, I heard a couple of times now it was recommended by Federal Highways, but I can tell you flat out that the federal law allows the states to make those kind of decisions. How much activity the stack is involved in. It, like I said, by policy or by Federal Highway Administration guidance, it lays out 4 responsibilities to stack. Beyond that, the state can make the decisions on what they want us to do. And there's several states still that are involving the stack in scoring projects and reviewing projects. This is a decision that was made by Fishwell and Parks. Correct?
It is, but it's been represented to me that we were the only state still doing it this way.
Well, that's a huge change.
I guess I'd have to ask for more details on that, but that's the way it was represented to me.
I just, you know, and again, I'm very okay with, you know, having voices on the scoring criteria, because I think we all agree that could use a tweak. And then, but the ability to, you know, read the grants if we so choose and come to this meeting and say, you know, I'm not sure about this award. You know, can we talk about this grant, you know, or something like that, and just, and or ask questions prior to these things being finalized, I think is a good thing. And before, you know, I don't know.
As a new person, I think that having this information and even more would be really, really helpful. And the example I would say is that we kind of started today's conversation with the Boys to Blacktail Trails and how that was broken into 2 different projects. And I think it said something in there, but I have a much bigger picture of it now, a couple hours later, how these 2 programs work together.
Right.
Coming in here this way, I did not understand that.
Yeah, last year we
But
scored
operating in
both.
that silo that, obviously you're not gonna be able to give us we're gonna gain our own institutional knowledge, but anything that we can extrapolate from these and understanding the bigger picture of how organizations put it together. I mean, I know a handful about Whitefish because they, it's an amazing organization and they're held up as a standard, but a lot of these others, we don't. And it's a little overwhelming. So that, these would be really, I think, helpful to understand, especially for the new folks. And again, I'm going to be that advocate for the small communities that don't know how this stuff works too. I mean,
And I
that's
think
one of my goals is to take that back to that.
I mean, you could give us access to these grants while we're scoring trail stewardship. We don't score those. We have the admonition, you don't go in and enter scores, fine. But, I think it would really, I think we should be doing both in this meeting at this time of year prior to the awards being announced on RTP. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I think we could look at them, especially when they're connected too, and then you can kind of get the big scope, but not rank them.
And Bob, you said, I mean, technically, according to the federal rules, we should have access to them.
Well,
Not really.
The state administrating agency can make decisions beyond the guidance and what activities the staff is involved in. The guidance specifies 4 things that the staff should be involved in. Beyond that, it's always been up to the state administrating agency to decide to what extent they want to involve the state trails. There have been states in the past that are involved in this. This whole debate was going on when I was still working a long time ago.
Yeah.
Some states were, some states weren't. There was quite a few that were involving their staff in scoring and reviewing projects, just like we have. And so that's changed. It's happened. Well, I've been retired for 15 years.
Well,
A lot of things change.
And my comments come from last year's meeting, which I did not feel went well. And so Beth called a meeting and got us down here to Helena, and we had a follow-up meeting, not the stack, but a group of concerned people. And, we hashed it through. We made some good progress there. You guys did the analysis of the scoring. You found some issues. All those things came out of it as a result of that. And I thank you. But it's like, I think the last mile of that is the stack having a little oversight on this process prior to announcements being.
It's something we can talk about at a future meeting. So you'll know, this is a credit to FWP. This information on the RTP program, matter of fact, I'm hoping all of you are getting emails from me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I sent this out about a week and a half ago. These are the RTP grants that were approved. So I'd already sent in my scoring on these projects. But in preparation for today, I was able to look through these and see notes on here. I was going to ask questions about a specific project. Were they funded by RTP? How much was, and the same thing we're getting here. Yeah. So if Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in the future, I think I like the fact the RTP projects were reviewed and scored before we met, because that allowed me, at least, and I think it would allow us, if we had that information, in advance of this meeting in the future.
Or in advance of us scoring trail
that's
stewardship.
Well, because of the way the application cycles run parallel.
Right.
I mean, we didn't have this list until March 24th. So,
So it might be something to talk about in time in the future, because this is good stuff.
So, but I'll just add really quick too, as far as the application cycle, timelines and review process and all of that. We also try to set that up according to the, because there's such a seasonality factor to any of these projects. There's the summer projects, like the trail construction, Lewistown and Billings and some of those, that they need to be occurring in the summertime. And then there's this whole suite of winter grooming projects. So we've tried over the years really hard, especially, think about our federal partners and their timeline of trying to get their budgets all set up so they can actually get the trail stewards on the ground. And so there's all those other factors as well, as far as trying to line this up according to many variables, but all things that we can continue to discuss and improve on.
Are we opening this meeting to public comment at all?
yeah, there's another public comment opportunity at the end here. So if we want to kind of roll into, I had put this on the agenda at 1:15 for the Montana Trail, future of Montana Trail Stewardship Grant Program. We need to really build the program from the ground up. Even though we've done 2 cycles now of it, we need to get our own fingerprints on it, make sure it's what it's supposed to be. And we'll be working that process with Tom Lang coming on board, having Tom get up to speed on the current RTP standards, what we did with guidelines this cycle for both programs, taking a deep dive into reviewing some internal review comments already on the scoring criteria and how they do or don't seem to disadvantage anything, taking a hard look at those things. And then what I'd like to do, so the things that I wrote down, and while I said on this agenda item, future of Montana Trail Stewardship Grant Program, I think it's also future of RTP components too. And we can incorporate that in the next meeting. And we'd like to do that, probably need a couple of months to get some work under our belts here, and then come back to you maybe midsummer with some first thoughts on where we're at, get some feedback, and then go crunch another version and either come back together in a meeting or get it out to you for public comment or something. I have to think about what that process looks like, but in those discussions, some of the things I've already heard today that we should be considering as a department and then shooting over with you at a future meeting is, can you apply for both RTP and Trail Stewardship Grant Program? Or should that be, do you keep that option open or do you close that door? I think, that's a discussion you can kind of ruminate on for some weeks and we can come back and have again.
I think can I just clarify though? I think it depends on if we change the criteria for one of the programs, right? So if we change.
And it depends on eligibility.
Right.
Because that's why you're seeing some applicants apply to RTP because they can actually procure trail equipment for grooming operations and they can't. Stewardship, same with avalanche education. So
It goes there.
yeah, it almost starts more so, I think.
And if we emphasize one area and de-emphasize something in the trail stewardship criteria versus the RTP, then they have different eligibility factors, so they may need to be able to apply for.
The one area that I thought could be beneficial to everyone, especially if we're really thinking that we're going to get more money coming out of the marijuana fund or something like that, it would be really helpful if somebody applied to both and they were eligible in both, but we had more money sitting here unused to be able to slide one, or just be able to slide one across into a different program.
Slide an application.
Right. But, it's the same app, so they either apply to both or they say or whatever, but you could say, no, we've got more money here, so we're going to fund it here.
Yeah, odds were really good if you applied under RTP. I mean,
So-
this one too, but this one definitely, it looks like, I don't know what the partials were. but the funding amounts were big.
At RTP.
Well, 1.5 million versus just over.
Yeah, and there were,
Applicants, a little bit
there
less
were
applicants.
48 applicants in RTP, 43 made it out of the preliminary review as having complete. And then of those, 32 resulted in an award of some kind, full or partial.
One thing I'm worried about with RTP long-term is it comes from gas tax. And as this nation goes electric, the road usage doesn't change if you're just driving an electric car, but you're not taxed. Right?
Oh, they're
I know they're talking.
Trust me.
I've seen very little in the way of getting any traction on that one. So I'm worried about this number going down over time.
Well, part of the reason we ran Senate Bill 24, even when we testified in the legislature, is RTP isn't guaranteed the long run. It's looked at being on the chopping block, session after session in Congress. And part of our argument was that we needed a Montana source of funds for trails. And especially for non-motorized, we had nothing for non-motorized trails up until Senate Bill 24, zero state money. We had our snowmobile and OHV programs that the users paid for that, but there was zip being invested on non-motorized trails in the state until Senate Bill 24 passed. So that's why part of our argument was, just in case RTP goes down the flusher, we still got a state source of funds for trails. And there's no guarantee that RTP is going to be here 5 years from now or 10 years from now.
So I interrupted you and created a long.
That's okay.
Another discussion.
Okay. Other comments I heard, taking into consideration is it possible maybe to take into consideration somehow with the scoring criteria, that well-written piece and what advantage there might be for professional grant writers versus not so professional groups in the scoring criteria. And this is something we found internally, is that we need to better match the application questions with the scoring criteria. That's been part of the disadvantage we've seen, is that, and it is particular to motorized, with the concerns there about motorized being disadvantaged. And in looking at it internally, it seems that the application questions really don't line up with the scoring criteria. And so, if you don't think about the scoring criteria, they're out there and available for you to look at, but if you don't look at them in advance of your writing your application, you're not going to put that extra work in necessarily. So that's something that needs to be handled. Whatever we come up with for future criteria, then we need to direct the application to better match up with that. So we're getting the right, giving people the best chance.
And the application would be vastly simplified. Those of you who reviewed the applications, how many times did you see in the whole array of questions, cut and paste?
Yeah,
Cut and paste,
often.
Cut and paste. The application would be simplified a lot. I mentioned something you want. And the same point you just made. Ask the questions that relate to the scoring criteria.
Yeah.
I think some people that are filling out these grants feel like if they put more description and more words in, that they get their point across better. And I know the first year I did this, some of those applications were, an entire, thesis on why hiking is good for your body. If you guys, maybe a couple of you maybe remember that. And being my first year, I read through those and thought, I don't know that I can do this job. This is, and then so it's simplified from where it was by a lot. But I do see some repetition and I think it's easy to you can skip over some of the repetition.
And the simpler we make the application, the better it's going to be for these. The issue we talked about are these small clubs or small communities that don't have grant writers. It's not as cumbersome. It shouldn't be as cumbersome, and it shouldn't be as scary as it is now.
Do we make a recommendation for letters of support or for partnership I know
You could.
partnership has been.
So I've got another board asking me questions. That's
I just was
critical.
asking, and
Sorry.
I should know this, but when I first looked at everything, was a long time ago, but I asked if they make recommendations to the applicants to have letters of support or to have diversified partnerships.
So I can give you a little history on that. So about 2 years ago, we were reviewing a lot of this kind of stuff. And the part about letters of support came up. And originally, way back when in RTP, people were told, get as many letters of support you can get. People were going out and they'd get gas stations and hotels and you name it. And it would just be this string of essentially meaningless letters of support because they all go rah rah. So they're great. We love them. We couldn't do this without them. It's like, okay, what does that tell us? You know, it's like, all right. So they went out, they solicited these letters. Great, they got them. But, you know, it shows the community's there. But at the end of the day, the Federal Highway Department said there's actually no requirement for letters of support. We're like, what?
We noticed that there were 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
That they basically, if they applied 1 year,
They copied them
they
in from
copied
last
them
year.
into the next year,
Because
the
you-
2 additional ones. So we were reading stuff that, I mean, it
Didn't
was
matter, right?
so ridiculous.
There were letters of support from 10 years ago. There were
I mean, I
so
think they
then,
can put some parameters around.
so I'm getting there, yeah. And so what we said was, so letters of support are no longer required. Letters of support in terms of financial support. So if somebody is saying, I'm gonna write a check for a match on this grant, yeah, you should have a letter of support for that. But if this is just
What about in-kind match?
anything that you know was match, you know, that said, I am signing my name and on this letter stating my support financially for this grant application is meaningful, but the rest of it is sort of chaff.
It does state, yeah, in the scoring criteria under need for project. It's suggested that letters of support could help explain the clear need or demand for that particular project.
I think maybe Jenny is what you're asking for, not just that letter of support, but more what Mark is saying, and I've done plenty of these in my role, is, you know, there's an event, event ABC, and Business Southeast Montana will support this project to market this project, and we will do A, B, C, we will have paid social ads, and we very specifically say that. And that's been required on some Department of Commerce grants that came out, and it is verified that because we have to provide the what used to be called tear sheets, a copy of the poster, whatever it is that grant is, but I don't want to make more work for the department. But at the same time, if it's one entity, that's kind of really.
I just
pulling
want
them in
to
for the
avoid somebody
collaboration.
writing a grant and they're just doing it without any collaboration. That's all I'm trying to get to.
And
As you know, I think community support behind a project means a project will either make it or won't.
And there's in the motorized world, in the grooming, if you walk down the street and ask, first 100 people you met, who grooms the trails? How do you
It's
nobody.
magic.
It just every morning I go out and it's done. It's like, it's amazing. And, it's like the public doesn't know. But again, I'd bring up that point that Carrie made. These are volunteer groups. They're not paid advocates. They're not, and it's like they're doing as much as they can with what they got. But to sit there and make them go out and solicit letters of support on top of that just say rah rah, so-and-so, it's like we're asking for, make work at that point.
And Beth and Hope, this is, I presume, something we can talk about, will we? We talk about the
Put it on the
application
list
process.
to bring back.
I wanted to clarify that when, back in the day, when somebody else was running the program, one of the reasons we asked for letters of support was because we said it benefited cross-country skiing and dog mushers. If you submitted a letter from this local club representing those people, that was some that had significance to the community. Sure. All of a sudden, okay, here's a cross-country skier. Here's the local motel. Here's the Chamber of Commerce of Lincoln, or whoever it is. Those were the kind of letters of support we were asking for back in the day. It was not only showing demand, which is a scoring variable, but need, which shows how many different types of trail users might benefit. Those are, we get these letters from 50 different individuals. Oh yeah, it's a wonderful trail. I never scored those. When I was in the job, I scored the ones coming from businesses, retirement homes, organizations that supported the project and used the trail. That gives you documentation for your who supports it. So that's another discussion.
Going down further on the list. Oh, sorry, I was just like, what does that say? Do we support paving, given the cost to upkeep, but then the point was made about the urbanality of those paved trails and needing to withstand all the heat on them, and was the point.
We should have an open-
ADA compliance.
We should have an open-minded on trail surfacing, period. And that can be an array of things, depending on the situation. But we should not be opposed to or eliminate any necessary type of trail surface.
I think it's really important to note that by 2030, all of the baby boomers are going to be retirement age. And the reality, we all know that.
You look at me when you say
I
that.
did. You can look at they were
Looking at
39.
myself.
But I mean, the reality is Montana has an aging population. And there, I mean, I have a friend who's younger than I am, just had a stroke when she was at the dentist. And she said, you look at the world in a very different way when you have a walker. And this is a person who's very active, very healthy. And, I think Christy used the word, the equity. It's very, very important to me. I'm actually very surprised to hear some of what I'm hearing. I'm not diminishing what I've heard from previous conversations, and I know it's expensive, but are there also ways to think about ADA and what other places we can guide those entities for matching funds? Because there's got to be matching funds for ADA work. I can't imagine that there's not. I don't know, but are there policies at the state level that certain urban things, you build a new building, you have to have ADA, right? I think it's something that's really super important.
What is
We have historically actually done, have put those on a priority.
We've
Because
paid for a lot. Yeah.
we have historically, I don't think, so I don't want to give the impression that we don't have that. It's one, the way these guys review it, each one is given certain amount of points out of, which originally we were given that when we first started, the scoring system that you guys used in the first year, we kind of used that same scoring system as we were scoring. They just didn't give it, that we don't have that anymore.
Yeah, we just get one number.
So we only get one number, but I know at least the three of us that have been on have been, originally, we were not using, but we had that scoring system that they had and had to weigh that number, one number, whereas you guys have several numbers to score each category. We don't have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I'll just share. We had a couple of little staff members years ago now, but they just saw, at the time, it was just the RTP program. I mean, this program is still in its infancy. So as far as eligibility and some of those restrictions, I think there's a lot still being worked out there. But within the RTP program, there's just a couple staff members in the past that just really saw it more as that kind of more backcountry type program, trying to fund those backcountry projects. And they just had a really strong voice in the room. And so I think that was part of it. And they also would try to use the Transportation Alternatives Program, which is administered by Montana Department of Transportation, as the main source for a lot of those paving type projects across the state for shared use paths. So anyway, there's just a little bit of history there, but I don't think that that's been the current situation.
No, I felt, it's like, even though I'm heavily motorized, I feel like I have no problem with 99% of these things, but in the last couple of years, as I recall, every time the Federal Highway Department came here and we'd say like, is there any funds available? They go, we don't have any funds for the alternatives. So as near as I can tell, they've been out of money, you know, putting all their money
They
into
haven't
other
even had a
things.
staff person in charge of the program, you know, they
So-
barely even staff
I
it.
think
so.
they just hired
Oh, 2 years ago, they hired somebody out
Yeah,
of
but she's
Oregon.
not.
Oh, yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
but I
It's
thought
Dave
they just hired
Holding
some-
that's still.
Sheila, I think.
Well, Sheila. Like,
And transportation alternatives is going up by 70%. That's part of the infrastructure.
Mean what, the funding for it?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's part of the infrastructure bill.
okay.
So they should have money.
New shot of cash.
Okay.
That was gonna be my question is, are any of you aware of any funding at the federal level in different departments that's upcoming, maybe in the next year or 2 or 3 years?
Well, Hope and I were on a presentation, oh gosh, it was a few months ago now, but we had some commerce representatives as well as MDT. And they announced that the Safe Routes to Schools program is also starting to get some funding back, which is great because that's been, I think, down to zero for the
Oh
last
my
few
gosh,
years. So
yeah.
that's another shared use path opportunity to make those connections in our more urban communities. So that's
Are there-
another one that I know
Are
of.
there any ARPA funds for projects?
Yeah,
No.
we made requests and ours were not within the top tier that were put forward under the governor's prioritization. So we've been kind of, Lena Havron, our chief financial officer, has been kind of biding her time and waiting for things to be returned, that there would be another opportunity to apply for and see how that shakes out. But that's from our perspective. Certainly at the local level, you know, governments are making their own choices about how and what they're applying.
Right.
So.
I'll resend that. I think you probably already got it, but about 3 weeks ago, I sent information out on the infrastructure bill and what increases are going to be included. Transportation alternatives is the very first one in the 2-page document. So I'll resend it.
So going further down, financial health of requesters versus other resources available, potentially asking for that kind of information as context. That was something I noticed you were talking about today, and maybe we would bring that up. New projects versus those coming back to the well repeatedly could be something for consideration.
We can see that already, can't we, when it says, have you received funds in the past?
Yeah. But would you want to somehow adjust the scoring criteria to give advantage to new projects? That's a whole big conversation. I've just got it on my list of things.
She may, the organization may have applied in the years past, but not necessarily for that piece. So that's the other, it makes the application more complicated. Which is just Bob said, keep it simple. But, you know, has this project specifically received funding in the past? Might be a way to ask that.
There's gotta be a way to split that because that is very confusing. I
Well,
think.
we say that, and I don't know, maybe trail stewardship, I don't know if we're under the same exact rules as RTP where, you know, it's like, I asked the question years ago saying, you know, so grooming is an every year thing. It just is. So you're gonna see these grants come through every single time. And it's like, can we just pull them out and say, they're over here and we'll look at grooming as a whole? Or, you know, or some percentage or anything, you know, but because in the RTP world, it's like, everything has to be evaluated against everything else because it's a requirement to be competitive. So that made it hard. But again, I'd love to see some, you know, reform on that part of things, you know, if they could make it easier, or we could make it easier for grooming grants to be, you know, shoveled into a lane of its own. It's like, it would free up a ton of time.
So put on the list for further thought.
Yeah.
Seek what percentage they could cut if partially funded, so that you would have more of a feeling up front as you made these discussions, say, okay, we see that these are add-ons and niceties. This is the core piece that we can't do without. Can applications slide between programs depending on funding availability, which we just talked about in the letters of support? So those are the things I have on the list.
Geographic.
And I've got that, yep, better advertising, a better advertising strategy of the application cycle, and then also geographic diversity considerations. Yeah.
And I wonder, not just advertising, but I think there has to be some between, or I don't know how the department would do this because you're full staffed, but I feel like there's an education component for a lot of the Eastern Montana. That, not just how to write a trail grant, but
it's available.
Okay, there are these communities like Highwood that has no sidewalks and has a paved road that everybody goes 50 miles an hour through, and just one concerned citizen was able to get a trail put in so that kids can get to school safely. Well, that took one concerned citizen, but he educated the whole community about the safety of their lack of safety.
I think it's maybe a considered effort of getting this information into the stakeholders' hands, and the stakeholders being, their city councils, their county commissioners, their, bringing in tourism, bringing in extension agents. I mean, there's all these different entities, I think, that really, as long as I've been doing this, I'm still finding new people, so to speak, who can be that spark. And I have that, like, hey, this just came out. So I send it out in e-blast, but then I'm emailing folks, or I'm in a community meeting. I'm like, are you guys doing anything with trails? Are you doing anything with this project? We were able to get a lot of funding into the region for the Eastern Montana Tourism Initiative by really cultivating those relationships. And that, I know it's a lot of work, but that's the only way it's going to happen. And reality is these communities are changing. They're looking, I think, now maybe more so than they were 5 years ago.
One way to look at it is if one representative could cover the whole state, and that would be at the Montana League of Cities and Towns, their annual conference. You've got every big and small community in the state of Montana. You've got a little vendor booth there, and we have some information, little handouts. Maybe you already do that, but that would be a great way to get the information to everybody from Highwood to Shelby to Billings,
Yeah, I always wonder if fish wildlife parks cannot use more, make use of volunteers better.
Hey guys, want to go to the MCLT and LCT?
Yeah,
vendor
I'll
fair?
go. Sure you bet.
Take a day.
Just-
I'll go.
So, when I volunteered with the grizzly bear specialist, we had these bear fairs, and unfortunately COVID hit, but I was in charge of organizing it in Eureka. I'm just a volunteer, but if you get the right materials, it's just a booth where you hand out material. And, I think that's a great idea. Also with, these projects more in Eastern Montana where there is not much in that going on yet. Can't we, or can't you, employ more volunteers? I've been fighting for years with the educational department to have volunteers go out in the schools and do an evening for the parents or so. That makes all this, for me, it was bear awareness and wolf awareness. And, I've done years and years of spay and neuter programs in the schools, mainly in the 10-year-old category. Oh, well.
You just gotta run.
Bye, Ken.
See ya.
Thank you, guys. Good to meet you all. Thanks for all your work. Really appreciate it. So.
But anyway,
Good to see you.
thanks for coming.
Thanks.
See you again. I wonder if Fish Wildlife Parks, it's really hard to make yourself be heard. I already struggle in the regional office because the regional manager is so busy that he really can't concentrate on how to set that program up, his liability issues and that kind of stuff. But if there are so many of us that would love to do more for this kind of awareness for trails and for, even have volunteers who go out to communities who are living in communities who could help with the grant writing. I saw a couple of grants. I had to read two of them actually. I had to read aloud because there was no punctuation. And I had no idea where a sentence started or began. There were no capital letters, nothing. And I'm like, okay, this is just not a good way. This makes you not want to deal with it because it's on top of the lot of work that it is already. It's even more work to figure out what the heck they're actually asking and telling me. So I wonder if Fish, Wildlife and Parks and other federal and state agencies can't use volunteers more. There are plenty of people like me who would like to do that. And maybe that is a thing that should be discussed higher up slowly but surely. That, you know, that another thing is that I wanted to see if we can, and I don't know if you said it already, didn't write it down, if we ever go look at the criteria for these applications because of the changing climate in Montana for sure, with the influx of people, but also of the, you know, influx of wildlife. And I'm very much into wildlife, sorry, but presence on many of our trails, of many more horseback riders on our hiking and biking trails. If we should look at looking at all those kind of different aspects of trail.
Yeah, so that kind of takes me into a different thing I wanted to talk with you about today about the STAC's role and work coming forward in the division outside of this grant program. So if we're ready to move away from what we've been talking about. So again, the STAC is affiliated with the Access and Landowner Relations Bureau, which will have responsibility for working on an update to our state trail plan. And by the virtue of being in that bureau, we've also been talking about looking at an e-bike policy. Do we think about establishing something formal? And so those are things that I would like to bring to the STAC as we work into those processes for feedback and use you as a sounding board for. And I think that timing wise, we're probably not starting the statewide trail plan update until realistically next year. The e-bike discussion probably comes as part of that, as opposed to being in advance of it. But we haven't had a lot of discussion yet about what would make the most sense, and we need to talk with leadership as well. Maybe e-bike could come sooner. It's a little hard to say because it's a more finite thing. We've got to get some more discussion on how we're going to take this, but I would like to involve the STAC as a public sounding board on those things, and also with input on, we'll be engaging in starting up on the next update to the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, the score that Carrie White brought today. So that one runs out in 2024. So we'll be initiating an update to it starting next year, so that we have a new one in place when that one runs out. So, and I think, you know, using the STAC as another component of that public feedback loop and informing the score would also be future work for you.
Probably won't talk the e-bike issue until after the legislature.
That's a great point, actually, Bob. Also would be part of our consideration on what timing might be. So, yeah.
I also would like to know in a future meeting, and this is just to bring it to the attention of the rest of you all. I was born and raised in Holland, very, very small country, fifth of the state of Montana in size and 17 to 18 million inhabitants. They are very, very careful with their natural environment because there is very little of it. Instead of having horses and hikers and bikers using the same trails, they make parallel trails. They found out that their maintenance costs are not near as much as when they have everything combined on one trail. I have always wondered since I came to the United States in 1987, why is that not done here? And would that be something we want to look at in the future? And horse trail, sure, it needs some maintenance, but and hiking and biking trail used by horses also needs a lot more maintenance because horses not because they're bad animals. I'm a horseback, where I used to be a horseback rider until I broke my back. But they churn up the soil, they churn up, in my area, they even go on these partially gravel roads. They make big holes in it. It's just horrible, and especially for older people, ADA people, you know, to even get along there, even if they're flat and short and accessible. Another thing is that with more and more bike riders, not especially e-bike, but bike riders in my surroundings again, we see a lot more near accidents, not going up, but them coming down. When you're a hiker, you can step off the trail or up the trail, or just to the right or left, much easier than a horseback rider on a 16-hand horse. It's just not working. And like the Whitefish Legacy Trail has in Whitefish, sure, a lot of these nice S turns that, you know, going up hiking is great. But a biker coming down there 30, 40 miles an hour is not great when horses are coming up. So there again, I'm thinking as a safety object, wouldn't it be an idea to even start a conversation about this for future? I don't say every hiking trail needs a trail besides it or near it for horses, but when we look at the development of our trail maintenance and sustaining plans, would that be an idea?
I think you're starting to see forests do that, and we're planning for that. I think I was reading about the Sealy Lake forest plan, and they had designated trails for 3 different types of user groups, and then some combined uses as well. So it's starting a conversation around that.
I think it's a concept, you know, we can keep on the list of things to consider as we move forward with these other planning processes.
Yeah, it was just a thing that struck me that, you know, these trails as constantly for maintenance and everything is used by hikers and horses. And I'm like, you know, you never run out of having to do maintenance, major maintenance, if you keep horses on the trail. But it's just an observation. I'm new, so I thought I'd bring it up.
Appreciate it. Oh, you don't need to be quiet. That's okay. That's what you're here for. Any other thoughts related to future of this program, or any other questions you had about future staff work?
Can you kind of run down what a typical year or 18-month looks like?
Well, typical, not including this extra work, is really you have a meeting, well, it would have been September.
Yeah.
Fall,
Usually September.
fall meeting in advance of the application cycle opening to review the scoring criteria and, you know, do some tweaking, but not sort of, you know, much larger scale than I anticipate we'll look at it over the course of this summer. And then you would have this meeting in the spring for the scoring and application review. So typically it's those 2 meetings. I think what I have to think about other meetings we have, you know, July, mid-July might be a rough timeline for a next meeting that would give us some runway to do some of the homework Tom's going to do and getting the Access and Landowner Relations Bureau Chief on board. I mean, how is mid-July for folks?
It's summer.
Yeah, summer.
That's September for me.
Yeah. I think my concern is, you know, timing wise, backing up from starting at our typical start point in November to have the application cycle open. You know, we probably need a couple of months to build a new application and update documents and things once things are settled on. So we want to back up far enough so that we give ourselves room to come together on a first draft, get some input, maybe do some revision, get some more input, and then have enough leeway to get everything written up and changed over for the next cycle. So that's why I've kind of got July in mind.
We might also potentially have the online platform.
Yeah, that's another
changing
good
at some
point.
point.
Yeah.
So grants
In
might-
the next 6 months to a year.
We just don't know yet.
State
Or just have to
State.
stay, yeah.
That's why we were switching to Amplifund, but then Amplifund turned out not to be great. So we came back to web grants at least to get us through this next application cycle. And now we've got to figure out where we're going next. So there are some discussions and see how things shake out.
But that's what I meant, like all the different departments at the state are going away from what grants.
Yeah, the state contract runs out the end of June.
Yeah, and the hard part is that's where all of our information is currently housed. So unless it's a nice clean migration from all that data to the next system, it could be a delay as far as just getting the application built in a new system and all that too. So,
You can just do a doodle poll, can't you? Stack numbers
For a
July
meeting date.
dates.
Yeah, just throwing that out there, we'll get you a doodle poll.
And then there would still be September, October-ish, and then next spring.
Yeah. Yeah, there'd probably be a follow-up to just finalize at some point there.
thank you. Good thing is we have Zoom, always as an option too, short of having to have everybody try the process.
And conceivably, we could pick a different location too. So
do a site visit.
Do
a site visit.
Hope, would there be any way of letting you know when some of the our availability? Because I have Ales for Trails on September 9th, and then I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks at the end of September. And
do
I
you
hate to
want to
miss
just
it again.
email known conflicts to me?
Mhm.
And we can keep that in mind as we put together a doodle poll for potential.
Perfect. Okay.
To you or to Beth?
Yeah, sure.
Beth's got it.
Got it.
Send it to Beth, Christy.
Okay. Thanks.
And eventually we'll have you send it to Tom, but he doesn't have an email address yet. So. Or Tom.
I was just going to bring up one really quick thing if I might, and then let everybody get on the road since she's ready.
Public comment too.
Oh, yeah, and public comment. Just to plant a little seed in everybody's brains here for a moment about water trail designations. And, we deal a lot with river recreation in our department. And as you can imagine, with how Montana is changing and our visitation is changing, especially on our rivers and streams, I just think that it would be great for a little bit more water trail project proposals coming through to some of these programs. We're just not seeing it. And I'm actually kind of surprised that we don't, but it would be a great use of the funds and a great opportunity for us as a state to be able to actually designate some of our rivers as water trails. And it would be eligible as far as motorized and non-motorized on many of those waterways. So another just great opportunity. So I'm just gonna plant that little seed for something to think about.
Get Angie Grove involved, Lower Yellowstone. Look at it.
Yeah, we're working on it.
We're designating water trail. She's on it.
Okay. Well, anything else to bring up for public comment? Public comment, take it away, Mr. White.
Very interesting meeting. Thank you very much. I'll try to ask you a question on the funding, on the difference between the first motion and alternative Z on the motorized allocations, the difference between those two. You said that it did meet the 30%, but I was wondering
Dollar
first one, how much it was compared to the second one.
So under the, the first motion of 75% across the board,
That one was at about 380.
it was 409.
No,
Oh,
'cause we
minus
took out, had to
the,
take out that
minus
62 or whatever, 45.
yeah, so
So somewhere around 360, 380.
I'll park that one for you.
if you want to work on that, I just mentioned.
It was
that-
roughly 364,000 under the first alternative, and then under the second alternative, it's 436,446.
For 3,600Z.
436,446.
Okay, thank you. I just need to have those numbers. So, there's on this first sheet, which is kind of confusing to me because funded by RTP, there's 3 grants that were removed because they were funded by RTP. But I see on the RTP or on the trail stewardships that Whitefish Legacy Partners was number 4 on the list. They requested 50,000 for maintenance on Whitefish Trail, and they received another 45,000 out of RTP for the Whitefish Trail. Now, maybe those were 2 separate projects, but they're both on the same trail, and I don't know if those projects have a connection or intermingle, but they're funded by RTP and this grant that you just approved. So keep that in mind. You removed 3 that had RTP funding, but it seemed like Whitefish Legacy Partners received RTP and this grant program.
I think they were just different projects.
Yeah.
The same trail system, but different projects. That's what I mean.
Same
about
trail,
professional.
different project.
Well, it's a whole complex of trails.
Really good.
So I was back in a meeting in May, I'm trying to be time sensitive here, so I'll just get you guys out of here. In May, we met with the department, and it was brought up that there was concerns over the scoring criteria that really was biased against the grooming program. That's been brought up here today. During that meeting, the department said that they were going to address that scoring criteria for the fall meeting. That didn't happen. Then new members, website, all of that stuff. Now that came to this meeting, we still have a problem with the scoring criteria, which puts the grooming at a disadvantage. So when you do your funding application and your requirement is 75% of the funds fully fund the top, projects. If you don't make the top projects, you're not going to get, raised to the top of the list to get full funding. And if your scoring criteria is biased against grooming, and that drops you down to a lesser, value of project, then you're disadvantaged by rule. You're disadvantaged from getting funded because the stack, you ignored the rule or the guideline in the first motion, but in the second one, you followed the guideline. But the guideline basically has a rule or a guideline that's biased against funding and grooming programs. So I would hope that the stack would take on that scoring criteria, not only for these trail stewardships, but for RTP. And I think Mr. Walker brought that up too, that's a critical component of this, along with the review, as what you were saying, Mark, on the RTP program. I believe the state has a duty to review those. Where they go, thumbs up, we just want to look at them, we want to give you our blessing, whatever. But if the department's going to do it all internally, I think that that's a flawed process in my mind, especially with a flawed scoring criteria. And then when you get to the end of the day, are you really getting the best projects coming forward because of flawed scoring and not having another set of eyes on it? So I would say that. And finally, the last thing that I have, and Hope brought this up, and she wants the stack to be part of this. This is the score. This is a statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan. In order to get LWCF funding, land and water conservation funding, you got to have this plan, and it has to be reviewed and adopted. And this one's good till 2024. I was opposed to this plan when it came out. It's not a plan. This is a vision document. This is a growth policy. It's not a plan. There's no planning for trails in here. There's no planning for water trails. It's not a plan. It's encourage this, improve this, do this. There's some maps in here, but it's not a plan. What are we going to do going in the future in Montana? I'll tell you what the OHV community wants. They want stuff like Nevada and Arizona, where I can get on my OHV and I can go to the next town and I can stay overnight and I can buy steaks, restaurant, get a motel room, and then go 100, 150 miles the next day to go to the next town. Boulder, Jefferson County, they want connectors all the way down to Dillon. They want to connect to Helena. I'm talking to Seeley Lake. They want to connect to Missoula. Billings wants to connect on the Absaroka front all the way to Bozeman. Bozeman would love to connect to Helena. We need a long trail connectors around the state. Let's try to plan for that in the future. We used to have the CDST, Continental Divide Scenic Trail, when that was adopted, that portions that were open to motorized would stay open to motorized. Since that time, many, many sections, many, many miles have been closed to motorized. It's becoming a non-motorized trail. We have no long-range motorized trail connectors across the state. The people that come here, I get calls all the time. How do I get from Bozeman to Helena on my side-by-side of my ATV? You don't, unless you're running the borrow pits. You can't run them along the interstate. So let's try to plan when we do this new score coming out in 2024. Let's reach out to those OHV snowmobile, and your chairman of the charity ride, from the Canadian border to, the southern border. Thank you for what you do for that charity and stuff, and thanks for riding that. But the technicalities that are involved in trying to connect from one trail system.
We gave it up. I mean, it's impossible. You can't do it. So we trailer from site to site to site.
And you haul them to the next site. But I think before we, cover everything with houses or whatever, I just think that we could plan for a vision of a connector, east-west, north-south, try to engage some of these small communities for economics in these small communities. They're losing a lot of the resource stuff. We're losing a lot of agriculture in some of these areas. The timber industry is very depressed in a lot of areas. We have recreation, $7 billion coming into the state. West Yellowstone, 3 to 6 million visitors every year. We have to grab that tourism dollars because people want to come and recreate here. And the fastest growing outdoor recreation sport in the state is motorized. OHV quadrupled when the University of Montana did the Economic and Business Bureau report. The last one was in 2014. In that 10-year period, OHV quadrupled, snowmobile use tripled. When the COVID hit, you couldn't find an OHV, you couldn't find a side-by-side, you couldn't find a motorcycle, you couldn't find a camper trailer. The prices went through the roof. People want to get outside, and they do it through trails. So I know urban trails are great, but in this SCORP document, it states improve community to community outdoor recreation connectivity through the use of multi-scale planning and multimodal transportation infrastructure. It's in here as a vision in this document. I hope that we expand on it going forward in the SCORP. Thanks for allowing me to ramble on with all my stuff. And I've been involved in trails half as long as Bob. So he's a great resource, but Hope has my contact information if you have any questions or if I need to come to talk to anybody in the community. I'm happy to do it. I'm retired and stuff, so I appreciate everything that you do, volunteer your time. So thanks. That's all I have.
We need to check online for public comment, but actually, there's nothing there that's, yeah.
Okay, just quickly, I talked about this briefly up at the Montana Trail Recreation Park Association conference in Great Falls on Monday. And again, I'm in here in town on Tuesday night. It's called the Great Western Trail. Have you heard of it?
Yes.
It's a north-south multiple use trail in the planning. It's already from the Mexican border up through New Mexico, Arizona, I think Arizona, Utah. It's to West Yellowstone, Montana. Now we're working on a route from West Yellowstone to the Canadian border, but it's too bad Ken had to leave because I've been working with him and Brad Collin was dealing out. We're trying to get their staff together. So you'll know, Carrie, that we haven't been able to because of COVID. We get the staff together to try to identify an approximate route through western Montana. That'll involve a lot of federal land. It'll involve some community, and it may involve some roadways. But anyway, it's in the process now, but we're very early in the process in Montana. So anyway, that's a north-south connector. Is one of the things you mentioned.
And just to piggyback on that a little bit, Chaz Vincent, Senator Vincent in legislature and myself got a bill through that removed the requirement that you couldn't have motorized trail construction on state land that charged a fee. We removed the charged a fee from that. So now we can develop and construct motorized trails on state land. We can also partner like the Good Neighbor Authority through Healthy Forest Initiative. There's been some great partnerships through state and federal, which Kent hasn't allowed. BLM Forest Service, also Plum Creek, and the who bought Plum Creek over here, the warehouse or the nonprofit, the big
TNC.
yes. And they're interested in developing trail systems on theirs. There's a lot of interest out there. And I mentioned it to Tom that showed up, that hopefully through new leadership in FWP, Hope with Parks and Recreation, Beth, the new access coordinator, Tom, I guess, or whatever his job description.
The grant program manager.
Grant
the
program
access bureau
manager,
chief.
but there is a new other person coming on board that you mentioned.
The Access and Landowner Relations Bureau chief.
Exactly. Access landowner, which I think could work with all the partners, federal, private, nonprofits, you know. So I just hope that we can get something on paper. It looks like you got a good start, Bob. Yeah.
Anything else for good of the order? We'll get a doodle poll out for a mid-July-ish meeting and go from there. Thanks so much for all of your time and effort. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.